Welcome one and all to day one of the Overwatch World Cup Asia Conference for 2026. Got the double A duo back for the best battery that can fit anywhere. It's Avril with Avast, and a little bit later on we'll have late day as well. But man, Overwatch World Cup action is kicking off, dude.
It's felt like an eternity, honestly, and I'm so glad that the program is back because we are going to have some really fun matchups coming up today, Avril. And like you said, bringing the double A duo always, I feel like it's always nice to be together here despite our disparate time zones.
It's versatile. It's like I said, just fit it anywhere. It's the one battery that'll get you through just about anything. Everything's all about about having the battery charged nowadays. But you know, we're going old school. We're going straight back to double A's here, and we're going to go towards one of the A's. Big A's is Asia. We have 8 teams in this Asia conference for our online qualifiers. Group A, Group B: Korea, Japan, Hong Kong, Pakistan, Australia, Thailand, India, and Philippines.
And this is I mean, I think it's a very interesting group overall because obviously I have no affiliation with any of these teams, Avril. As you know, I have no affiliation with any of these rosters of any sort. But it's definitely a very interesting matchup in general when we look at some of the teams and the players that we're looking at with some of the, especially within OWCS now. Here in the OWWC, we have so many of those pros crossing over for a lot of these rosters, also with the addition of the breakout players for some of these teams that have historically maybe not had a ton of top-level talent per se, and making them a lot more competitive here on the global stage for Overwatch World Cup. So opening up a lot of opportunities, I think, for potential upsets where in the past we'd look at these rosters and be like, oh, there's no chance that there's anything's going to really change. But I really do think with the addition of the breakout players and, you know, those developments within OWCS overall, that you are seeing a little bit more top-level talent spread out.
And our 2 groups here as well. I mean, we have our expected teams that we have in the highest seeds here: Korea, Japan, Australia, and Thailand. Of course, accompanying them the Asia Conference Cup teams that qualify through India, Philippines, Pakistan, Hong Kong invited to this event. It's looking definitely, if you're in Group A, I would say a pretty rough group, especially if you're Pakistan, right, Avast?
Yeah, I would say unfortunately it is looking a little tough for Team Pakistan for sure. Either way, we'll be doing the meetup in Islamabad, so it's fine. But overall, I mean, you have to look at Group A with Korea and Japan, which have so many top-level players, especially with Korea, which just mixed, you know, essentially their recent midseason, you know, their Champions Clash roster with some great individual players. But Group B, no slouches either. I mean, Australia, Thailand, you're going to be seeing plenty of players that you recognize in the OWCS scene in those rosters as well.
Of course, this is how we're going to be doing the tiebreakers for the round robin. It's 2 groups of round robins. We're not doing any bracket play here for this Asia conference here. Essentially, you have your 4 groups, and the top 2 teams out of each group will move on. That's the most important thing. That's the only thing that you really need to remember. Main event in Busan, the group stage for the actual Overwatch World Cup main event. To get there, you have to be top 2 at this event. That's really it. So 2 groups, top 2 in each group, move on.
That is correct. Very succinct, Avril. Once again, your powers of explanation, they remain unmatched. And also as a reminder too, these matches are first to 3 as well for these group stages. So we are going to the first to 3 format in terms of each series that's being played as well, on top of the breakdown of how teams are going to advance out of the group as well. So there is going to be, at the very least, a decent amount of opportunity and chances across the maps to win. And also as a reminder, there is still going to be, you know, how we turn the ban order and do the bans in general, which will be pretty similar to OWCS, where there's only 1 hero from each category allowed per ban, per map, and then you can repeat heroes, you know, as you go on, but only once per se for each team. So very similar if you're familiar with the OWCS format.
We'll get into our opening matchup here, Japan versus Korea. Some would say this is basically the matchup, right? Like, when you look at these 8 teams, I think the 2 teams that stand out to me the most, the 2 countries that stand out to me the most are Korea and Japan. Obviously, Australia and Thailand are going to be fielding some very impressive rosters, but I think they really have put the 2 best teams in this entire conference in the same group, in Group A, and they're going to be facing off first.
Yeah, this is really the matchup to watch in general, I would say, because I do think that overall the group, the majority of the Japanese roster coming from Veril, of course, which just narrowly got eliminated, coming to that Asia finals that happened earlier. You know, they even nearly beat Zeta, of course. And I do think this is a roster that could challenge Korea overall, but Korea obviously going to be a favorite, Avril.
I would like to think so. I mean, Korea is obviously a team that has made it all the way in the World Cup before, a team that we expect the highest things from. given that the majority of this roster, I'm sure we'll get into the roster in just a short while so you can see exactly who we're talking about, but we're talking majority Crazy Raccoon players in this team who just won Champions Clash. We're talking about Korea as a standard for Overwatch professional esports in the past, being the team to beat, the country to beat, the country that has had the highest average quality level of players for the longest time, up until maybe recently, where you would say EMEA have kind of caught up a bit in some regards. But then again, you look at Champions Clash, the Korean teams basically out on top, except against Twisted Minds. So Crazy Raccoon players largely on this Korea roster, they are the team to beat, not only in this Asia conference, in their group as well, but possibly for the entire World Cup, depending on how the meta shapes up for the rest of the year.
I mean, and even historically, when we look at World Cup as an entity from 2017 to now to 2026, which is crazy how long this program's been running when you think about the various types of Overwatch history that we've seen. I mean, I remember 2017 we had, and even before that, we had Huck. There was like players that you couldn't believe that were playing in some of these World Cups very, very early on. Muzelk for Team Australia and things like that, right? And so now we've really solidified and made these rosters in general for the national teams are so much stronger. And I do think Korea is still going to be the team to beat historically throughout the entirety of the World Cup program, even though they have lost. It has happened, but still the definitive favorite usually when we go into the World Cup.
You brought the legendary 2016 year of the World Cup, where we had all the infamous content creators in those teams. But I remember 2017 fondly as well. I was committing for Team New Zealand that year, and we actually got to go to Santa Monica for that group stage. That was a lot of fun. Brought a lot of team there. That was Team USA in the same group, if I'm not mistaken. I remember losing to Jake, which is not a fun memory. It's okay, I beat him.
Why?
I beat him the show match in 2024 in Dallas, so I got him.
Why is it not fun to lose to Jake? I mean, Jake, he's the epitome of our sport, and we love Jake. We're so
we gotta stop lying on broadcast of us. This one rule we have: we can't be lying on the broadcast. There's just no way. USA's not even your team. You're Team Pakistan now. You gotta show up with your actual
I'm dual
team.
citizen. I'm dual citizen.
I see.
Dual citizen. So I'm kind of repping both in this situation holistically. But it is going to be, I think, a great opening match between these two rosters, and definitely really sets the tone, I think, for when we just get into World Cup proper, because this is our first match of the whole event, and it's a really kind of a banger to start off with. And I'm really excited to see, because I think also when we talk about the evolution of World Cup, in particular, Korea, not only are they typically the favorite, it feels like every year they've started to take World Cup more and more seriously. Every year they just refined it even more. Now we've essentially just gotten the most recent tournament winning roster with some great additions. And I do think for Korea, this is just a great year for them to potentially win it all again. But Japan definitely not going to be a slouch in the group and potentially competitive for the whole event.
I was going to say, is there a year where they didn't take it seriously? I mean, we know that...
You could argue that the year where they had... was it the year that the USA won? I think people would be like, well... they kind of sandbagged, perhaps. Like, maybe they didn't bring their best to the fore. Maybe it was just that. I think that was Krusty as a head coach for that year, so they could be like, maybe this is a certified Krusty classic.
Okay.
In that moment. Could be one of those. There's a lot of explanations. Obviously, it just depends where you stand, and obviously neither of us we're not necessarily South Korean insiders in the scene per se, though obviously we hear a lot of information, so who knows exactly where it lands in this situation. But I do think for this year at least, it feels like they're just like, okay, let's just throw what we got, our best, at the wall here, and just like try to get another win, another dub on the board for South Korea in the World Cup.
Yeah, so it's been a couple of years actually since they've actually won, because they were, like you sort of mentioned, they lost to USA in, what was that, 2019 year, and then famously they lost to both Finland and China in 2023. I was going to say last year, but it's been 3 years, guys, since we've had the World Cup. So they did lose there as well. Japan, on the other hand, as before we get into the actual rosters, we'll talk about their history slightly here. They sort of competed, but they had a 9th to 12th finish in 2023 in the last Overwatch World Cup. And in 2019, in the preliminaries, they came 11th to 20th. Unfortunately, they lost to, it was Italy, 2-3. So it's been, you know, a bit of a rough journey for Japan, but also in the last 3 years since there's been an Overwatch World Cup of us since 2023, Japan has just gone from strength to strength in those 3 years.
Yeah, it's been a huge evolution of their scene in general, and the amount of talent they have and the amount of investment in the region. How just I feel like Japanese fans in general are loving the game of Overwatch, which should reflect here for the World Cup team. And I do think, like we were talking about, they are very competitive for this year's World Cup. And so something to root for if you're a Japanese fan.
All right, well, we're just about ready to head into game here. So, again, Korea versus Japan. We'll have to look at, well, we'll find out, actually, live in match of us what our bans are. But we do know first map is going to be Oasis. And just to quickly run through the rosters, because we didn't get a chance to do that, Heesang, Sonjin, Stalker, Junbin, Max, Chorong, and Simple for South Korea, Nico, Kyuki, Ruromiya, KSG, Epic, Wydot, and Finn for Japan. That's right, Finn is on this roster.
Bat. I'm bat
Know that
chesting.
guy.
I'm bat chesting hearing that news. Yeah, we know that guy. We do know that guy. So it's very good to talk about just with this mix of Beryl and Geekay and some other squads that have come out here. And obviously, for Korea, like we talked about, it is the Crazy Raccoon roster from OWCS with Simple and with Simple pretty much right now.
Yep. At least in this opening lineup with Simple, Junbin starting out on the Rhine. Possibly expecting Kashi to do something funny on the off-tank side, but it's just going to be the Malga to start things off from. We're not getting any Cat Bastion in this opening fight, of course. We're still waiting to find out what the exact bans were. It could be that either Cat or Bastion were banned out initially.
I believe Cat was banned. We just didn't have something to prep just yet, but we do have Cat banned initially as well. As you see this first fight going the way of Korea, this Reinhardt aggression here with the Symmetra, just running over this Team Japan right now.
Okay, looking like a bit of a spawn cap at the moment. KSG swapping over towards the Hazard. Else all pretty similar here. A little bit of repositioning, shenaniganry going from Junbin's Rhine. Of course, we did start to see a little bit more Ryan coming through from Champions Clash. A little bit of Ryan duels as well. Both teams figured Ryan in some cases, but in this case, right now, Japan, they're kind of getting crushed in this fight as... Don't mind the HUD as well. It's flipped at the moment. Japan is the blue team of Korea, is the red team still winning.
And a little bit deep there for Korea. I mean, you saw Jumpman go for the charge, despite that early pick there as well from Chorong on Epic. Just losing those players, going a little too deep, didn't have the sustain. As now, Team Japan making their way onto the point, getting the flip, 25% here for Korea coming back in, still sticking with this Reinhardt composition. They've been about to have the rush, equalizing Simple, so there is going to be an opportunity here for Japan to stay on the point to win this fight with this portal that's coming up.
Stalker coming up to Deadeye as well. A very important moment. Stalker really stood out in Champions Clash for Crazy Raccoon. Now he'll be looking to do the same for Team Korea. First to the site is going to be the tank of KSG. Everyone just leaving the point very quickly. Simple still waiting for his moment to find the Casino Rush. Will be Finn coming in first. Simple to respond. He's going to likely drop wall in this fight as well.
Jumping, getting the pin, close to Shatter, still just trying to pressure, maybe going a little deep again, has to back on out as Nico going down. That's a lot of damage off the field, but Jumping getting traded here. Still, Team Korea going to play on the walls. It ends up finished here. Here comes the re-engage. KSG going to drop the down one, maybe find one, is going to find Heesang.
Chorong, late B,
Ajax!
Opening fight! Or rather, I should say, opening round of our first map is just going to be an Ajax from good old Chorong. Didn't expect that early in the day for South Korea. Epic doesn't even have a sound barrier on the other end. Chorong went for a bit of a risky play. Below half HP, I'm pretty sure, is when he actually went for the cast time and doesn't land on the ground. Big opportunity miss there.
And if you're not, you know, sometimes you have to, you just got to go for it. You know, maybe a little, I would say a little risky, obviously. Health pool that he had to jump in, looking to TP, try to reposition, looking at the charge, but then comes around, drops a Shatter, hits Epic. Epic on the ground, gonna go down, so no sound barrier available here for Team Japan.
Yeah, real kind of random there. It looked like Junbin nearly basically missed a charge, but still managed to find a Shadow and a singular target. If there's one target you want, probably going to be the Lucio to prevent the sound barrier from coming on through. Late punish here from Kashi onto Junbin. It'll be Japan's opportunity now to get a bit of an extra lead on this capture point, still with a sound barrier in hand for next fight.
Yeah, I mean, the Shadow just unfortunately finds one. It finds a very valuable target, but Nico with the overclock, getting a ton of picks there off the Shadow jump, just not able to pressure, not able to get the zone up there on the flank. So Korea looking to re-engage here, getting into a last fight territory here, Avril. Is Epic still holding on to the barrier? I mean, double supportal coming up here for Team Japan. It's a very winnable fight.
He's very low. He needs to be able to heal up here. Finn nearly onto Katsuna Rush. You mentioned it. Double support ultimate will be absolutely huge. The Stalker not finding any targets here. Tempo beat from Epic, knowing there's nothing on the side of Korea to stop this at all. And Finn could just last a little bit longer. Katsuna Rush before Simple, but they both have it overlaid. Low HP on the side of Japan. They're losing a tank earlier. Junbin and Stalker getting the necessary kills, the important ones, allowing Korea to get that flip on the point itself. And despite the tempo beat from Epic, still a South Korea win.
I mean, just a disastrous fight there for Japan, unfortunately, because, like you said, they had the support ults. They had the double support ult, but they just went into the room with the Reinhardt. I mean, it really was just that simple. They all went into the room with the Reinhardt, didn't hit the pulse, didn't find an early pick, and then you see Finn popping the rush behind enemy line just on the stairs, has to immediately TP out, so just gets no value from it either. The Reinhardt, the Symmetra, getting so much there for Team Korea, and now last fight here for Team Japan, trying to make their way back into the point. They are going to have the barrier for Korea. They're going to have the beat here for Korea as well, along with the shatter. So much that can pressure just this area denial fight.
And we'll trust that Chorong's going to land the beat this time around as well. Going to not take too many risks. He's the important play to look at. Starting out is going to be the photon barrel from Heesang. Already Japan is trying to make any headwind. The shield is just in the way here. KSG have some downpour. Got to turn around for that one. Instant reaction from Chorong, keeping everybody healthy. No kills just yet.
Don't be in the room. Don't want to be lower. They want to be lower, Avril. Oh.
It's got the crit shatter on 2 players. The fight's over, and the round is going to be over as well. Japan had their opportunity of us. It was a little bit earlier on with the double support ultimates, and once Korea won that fight, well, there's not going to be too much to stop them in the further fight afterwards.
I mean, unfortunately, they just didn't know how to get away from the melee hero. They didn't know how to escape the melee hero's grasp. Avril is just time and time again two of the pivotal fights there. The fight that ultimately lost them that round when they committed the double support ults into the lower parts of the point. Just weren't able to clean up. And then there, again, getting caught. The TP getting used. No cooldowns with the backline for Japan. Getting caught with the double shatter kill coming out there for Junbin. So the Reinhardt still proving his effective, especially when combined with the Symmetra, which Symmetra is such a meta-defining hero here at the top level for Overwatch. The ability to just make any map much smaller, put your supports, put your DPS anywhere on the map, along with your tank, just especially if they're one that's not mobile, which is very, very powerful. So now, Junbin going into a ball here, which is very characteristic of this hero pool.
It's the signature pick, and I was wondering, you know, assuming Ball wasn't banned yet, that would be a very important start for him. But speaking of which, backline for Japan already taken out nice and early, and that just continues. Junbin's POV is all squeaky clean, nothing happening there. Japan falling by the wayside on the rest of the point.
Yeah, we did see Junbin get into the rollout of now KSG just going to be likely going down late. Yes, as the rest of Korea just cleaned up those squishy targets there for Japan. Getting caught, Stalker, Heesang here. A combination we've been seeing a bit, right, is this a lot of Pharah, a lot of Cass. Just try to play a very poke-heavy, just damage style. The Pharah is kind of hard to punish, especially if you're potentially playing Malga. There's no D.Va on the field. So now Japan looking to recontest.
Malga's going to have some good input specifically onto Heesang's fire. Okay, should be a good kill to Junbin here as well, but against Korea with Junbin on ball, it's going to be a tough call. This is the best look for Junbin, the best look for the core of this team Korea, which is Crazy Raccoon and Heesang. Just going to get that conk shot onto Kyuki. A nice early 4v5.
And no Tracer here for Japan. I mean, the Kyuki around so early means that, okay, Junbin, I can be aggressive, Stalker, I can walk forward. Here comes the rest of Korea off the pick, knowing that their backline is going to be way less pressured here. Trying to chase down some of those. Has to reload. Oh, unfortunately not going to get epic, but still, Korea going to chase all the way in the spawn, going to back on out, and the ults starting to stack up here a bit for Korea.
Pretty massively as well. The only ult that goes the other direction is Finn, a little bit closer in terms of finding Kitsune Rush, which will be pretty important, but you're going into double DPS ultimates. Heesang always going to be very dangerous on the flank, coming through from an off angle in the sky. Luka doing his best to challenge that.
He's going in aggressive. I've been just immediately going to trade, actually. There, Suzu gets used. There's the rush 2 early from Finn. Simple, not going to have it just yet here, Avril. But maybe an opening for Japan.
The fact that Heesang even goes down is a pretty decent trade for Japan, but support's going down next. Finn on low HP. Heesang now swapping over towards the Symmetra. Simple's going to clean this one up, dropping the finale of the Kitsune Rush, and likely could just be the last fight here. We're already at 80%. Japan's still slowly losing plays. They got to reset now.
Yeah, they're looking at a last fight situation here. They are going to have the Tracer, they are going to have the beat, so there's going to be some opportunities to potentially touch, but Korea looking like they want to contest here really aggressively. Deny the chance for some of these heroes to touch, maybe just get some picks, and they try to make it a point. As the high noon off the off angle there with the TP. Finn's already down.
That should be it, 99%. Just a nice little victory sound barrier for South Korea. And map 1, specifically that second round of ours, very quick, very decisive, at least in our opening university round, a little bit more back and forth. Junbin Ryan, kind of funny moments, strong Ajax in absolutely hilarious moment. But aside from that, he has still managed to pull back on that round 1, and we don't go to round 3 yet.
Yeah, and this is to be, I think you look at Korea's strengths, like they're just flexing how much depth they have in the hero pool, right? And you're seeing it in this match, in this map so far. So now for Team Japan, it's a question of where can you go? You know, where now you can lose your pick after first map. You have the option to take the map that you're maybe comfortable on, that will fit your hero a little bit better. And the question is really, is there for Japan that's going to feel more comfortable into this Team Korea roster?
Also got subs on these rosters as well. We'll have to see if any of those end up being played. But currently, Japan, they're going to need to pick a pretty good secondary map and perhaps look towards what bans will be good here as well. If we go to a ball map, ban the ball against Junbin, would be a pretty strong look. I knew as soon as we got the ball out on that second round of Garden, it was going to be a tough look for Japan, because that is by far going to be Korea's strongest comp, and what Crazy Raccoon really won Champions Clash with as well, with Junbin on that ball. So that is going to be something that Japan will struggle, that every single team will struggle against when they face Korea.
Ball is just really a hero that's very tough to deal with as well, despite, you know, everyone's like, oh, you can play a Sombra, you could play a Mei, maybe it's just still not really an easy hero to ever really counter pick. It's more so like maybe you're able to build around the rest of the comp that's supporting the ball and hoping that the ball's weaknesses are not going to be able to follow up. As here, you know, a little bit of replays going on with this roster is going to be the Ajax from Chorong. Definitely a very questionable beat decision, and then there's the double shatter kill in lower def. But that's Chorong for you. I feel like Admiral Chorong is a very aggressive Lucio throughout his time. He's and just support player in general, so it lines up here. So I just don't really know if there is exactly a map per se that you can argue that the ball is ever going to be bad for. So you're talking about a bit maybe just ban the ball if you're Team Japan, like going into maybe some of the upcoming maps, unless maybe you're really feel confident in that you can play like a very, very good Symmetra Rush type of comp. But even then, the ball very strong into that still with slams.
Yeah, I'm thinking go towards maybe an escort, something that's going to really lean away from it. Let's see that KSG Sigma come through. Force Max to be subbed in for Korea as well. See how that goes. That's usually a good type of play once you go up against this type of core, right? If you were playing against the actual Crazy Raccoon roster, you'd probably want to take them to a map where you instantly force them to sub away Jinbin, just to get a bit of a change up on their roster, see how that goes. So looking towards the escort side of things, or you just take away a flashpoint. I think a good strat here is to take away a flashpoint early, pick that map, pair it with a ball ban. That way you get one of the highest value ball bans you can possibly get on one of Ball's best maps. If you think the series is going to go somewhat of a distance, which I think if you're going to beat Korea, is probably going to be a 4 or 5 map required here from any team, but you know, definitely Japan. And I still think, by the way, Japan is likely the second best team in this entire Asia conference here. Going to a flashpoint like Survasa, banning away the ball, forcing it towards Amalgam matchup. I think KSU would love it if it's Amalgam matchup. He's already been really trying to get the Amalgam in so far on Oasis, but Junbin's not going to be playing into that mirror anytime soon, unless I think you pressure him in specific ways, maybe with bans.
Yeah, it's very unlikely. And even like you said, like we get a ball ban. Junbin is still very comfortable playing a huge variety of heroes. Same with Max if they sub in, because typically these subs and bans are going to be working pretty similar to what we, if you're, you know, watcher to BCS, the bans are going to happen post subs. So realistically, I mean, it depends if Max is already in, right? You probably won't bother to ban ball then. But I do think that for the situation, ball ban, especially on a flashpoint, could be a fantastic option for Japan. It's kind of just chugging against the inevitable tide of how strong Korea's depth is and how many different options they have in the hero pool, I think, for this squad. So for Japan, they really have to just narrow in at like what's the comp that they feel the most confident in Avril. And I mean, I haven't seen as much with this core roster myself. I've been much more watching North America, EMEA. From your perspective, what is like the strength here for Team Japan?
It's going to be as many players on that Varel side, KSG and Nico in particular. The problem with this Japan roster is when you consider the core comes from Varel, they are definitely missing some of their stronger players. Top Dragon is typically, you know, one of their, probably is a star player for Varel. He's a Korean player, so it wouldn't be eligible on the team. Adding Finn in is definitely a good boon, but so far not really seeing too much out of the Epic Finn type of combination going on right now. Obviously, you don't have your main support Slay from the Varel squad. It really is, to me, going to come down to KSG and Nico being the star players to really pull through their weight. Saw a little bit of that Nico. Cassie on that last map. Cassie in a pretty decent place in the meta. I think Nico probably still is one of those Sojin players. Might need to look towards going back to that type of hero. I think Emre is maybe a little too nerfed for current meta, so we'll see if that ends up being picked at all. Circuit Royale, though, ends up being the choice. So, as a reminder here, from my perspective, I was thinking either you go straight to a flashpoint with the ball ban, or you go to an escort, force the Max sub in, KSG will then play the Sigma. Max will come in and play the Sigma in response, and we'll see how that one goes.
Yeah, probably one of the better options here for Japan. And also, I mean, Circuit Royale, strong map for ball, but not necessarily the strongest map for ball either. So does kind of force, like you said, that max sub potentially if they want to go that angle. But once again, then you're still getting the Korea's wheelhouse of you're getting Cass, you're getting Sojourn, you're getting Heesang Farah, you're getting the Symmetra comps, you're giving the potential where Chorong, for the Chorong backline is alongside Simple to play like this double flex support option, right? Because Chorong is a relatively flexible player that, even though he has played historically a lot of main support, that Lucio, Brigitte, he can play those more flex support options. So it's just that issue of that multifaceted threat that Korea brings. So a lot of it's going to be on how confident does Japan feel on taking some of the maps that maybe they can force the ball out of the equation.
So we do have more further information. It's going to be Lucio and Hazard ban. We'll work on exactly who banned what here. But if I was to guess, I would say that the Hazard ban more likely came from Korea to target KSG. But at the same time, I think both teams know that this is going to be a Sigma matchup. So I don't think Hazard was likely to be played anyway. The Lucio ban does tell a lot. It means we're going to be potentially moving into either double flex support or more of a Brig look coming from the teams. Brig Sigma is a decent combo from the tank support side. Otherwise, Alari Ana, seen a lot of play. Alari Kiriko could be a possibility here as well. Definitely looking over towards some kind of Alari plus hero on the Circuit Royale.
Yeah, and I think this is just going to be kind of a bit of a skill check for Japan because, okay, control, it happens. You're playing the jump and ball. You have the jump and Ryan. You have some of these like rush comps. Here, if you can't bring it together, then it starts to get a lot more dire, right? Not just because you're down 2 maps in the series, but because really at that point, what's left in the tank in terms of like strats that you can pull out here, you know? At that point, all you have left is maybe a ball ban future down, which is relatively impactful, but there's still going to be plenty of tools in Team Korea's wheelhouse post that point. So hopefully this is just going to be their option that I think worked really well for them. We'll see what the bans work out to be, who did what, because obviously we're still trying to figure that on our side. But for Japan, this is kind of I would say it's obviously not the end-all be-all, but it's definitely a very, very strong point to like, do they have what it takes to kind of bring the series further at this point?
I think despite the fact that Japan is the obvious second favorite in this group, map differential still matters, as we saw on the earlier format graphic, where the second and third priority for tiebreaker is looking at specific map differentials. So Japan getting a map in this matchup right now would basically, you would imagine, secure them a top 2, assuming they don't lose to the other 2 teams in Group A.
Now, don't write off Pakistan just yet, okay? Don't write them off just yet. You haven't. That's the thing.
If Pakistan or Hong Kong end up somehow taking a map off of Korea or finding that sort of map differential and tiebreaker, Japan can find themselves in a sore spot in terms of losing out on a tiebreaker. So I would say in these round robins, given that, you know, we're not going to a bracket, the individual maps at the end of the day, because you are playing 3 matches here, having the better map differential is going to help out a lot. So Japan wants to make sure they get that one map in it, because if they get a map versus Korea and no one else gets a map versus Korea, that might be the difference.
It could be, especially when you're dealing with this, what we could argue is maybe somewhat lopsided groups. When you have like, because all you do talk about the effects of, okay, map differential when you have very close groups, right? It's like, okay, these maps are all going to matter because our records are going to be very close. But also when you have very hugely different records, but everyone all in sort of like that bottom half of the distribution has near identical records as well, then the maps also are going to be extremely important, like you were talking about. So this could be an opportunity for them to be, you know, setting themselves up for success later on, guaranteeing that sort of top 2 position, or putting them in a little bit of danger. Obviously right now, I think if you're looking holistically at what Korea's current success is, it does look a little bit slim to potentially get that. But if there is a team in this group that is favored to get maps off Korea, it is Team Japan currently. And this is going to be one of their best shots to do it.
Want to really see if Sonjin gets a bit of playtime at some stage as well. I imagine he will. I imagine that Max will obviously get playtime, given that Jimin and Max's swap rotation is very obvious, given how they do that in Crazy Raccoon. Typically, they will both almost guaranteed get playtime during a series. Sonjin and Simple, for that matter, but Simple obviously being paired alongside Chorong. Simple is locked in for support because there is no other support player here. Sonjin, with Heesang and Stalker, makes this just an incredibly versatile DPS trio, because you already have Stalker that mixes up the roles between hit scan and flex DPS / projectile. I mean, he's already like the hyperflex player in all of OWCS alongside guys like Proper, but Sonjin is another player I'm really looking at. Brings a lot of flexibility on board, and hopefully we'll see a little bit of play time moving forward. But start to be looking towards the
And look, there he
opening
is.
of map 2. Max is subbed in, and so is Sonjin, actually.
Yeah, I mean,
coming
it's
in on the
really
side of,
a wealth
Japan
of
as well.
riches for Team Korea here, Avril, because, I mean, arguably you could argue that Sunjin doesn't necessarily, his hero pool doesn't necessarily change much for Korea. It's just more so you have another great, fantastic, flexible player to play for this team. And it is like we talked about, we are seeing the doubles. Yeah, that's fair. And we do see the double Sigma also here. So we are seeing the option where there's just a Sigma matchup. Stalker gonna be looking here for some headshots, and also Sunjin there on the Hanzo look for the off angles.
Heavily lead play coming through Stalker on the Widowmaker plus style. You have a lot more poke on the Japan support line, but otherwise, I mean, with the addition of Ruramia coming on the Mei, looking for some proactivity coming through from this defensive side. Get those Mei walls in there, and you forgot about the Widowmaker, Nico. Can't do that.
And then here comes the aggression. All Team Korea just going to be walking on forward, walking over. Team Japan, who is going to try to play the corner. Lamp used pretty early, but you see they're all in the sight lines right now. Poke onto Stalker. Stalker getting pretty poked out, actually. Can't take the peek. So KSC still just trying to anchor the corner right now, but they have to touch.
KSG's been bullied out. Look at the difference in his ult charge compared to Max. Max dies first due to the fact that Whiteout does burn in the extra amplification matrix. I should give the opportunity now for Japan to stabilize here, but KSG needs to do a lot of catch-up. And Nico, he was showing respect over towards Stalker. It should be an easy fight for him to win. Requires the extra usage of the drone to save his life. Japan will get away with that one, with all players alive, but an ultimate does get burned.
But that's a great situation to be in here for Japan, considering that it was a near cap. They brought it around the corner. Very, very good pressure. Denying the peaks there from Stalker, and then they get that window in time from Whiteout. So Whiteout getting a lot of value on the BAP here, which is a little bit of that extra sustain that the BAP brings comparatively to the Juno. So Korea just playing a little bit more of like that explosive style here, trying to build the Ray. Now Japan, we are fighting in the corner.
Max, early flux, he has that advantage. And the response is going to be Finn trying to find something on the back line of Korea. Doesn't look like anything will happen in that regard. It's simple, just drops down the orbital ray, and Korea will walk on forward, full of heals, full of extra damage. Busquetschi still yet to find his ultimate in response. Will be the last one falling to Japan, but it will be a cap for Korea.
Hello there.
And just really just that ult advantage going in the way of Korea there, finding those early picks. Japan not finding much, didn't have anything in the bank still. Whiteout not even having that window up available just yet because they popped it earlier in that fight. So now Korea gonna move on forward here. Past first with Stalker still on this Mei. They are gonna have the Captive Sun available as well, which is very strong when you hold this Show Cure Apple, right? Because it puts so much pressure from the high ground here because you're gonna have that Alari beat up in the skybox, trying to get those squishies. So Japan here, they're gonna have to be watching for Chorong's ultimate, along with worrying about the wall from Stalker.
Chorong has to just be concerned a little bit about the kinetic grasp eat from KSG, but aside from that, he'll be pretty good sights here. But Japan have stabilized here with 4 ultimates, and they managed to push out Korea, showing a lot of restraint as they fall back a little bit. Nico dropping the OC, doesn't find anything there, just a headshot from Sonja to shut it down, and Chorong putting some extra damage. I don't believe he's got an explosion kill on that Captain Sun yet. A lot of ultimates being traded across the board from Japan, basically using everything, and now their 5th and final ultimate on Whiteout's Amp Matrix. The 2nd time we'll have that so far in the course of this map. Seems like it's done enough to force Korea back.
Great to stabilize here, but the problem is they haven't removed them, they haven't gotten picks, so Korea can refight the situation. And Stalker's coming in here with the Blizzard Max, about to have the Flux as well, so Japan, very expensive fight for them to not get too much here and lose all this ground.
Instant catch onto Roromiya. This is a frozen KSG as well, which you'll definitely not see living for too much longer. Capture come on in just a moment. In fact, it already has. Japan I want to defend that point after the Blizzard comes on in. You basically set it Blizzard straight into victory. KSG not even a hope of getting the grasp 8. Japan left wanting here. Still, I mean, it does cost Korea about 4 minutes, but still plenty of time left after that as well.
Yeah, and with the Flux and the Ray available, in particular the Ray here, right? This orbital Ray from the Juno just provides so much utility coming to this fight. So a lot of eyes are going to have to be on Finn. Finn with the Captive Sun available. Obviously, like we talked about, Max could theoretically be eating this. They could LOS this. But a good point where you can get a lot of Captive Sun value potentially because of the verticality. Wall already gets used here as well, so you see a lot of poke going on. But Japan right now looking like they want to play it a little bit slower. No, they're going to go in for engage right now.
Huge on the back line, but it should be the ice block to save. I believe it was only Stalker that caught by the Captive Sun, and it's not enough if you're looking at Finn. He needed to get at least one more member to secure a kill. Sonjin's found one into Nico, and Japan's wide swing from Finn on that flank just does not work on Out's match. Now, look for the additional punish. See if he managed to find somebody with that flux.
KSG with the response on the Soldier first, and Max, I believe, only gets wide guard here. It's not enough. With Max down, Korea likely has to fall back unless KSG can go down next.
Great finds from KSG. I mean, I have to props to Max. Hits a crazy rock there, but KSG finding that pick there on the corner. They stabilize, they stay alive here. This is a tough point to push as Japan still just peeking kind of aggressively. They don't want them to cross here for free and own the high ground. Spin, they're gonna get caught from the spam, and then here comes the engage for off the Dragon.
Dragon will be catching Roromiya. Nico lucky to get out of that one alive. Wydot not so lucky. Japan faltering here. Needing to go fast. Respawn from the rest of the members. KSG, what might have been potentially caught out there, but he's good. He's actually fine so far. He's by himself, has the flux available. Will end up dropping that right away. Captive Stun coming up from Toronto. So double support ultimates from Korea, and the freeze on top of KSG is going to deny the Captive from getting anything done, and no further touches from anybody. Would have loved to have seen Roromiya on the May get on point and ice block, but not going to be the case here, which means a decent time bank from Korea.
Very strong time make for Circuit Royale. Getting not just a completion, which is a map that's not always easy to complete, but over 2 minutes, 2 minutes 20 here on the bank, and just that glut of ults that Korea had going into that final fight, the split 2, where they didn't have to, they pretty much were forcing KSG to be like, okay, I have to flux point. I can't go for a flux on sort of those outskirts to take off pressure. And just look at the scoreboard here. I mean, look at Max. Max at 12 limbs. 2 deaths. He's just been farming here on the Sigma, and Max has been, you know, that alternate to Jumbin for Crazy Raccoon, and is just showing just he is so strong on those heroes. He's been playing Circle Route a lot. Obviously, the Sigma has been great, and even some of those comps where we've seen like the Mizuki Sigma comps to kind of counter Diva, Max has been so integral. And this is really for Team Japan, their moment to be like, okay, it's not the worst bank we've ever seen. We've definitely seen faster banks, but a big uphill battle.
Simple, by the way, got away with 0 deaths on that entire offensive side and a perfect 1,000 damage, which is quite rare. You never sort of see 4 figures rounded up by 3 zeros there. But no deaths.
That is crazy.
Definitely the stat line that is important for Simple. The fact that on what he was playing was a Juno on that last attacking side to not go down a single time. The 2-minute 20 time bank, which, as you sort of mentioned, is definitely quite strong. Stalker really feeling the Widowmaker. Definitely more risky on the defensive side, I will add. At least on the attacking side, if it doesn't work out for you, he swaps over towards the main. Now on the defensive side, he's going to have to die first before he gets a chance to swap.
Yeah, the double sniper here for Korea. So playing with a lot of poke potential, trying to let Max just take the space, and they get the off angles, find a pick. And with Nico here, being on Freya, they do have a DPS lineup that not only can pressure the front line here with RME on the Mei, but with Nico able to just go into the back line, maybe find some of those bolts to pressure out those squishier targets as well on the Freya.
I think it's going to be tough, though. Nico has to really contend with the fact that Stalker has any sort of sight lines, which will be need to be built by Max, by the way. Max has to really solidify this front line to give opportunity for Stalker to find shots. But it's not Stalker, I guess, that Japan needs to be worried about. So far, it's Sonja with a double. Both backline is gone. Japan likely has nothing left to say in this fight.
Nico is going to get Sunjin, but still, Spawn's going to be plenty time for them to make it back. And you just see how Korea bend back there from the aggression. Max just backs on from that aggression, from that wall. Lets Korea absorb them, try to find those picks on the flank. That's exactly what they do with the early pick on Wydot. As Max says, okay, you know what? And you are not getting out. Going to drop the flux essentially in spawn, and here comes a very aggressive hold for Korea at the doors.
This is a spawn camp. You rarely quite ever see a spawn camp from any team on Circuit Royale. This is quite a dangerous spawn camp, just given how open things are. Typically, you'd want to play more towards the corner that Stalker's currently holding. Max even just dropping the flux on the spawn doors for what it's worth. Do note the change up from KSG on towards the Diva is just like now online for Stalker.
Which I think is nice. I mean, it gives them a little bit more options here to potentially zone out some of these squishies on the backline, particularly DPS. But the problem here is that they're just taking so much damage from the rest of their squad right now. They're just getting hammered by those double long range DPS, Charlong as well, and Simple poking. So if they're going to play this composition here, Avril, they really need to find a way around Max. They need to find a way of not losing anyone too early and just try to get some more value here into the backline and let that Diva make space for them to hit.
Korea's got all the ultimates right now. Wydot's still really trying to find his way into ultimate territory with the Ray. 1% away from that one. Korea happy to give away a little bit of space just to see what Japan's going to open up with. Japan does need to open up with something quite quickly. Over Ray.
Oh, KSG going to eat The Captive Sun, that's big, and here comes the limbs going their way. The lamp used late, but the Blizzard catching simple here. Avril, this should be a cap, barring a disaster. I mean, it's only Max alive. Stalker coming back up, and yeah, just gonna be going back to spawn here. And beautiful eat there from KSG.
Massive.
I mean, just had all those support ults available.
Yeah, as soon as we swap over towards the D.Va, okay, maybe it's a little harder to get that eat while you're on the Sigma, but D.Va is certainly going to be the exact hero you're looking for to shut down Chorong. Japan finding their mark. Cap has been confirmed, and Korea getting nothing done with that double backline support ultimates. Opening kill is going to go to Nico on this next up following fight, but trades coming on through. KSG having a much better time on this. D.Va is going to get demeched, unfortunately. Not going to bother wasting the self-destruct there. That will be a lost fight now.
Oh, no stagger, okay. And that is one of those moments here as we reflect this away from the spawns to come back into Japan, where having that double sniper, that double long range DPS duo kind of hurts into that Mei, because you have the Blizzard, you have the sustain from the Mei. As Nico looking like they maybe want to swap. Nope. Gonna come back, I mean, close to overclock here for this fight. Overclock gonna be very strong, especially with still no D.Va on the field. Japan doing the approach, getting closer. Wall already used here as well, so maybe an opportunity here for Japan to commit, but they are pretty low. As Nico gonna find Sunjin.
Here comes Max's opportunity. Ice blocked out. Actually, not quite, but it doesn't matter. Romeo survives regardless. Sonjin down means 4v5. He's respawning. It might be Stalker's turn next. Find this opportunity. Lobs in the Blizzard deep. Nico managed to get past the Blizzard though, and with that, looking for an angle, looking for a player, but it's going to be Stalker with the icicle. Beautiful, straight into the dome of Nico, and might just be opportunity still for Stalker and the rest of Korea. Stalker going down. Maybe get the cleanup here. Max being alive in the middle of the enemy's captive, rather, the enemy's orbital ray. He's just staying alive, holding the payload, getting the last kill to Romeo before Blizzard.
And now KSG, I mean, getting a late Alimba. Beautiful rocks again from Max. And with that orbital ray used from Wydot, that's a lot of fuel gone for the push here. KSG giving them a little bit of hope here, finding that late pick, but the spawns are pretty close, and Max just not letting the cart move anywhere here. And Max is going to find another rock, and that's going to be there, forcing the bomb as well.
Might be a kill onto the Baby D.Va as well. KSG desperately looking to remake. Whoa, not get it in time. Does it kind of in the open though. Stalker gets a bit of a layup shot. Long range rock again onto Romeo, forcing the ice block, and Stalker's just going to go further forward, try to time the flux. By the way, dropped it on his own head if you didn't know about that play. He lifts up Romeo, jumps down, like he basically puts himself between Romeo and the ground, and that way the flux drops Romeo on his own head, instantly dealing the damage, not even waiting for the body to hit the floor.
I mean, Max is terrorizing this push right now on the Sigma. Max is absolutely terrorizing. And you see, I mean, that's part of the value of having the Sigma into the D.Va Riser. Hitting those rocks is so much value here. Now Japan trying to cross yet again. Chorong going to commit the Captive Sun. Looking for anyone.
Finds the Mei though. Mei will just be ice blocking away. So dodges out from getting the Captive Sun eaten away. Finn will definitely get to find his value. He just sees a singular target, says that's enough for me. Chorong already goes down to KSG. So a 5 versus 3. This has to be the fight going Japan's way. Finally, a lot of time has been burnt here. Remember, Japan is looking for some sort of time back here. They're definitely not going to get the 220 time back, but a finish on the map at all will be good.
And Ray is going to be up here. Over Ray going to be up for Wydot very soon. They'll have to worry about Nico Gold here as well. Just to play the off angle, try to drop that bolus. But they need to back up a bit as Korea walks on in there. Aware of the Blizzard. Stalker going to have that available here for the Vegan test. Maybe going to put a lot of pressure on the KSG before popping it.
Nico's angle got caught out a little bit there by Max. Here comes the Razor, talking about double raise on both sides. Bowler going to the back line and just stickies up a bunch of plays in the back. Meanwhile, KSG finds the eat onto the Blizzard. That could be critical here, but no supports alive for Japan. Things could still get...
They got a touch!
Things could still get pretty dire, and it gets unbelievably dire because we don't have a touch. Guess what I've asked? Map 1, we had an Ajax. Map 2, we had a C9. What are we going to get next?
We're hitting all the buzzwords. All the buzzwords, if you're keeping along, if you're keeping track at home with the bingo card, every single factor is being hit. We're finding all the categories. And despite the beautiful from KSG, I mean, the pressure is so strong there. And really, once again, Max just taking so much space, just pushing them forward there on the Sigma. And you see that power of Max coming in the sub. Just the overall flexibility this roster has between Jumpman and Max that we've seen in OWCS, obviously for Crazy Raccoon here for Team Korea. And it is just a very, very strong tank line that's available for this team. And just bullying KSG on the D.Va there for large portions of the map.
Stalker as well, finding some crazy good shots. And obviously that was just a freeze, but we saw some decent right clicks coming on through. Nico feeling like he wasn't able to stay on the Sojin was quite interesting to me. Freya, still to me, a little bit of a niche pick in current meta. I won't say completely bad as a pick, but very niche. And in this particular matchup, not too convinced by it overall. When you really get into the weeds of it, I think this is maybe still a finishable map for Japan. Unfortunately, the C9 is going to cost them dearly. They'll likely not have had any time left because they hit the OT already, which is what the C9 came from. Which means they would have a minute 30 to finish the map with, which would have been quite difficult. Still doable, but likely the time bank, the 2-minute 20 difference there would have been a bit too much. And star of that show, I think you sort of called it out, was Max. Particularly, you saw how hard Max was gapping KSG in the initial phase of the Sigma trade-off in that first opening round. I believe it was Crazy Raccoon attacking side. I remember seeing 70-something% ult charge for Max to 20-something% for KSG, just to show the damage difference.
I mean, he's a monster. He's a monster on the field, and that's why this team is so scary here for World Cup, because they do have just a ridiculously flexible hero pool roster. They have the option to play pretty much any composition that's currently meta or even non-meta, that still even fits their strengths really well. And it is one of those situations where you even look at a team that's as strong as Japan and you're like, okay, what do we do against a roster that's just this well-rounded and has so many strong just overall players across the board on it. And I do think that's where the struggle is, and why we're predicting that Korea once again is another favorite to win this year, even though we're just in the group stage. It's a very, very early prediction, but it's a pretty safe one. If you were to place it, I would say is that Korea is going to be potentially winning the World Cup again, but by no means a done deal. And for Team Japan, you look at them, the ball ban, I should say, still on the table. They have options to go to like Flashpoint next, right? A couple different options here as a loser pick, but the ball band's still available if they want to go to something like a Flashpoint, like a Surabasa or something like that, Avril.
Yeah, I believe we'll get confirmation on map coming up very shortly. It is still Japan picks, what it's worth, having lost the previous map and the map before that one. But when you really break down the rosters, like, I do think the overall sentiment is that Japan should be the second best team in this entire Asia portion of the World Cup for the Asia Conference, right? But, like, I mean, South Korea, when you look at their team, given that it's 5 Crazy Raccoon members, then topped up with Sonjin and Simple, you've basically got more than the core. You've got four members at any given time will be Crazy Raccoon members, which means they already understand exactly how to play with each other. For Varel and Japan, they have 3 Varel members, but Kyuki is a bit of a sub on the Varel side, obviously, because it's Nico and Top Dragon playing the entire time. Kyuki doesn't really get much play time. So you have KSG and Nico, but then the rest of Japan have to sort of find a way to fit in there. And we all know that Finn has good capability to play, but some of the other members probably don't have quite the same level of experience when you look at Y. Epic and Roromia. So really tested is Japan to try and get their star players in KSG and Nico as much space to play with as possible. We did see a couple of good things out of KSG, in particular. Nico, to me, still a little bit quiet at the moment. Finn had a couple of interesting moments that had some good potential, but maybe not quite landing where the mark is. But you can start to see that Finn is trying to be proactive on the map as well. This is going to be rough. It's starting to look like that Korea is very likely to roll through this entire round robin. Rios across the board for them.
Which isn't necessarily shocking, but it is obviously still, we want to see more competitive games that are coming out of here. Opportunity still on the table for Japan. We're not going to say that it's totally done yet. But if we were checking the timer here, if we put something in the oven, we're cooking a little bit. It's like, well, I think we're approaching the end here before we might get a little too crispy, potentially. So hopefully that Japan hasn't been cooking too long and they have something in their sleeves here. But likely Korea, like you said, looking very, very strong initially here. This is going to be likely the toughest opponent that's also in this group stage, in this particular group here. And so you look to them and be like, yeah, they're probably making it to those main events and will be a favorite. But for Japan, they still have some options on the table. They still have some bans available as well. But kind of struggling, I think, with the depth that Korea has as an overall roster.
Yeah, without wanting to write Japan off just yet, Japan likely will have to make sure that they get some good wins in the following 2 days against Pakistan and also Hong Kong. But what could be the final map now is going to end up being Surabasa, chosen by Japan, and we'll get some confirmation on what the hero bans end up being. But I sort of, as I alluded to earlier, a good choice for this would be to go to Surabasa and then go straight for a ball ban. So wouldn't be surprised Japan did opt to ban away the ball, and that is assuming, of course, that Jumbin is being subbed back, in which would usually be the case for this lineup of Korea.
we'll just have to see what they decide. And also, I mean, you see a ball ban, still potential to see. I think the shenanigans we have seen at mid-season clash earlier with Cat Bastion, which we haven't seen yet in this first match so far. But I highly doubt that Korea themselves are too worried about having to bust out extremely early. And then you look at Team Japan, and I feel like for them, they're not going to necessarily try to bust it out as a secret maneuver by any means. So it leaves it a little bit more open, I think, still of like, okay, ball ban is very much on the table here and something they would like to see going into a map like Survasa. And then you look to Japan and be like, okay, maybe more Diva for KSG. Maybe they try to play some just more traditional like Tracer Sojourn compositions with like a Lucio Kiriko.
Yep.
But that's another thing that Korea is going to be pretty strong at if they do decide to even mirror, even with Max not being in. I mean, Jumpin himself can even still play Diva, even though it's not really like what you're going to see him on playing a lot. He'll more than likely play like a Winston or the ball.
So a bit of confirmation behind the scenes that we have a Mizuki and Cassidy ban. Not entirely sure what the order was, but if it was Mizuki first, that would be from Japan. And Mizuki is starting to see a little bit of playtime. Possibly, if you ban away the Mizuki, it actually helps the ball. So I'm not exactly too sure about that. But the Cass ban likely to come through from the Korea side, because if they want to play ball, get rid of one of the stronger counters in Cass. You've gotten rid of the Mizuki already. So that's going to be Chains gone to stop the ball. That's going to be Flashbang Star gone to stop the ball. This is looking like Mega Ball territory now. And Japan's going to have to do something very interesting to stop this Jimbin ball, assuming that Jimbin is being subbed in, which I think he should be.
Yeah, the Mizuki ban is very interesting too, because I feel like most of the time when we're seeing these Mizuki comps come out, it's for teams that feel really confident with the, they're playing into a team that feels really confident playing around those Sigma comps to sort of take down stronger Diva teams. You've seen that sort of that rock chain combo that happens a lot just to remove the Diva from the field really fast. So very interesting to see who did that Mizuki ban. And for the Cassidy ban, I mean, I could imagine that goes the way, it could go either way, right? Of we want to protect potentially the Sojourn for Nico and just guarantee a Sojourn mirror or something like that, or also give Heesing the opportunity to just full play fair, or even Stalker play fair like all the time.
We've got Bastion, or we're going to see Cat. This is the big question here, because Cat is available. It's Mizuki that got banned. It's just going to be a dry Bastion on the floor. At least on the Korea side of things, it's going to be Bastion TP'd around by Sonja on the Sim. For Nico on the Bastion for Japan, it's just going to be
so no Cat for either squad. Yeah.
It's just completely unsupported Bastion. We'll have to see how that one goes.
Bastion is just, I mean, Soldier has to be crying. Soldier 76 crying in a corner. His job has been taken by AI, unfortunately. Bastion he's living the life. He's just living the life, the modern lifestyle here, where Bastion's taking his job as the hit scan player currently.
You know that Max is in, so no Jimbin to play ball here. It's going to be Diva. Start things out with. Could have been actually, by the way, the Sigma start on opening point for Survasa is quite a popular one for a lot of teams. Just the opening point. Otherwise, we do have roughly mirrored matches here. Just Kyuki and Sonja, the only differences. First TP coming on through, the first important one coming on through to give an opportunity for Korea. Sonja falls. No kill the Nico until a little bit later on. It's Heesang with the grenade. Himself trade out Kyuki with a double so far. Kyuki managed to find a third kill. The rest of Japan, this will be a flip for them. But Korea, mind you, has already capped the point.
However, I mean, first fight, just as important to win as getting the first cap, if not arguably more important. There's going to be the reflip there coming from Japan. Max went so deep trying to pressure the backline, but they peeled for themselves a little patty cake. As now, Japan owning the point. Pretty good here on the old charge. As there's the early rep from Finn. Going to match with Simple.
It will be Epic with a slightly sooner sound barrier here, but low HP on the side of Japan. It will be a risky one for Epic to go through from. Kyuki and Nico, though, getting enough kills. It might just be enough for Japan to squeeze on through. Max, no remake. Good kill by Finn. Well, the support there from Kyuki. Keshi, the only live tank with double DPS on the field for Korea. Not likely to do too much more here. Have to back on out and reset, and the flip does go the way of Japan as well.
And they don't have to overchase. I mean, sure, they might be able to get out, but there's going to be a chase, a little bit more wall going to be invested from Sunjin there. But Finn gets that final damage onto Simple, just falling up there from KSG. Epic going to pop the beat here as well. And now Japan in a very strong spot here on the point.
Charong and the rest of Korea live Sand Simple, so it's going to be a four-man beat. It allows Korea to push on forward, claim Nico, KSG. Let's see if he gets the remake in there as well. Low HP, crushes the mech of Max, which is a weird thing to see in the timeline there. Not something you would really be able to see a lot very often. And the point looks like it's just going to be gone. No further contest. Charong doesn't manage to get a touch with Max. No mech in sight. Korea somehow ends up kind of fumbling that opening point, despite a really nice counter sound barrier for Charong.
And I mean, Kyuki, you talked a bit how maybe not always going to be an interesting role in terms of the position of the team, but doing a lot there on the Tracer, chasing down a lot of those low players, following up the damage from Nico, and KSG, of course, also kind of working as that sort of like that large Tracer that D.Va sometimes works as too, just trying to isolate targets. So Japan getting the first point here of the flashpoint. Moving on forward, they're going to be close to the rush. Actually going to have the rush advantage as well, along with Korea holding out the full, so maybe an option to find someone as the engage goes on for Korea.
Both supports in advantage. Suzu comes in too early. Missed time there. Coming through from Simple. It's going to be like Kyuki to get a brilliant kill onto Hisa. That's the most important member down. Most DPS gone as well. Korea fallen really quickly in this opening fight. As it's Kyuki again, the player that stood out in the opening fight in the opening point, standing out again.
And a bit of a flub on the Suzu, like you said, just coming out a little bit early. On the ground, wasn't even on, I don't believe it was a stick, it was just on the ground there, and they run into it. So Kyuki still making space here for Japan, making some of these opening picks. Bastion's going to be available here for Nico, along with the rush for Finn. The ult's very, very strong for Japan as Korea going to run onto the point.
Nico down.
Nico
That's
down
a problem.
fast!
Big problem. Epic, no sound barrier in response either, so that's just going to be a lost fight. Japan going to try and hold on and maybe get a counter trade at any time possible, given that they invested a Kitsune rush, but it's going to just be a 1-to-1 ultimate. And nothing found from Japan at all.
I mean, that's probably one of the best possible fight situations there for Korea, where you pop just the early rush, walk in, even when you're equivalent on those ults, and just immediately with the wall from Heesing, denying Nico the chance to escape, removing the damage very quickly. And now they have the Symmetra wall here as well for the beats. They have a lot of options to LOS that damage. It's going to come through from Japan, but they want to go really aggressive here, right, Avril?
See if they want to go for tempo beat, right, because that's Epic's advantage. However, if they don't manage to get an initial kill to put them onto the leaderboard, Strong will have that response quickly. Japan needs something fast.
Yeah,
there it is.
Like they want to actually isolate KSG. They do find him with the wall. Beautiful find, and KSG's off the map!
No remake. KSG's gone. Doesn't manage to catch any of the green HP, so the rest of Japan is not going to likely get too much done here either. Oh man, they had the beat advantage. Shurong does eventually respond, but I do believe it was the Heesang wall that blocks off LOS onto KSG, which means the all-important D.Va doesn't find the sound barrier HP.
Yeah, and the Mei walls here from Heesang consistently finding lots and lots of value. Japan look like they want to contest. They put Yuki here on to the Venture for the chance. No, actually, they're saying, nope, we're actually not going to bother to contest. We're going to wait. And this is a composition change you see happen fairly frequently into teams that feel like they're kind of dealing with having run into issues with Symmetra, right? Avril is you get a Venture, opportunities to try to collapse on those TPs a little bit more, isolate some of the players. Yep. You're also very survivable. You have a lot of just ability to get out of the fight, get into the fight. And here's this third point, last point.
Do know that Nico is also off the Bastion. He's saying swap from Bastion to Mei some time ago. Nico says, well, I'm also not just going to run the Bastion dry anymore. Unsupported is quite a difficult call order. Double Kitsune rushes likely to be the openings here for our teams. Korea on point first, so Japan has to be the ones to pull the trigger first. And it will be Finn, simple to follow through. He's saying maybe to close the door once the fight really gets going. As these Kitsune rushes, trying to get Japan in so far, but they just can't quite get on the point itself. Here comes the Blizzard finally, not in the way by KSG. No kills yet, no freezes so far. Kyuki's just trying to find his way around the map, hidden and burrowed underneath the map itself. Still, no opening kills for this point. Do note though that Korea has managed to actually count the points to Japan now even more on a time than they were before.
Still, one of the better case scenarios there for Japan to not immediately find anyone, because you see that Heesang was waiting for a Suzu, waiting for a D-Mech maybe, and the Suzu went out. No one goes down. Epic. Beat is up. Beat's available. A little bit more Churong here as well. Gonna have to pop it to keep Nico alive, and here comes the engage. Can they find anyone for Korea? They're gonna find Simple.
Max does get back into mech. Churong finally has to be available. Will be a 4-man. It's gonna have to be enough. Japan has members alive, does get a -1 now, losing to Lucio. Still a couple of ultimates available. Nico barely staying alive via Finn. KSG not going to be able to keep his mech alive. It's Max versus KSG. Baby D.Va versus Baby D.Va. KSG gets back in mech. Nico pops the OC, and that might just be enough. Big shot of the Chorong. Should be shutting Korea out of the point. However, it's 90% and one fight territory for Korea.
They are going to get a late stagger there in a Simple, but not that late. And like you said, 90% here for Korea. They have tons of time. They're coming up on a Blizzard. And you look to this next fight here where Korea likely they just want to pressure KSG really heavily, right? They want to remove a cooldown too. Pop a Blizzard, walk on in here. And for Japan, you look at this like, okay, maybe we can go early with the Venture, just find someone, maybe Sunjin here off the TP. Venture, pretty strong to find those TP engages and try to isolate maybe the Symmetra.
Trying to look for an off angle on the shock. Tectonic shock is so far not really finding too much. Possibly a kill off the Heesang. Blizzard is in play, and Heesang is trying to get on out of there. Kashi eventually just gives up on the chase as Heesang backs his way to the mini pack. Simple now, opportunity uses the Katsuna Rush's response, allowing Finn to just burn it early though. Simple finally pops in a response. Cap goes back the way of Korea, which means more work required from Japan, and a lot more work required now that they're just losing members. Nothing in terms of kills at all. They put everything into trying to catch Heesang, and a defensive Blizzard keeps him alive.
Yeah, it doesn't even find anyone, but just gives him the space to get on out. And unfortunately, that aggressive Venture play, like you said, with the Counter Shot, just not finding anyone on the off angle. And there's going to be a very, very late just chase down there against Nico, so they're not going to have Nico up. The overclock will likely be available for the upcoming fight. As Korea here already on the point, posturing very aggressively. Just
baiting attention away. He is going to be Heesang. Simple biding his time, getting a much later Katsuna Rush, but definitely a much higher value one, given that was the ultimate that allowed Korea to definitely shut the door onto Japan. Speaking of shutting doors, this is the final point. Unlocking in just a moment here. Korea only needs one more, and they got their one kill to allow them the early cap.
Heesang still in the backline, still just putting so much pressure alongside Max. That early player pick. See Japan, they're trying to stay alive. They're trying to just regroup here, but unfortunately they're just getting feedback now. KSG going to go down. There's going to be a first cap for Korea, and their bank's going to be fully charged. They are looking at a 5 ult situation for the upcoming fights. Now granted, Japan looking relatively stuffed in the coffers as well when it comes to ultimates, so not a terrible situation to be in here, but definitely not ideal.
Really can't afford to have a player like Epic being pre-fighter here from Japan's POV. Kyuki's still in the mix somewhere, trying to stay alive. KSG half HP as well. A lot of ultimates, as you sort of mentioned, on both teams, but particularly in Korea. And do note as well, Finn, for the first time, it feels like this entire Surabasa is actually behind Simple in terms of ult charge. Nico's getting his entire alloys blocked up by the wall. A lot of targets to shoot here, so the OC is going to get wasted somewhat. Finn drops in the Kitsune Rush just as he goes down. 4v5 here. Korea still with more ultimates to play in. Heesang might lose the Blizzard, but I think Korea should be okay, largely so, because they have the Kitsune Rush, they have the player advantage, and low HP members of Japan doesn't look like they'll last too much longer.
Yeah, Nico solo getting chased down there for Max, and despite that, like you said, I mean, just really coming down to the fact that Finn kind of alone on the point. We see that split there for KGS and Nico just trying to go to the off angle, and Finn pops the rush on point alone, just immediately taken down, maybe overestimating how fast he can get out. Now, last chance for Japan to keep the map alive, to keep the series alive here, 92% and counting upwards here for Korea.
Last chance saloon here. KSG has to pop the mech, dies instantly to Chorong, and the rest of Korea, which spells doom. That may as well speak over now. Simple lays out the red carpet for Korea's opening win here in Asia, and a 3-0 will do it for the entire series. Japan put up a bit of a fight, got a couple of points on that second and third map, but Korea is gonna be undefeated here, and I think as expected, by far the favorite. And if Japan can't get a map, oh boy, I wonder if anybody else will. It's not looking likely.
Look, it's looking very grim. Looking very grim. It's about the showing we would expect from Korea. Realistically, there are definitely very strong signs of life from Japan here, playing against what is, like we've been talking about, one of the favorite teams here of the event in the qualifiers. So you have to look at their performance overall and be like, okay, like they definitely are looking strong, but maybe not Korea strong currently, but still a little early into the event in totality. There's a lot of time left to go, but Korea definitely proving the hype I think we had for them and about what we expected for them going in, because they just looked extremely multifaceted good. They have, the aggression, the mechanics, the depth, everything you need from a team that's likely positioned to win this event.
Yeah, win this event, perhaps be the biggest threat in the overall Overwatch World Cup as well, once we get global and get every other team from the other conferences in as well. But Japan, you know what? I still think I saw enough out of Japan that I think they should be looking in a reasonable position versus Hong Kong and Pakistan, which, are definitely the two teams that are trying to get one over Japan. I think if either of those two teams can get one over Japan, they might be able to just steal away that second spot here in Group A, but I think no one's going to be touching Korea in this Group A. It would be surprising if they dropped a single map now. The biggest chance for them to drop a map would have been in this series. They didn't drop a map, dropped a couple of points here, which goes to show that Japan certainly has some capability, but larger, when you just look at how clean Korea is, this is what you expect out of Korea. And I think Korea is tired of losing World Cups. They've lost 2 in a row now. Korea wants to win one.
Yes, they would very much like to, I think, at this point, stop the losing streak. And overall, this is just a team to watch out for, like we said. And really now it's that race to see how does Japan stack up against the other players in the group, right? Against Hong Kong, against Pakistan. Like, that's going to be really the question of the hour here. If you are a Japanese fan, I would say, and a fan of Team Japan, I would say you're likely pretty favored in those matchups. Holistically, they should be finishing pretty solidly second here in the groups, but anything is possible. We really haven't seen those final forms yet, and seen those, like how the current performance levels on stage are going to look for these two teams, for Hong Kong and Pakistan, as we go into the actual group stages for these groups. So, I mean, I just think that maybe there's a chance.
My good news for Korea is they've now, I think, definitely have gotten their hardest match out of the way. So for the rest of this group stage, or group A rather, I should say, for South Korea, test things out, see what Hong Kong and Pakistan can do against them. But it's going to be a three-way fight in my eyes. As we talked about, Japan, Pakistan, and Hong Kong. I think Group A is definitely South Korea favored. We looked at the fact that even if Crazy Raccoon didn't win Champions Clash, we would have probably have still said this is looking like a very strong team. But the fact that they won on top of that, and its entire 5 members, your entire core of Crazy Raccoon is here, plus the coaches as well. This is the team to beat. I'm not too sure if anybody else in A can do it, but Japan still has more work ahead of them. We've got more games ahead of us as well. We've got 3 more matches on line of us to get through. We'll be back with match number 2 right after this break.
Overwatch World Cup Asia Conference for 2026. We've subbed out of ours, brought in our friend Leg Day in for this very exciting next matchup, match number 2 here. We're moving over towards Group B, Harry. It's going to be Australia and Thailand.
Yeah, that's already the headline matchup of Group B that's going to be on your screens very shortly. Australia and Thailand. We've both had pretty effective runs through World Cups before. These are teams with like some excellent national identities, as well as good interactions with the breakthrough player system to bring in some additional firepower that's maybe not as represented here in our Asia Conference.
Yeah, we've had, Australia in particular who have made it to the main event a couple of times in the past. Famously, they got reverse swept by Canada in 2017. That was particularly heartbreaking because they looked like they were about to make a bit of a historic run in 2017 at BlizzCon by getting a huge upset win versus Canada, which no one would have expected, but unfortunately that one slipped away from them. And fun fact as well, they've also been able to, in that same 2017, the Sydney qualifier when we had the Overwatch World Cup stop there, they beat Japan 3-2 as well. So we did see Japan in our previous game in Group A, but Australia finding themselves on the opposite group. They won't get a chance to play against Japan, but just good to see some of the overlap there between some of our international teams.
I mean, I think this is also the best time to ask Blizzard to, like, do another Australian LAN for Overwatch. Like, Australian LANs do go incredibly hard, no matter the esports. So I think something to consider another Australia, maybe another one in Sydney. That could be pretty strong. Thailand on the other side, I think that could also be a great position for a LAN. But Thailand's team, this is going to be the first time in, like, what, 9 years that T2What's not going to be playing as the tank for Thailand. Of course, they do have multiple members of Team Secret who are going to be playing together. In fact, they're going to be playing against some of their Team Secret colleagues between Australia and Thailand. These are all players that are incredibly familiar with each other. And of course, you and I, from our long tenure in Asian Overwatch, very familiar with Ace, High Vision, and Yoshinori.
We do actually have, the last World Cup in 2023, Asia Pacific Conference, it was called back then. You had Australia and Thailand together in Group B, so they find themselves both back in Group B, where they were 3 years ago, with some slightly different rosters, some returning faces, of course, in terms of, you mentioned the High Vision Aces here, Cuff is back, Punk is back after 3 years. That was probably one of the better games. It was Australia in first for Group B, with Thailand coming second, 5-0 and 4-1 record respectively, but Thailand's only loss being to Australia in a 2-1. So that was, of course, a first-to-2 format. This time we got a first-to-3 format 3 years later, wondering how the results will change now between these two teams.
Yeah, we've got a bit more depth to this series, some space to try and augment your strategies when things start to go wrong. Of course, as we look at our map pool, it is going to be the same between all of our teams, while loser picking where we go next, as Antarctic Peninsula is going to be our first.
And we'll find out information on bans when available. But to go through the rosters very quickly before we jump into the actual map itself, Australia: Color Hex, Soggy, Kuffer, Punk, Aki, Bertlog, and Hamster.
Okay, I think that we've got the call that Mauga was the ban coming through from Australia, and the counter ban coming through from Thailand is going to be Juno. So a little bit of some speed taken off of the field with Juno being taken out. Of course, the all-reliable Lucio is always going to be available, but also Mauga is in a pretty strong position, and I always love seeing a little bit of Mauga meta. It's a little bit easier to cast, so things are going to get a little bit more hectic without Mauga on the table.
We'll get to the bans in a moment as well. Before that, though, let's talk about Thailand. Ace, High Vision, Yoshinori 2K, Kairen, Lumi, MSCG, and Pally. Lumi coming in as a breakthrough player from Singapore. Also, I think you mentioned this already, but Color Hex from New Zealand, Soggy from Singapore as well. So we have a couple of our Singaporean mercenaries finding their ways onto the rosters, and a large contingent of Team Secret players. 2 Team Secret players on Australia, 3 Team Secret players on Thailand.
Yeah, like the Team Secret split here definitely is going to be, there's going to be a lot of familiarity between these players, especially when it comes to their map picks and the potential bans as well. Like, do you target ban your own colleagues? I mean, sometimes when it comes down to national pride, might be necessary. Of course, Color Hex in years previous has mostly been representing New Zealand, but is now going to be moving across the oceanic border in order to make sure that Australia has a little bit of that extra firepower in the DPS slot. And obviously, Carl Hex is one of a few Australian players who managed to make it to Overwatch League back in the day, alongside Punk, who's also on Australia. And personally, given that Avast has been like roped into Team Pakistan as like as a content liaison, I'm pretty sure that Australia can probably pull some strings and get Punk's dad as their own content correspondent, because he's always good for some hot takes.
And we have players that have had a lot of history here as well, in the sense that Soggy has also played for the core of Team Thailand, which has in the past been Bleed Esports or DAF Esports. Soggy's been in the mix there a couple times. So certainly had a lot of history in the Pacific region between these guys, and even in Contenders Australia, pre-Pacific as well. But Thailand usually, I mean, this has been the core of when you think about what the top players in Thailand and who the #1 players for DAF and Bleed representing Thailand have been over the course of the last 3 to maybe even 4 years. It's been the majority of these players, right? It's been the high vision aces of the world. Pally's been in the mix for the longest time as well. I mean, there's maybe a couple of players that you would say are somewhat missing. Some new faces like Kyren on the tank side that we haven't really seen too much of. But the DPS line, I think, is going to be the strength of this team. Yoshinari 2K, High Vision, Ace have been the 3 top DPS players for this Thai squad, and also when they play professionally as DAF or Bleed, or now Team Secret, these have been the guys. And in the past as well, when Ace has been in the mix, he's also been able to flex onto some other roles. We've seen him on support in the past as well. So a couple players here capable of moving between different roles.
Yeah, Yoshinori, I believe, has been playing professional Overwatch since they were like 14 years old. Like there was
Thai sugar free.
Yeah, essentially Thai Sugar 3. There was a long time we were like, oh, Yoshinori's gonna probably pop off in Overwatch League once he reaches like the minimum age limit, but never quite got there. But well, he survived Overwatch League, did not, and eventually was part of that Thai team, which you said, like that DAF Esports core, who have been this hegemonic force in Southeastern Overwatch and in Thai Overwatch in particular over the course of the last couple of years. And that was a roster that kind of underwent minimal changes, only ever changing like 1 or 2 players at a time every single year, but keeping a majority of that core together. So there's a lot of synergy in particular between Ace and High Vision. High Vision and Yoshinori, I would expect to see them play together unless we're looking like double hit scan, as far as I'm aware, when it comes to their hero pools. Both of them are pretty good, like Cassidy players in particular. Maybe there's a world where you bring out like a Sojourn in conjunction with someone else. Ace tends to play a little bit faster, I believe, usually picking up the Tracer, if memory serves correctly.
Yeah, so I think the only thing really missing from the Thai roster is they haven't had a lot of tanks in the past since Teal has not been in the pro scene. We're going to head straight into map 1 though. The new Antarctic Peninsula, slightly rebuilt here. Tougher versus Kyren. Reminder bans were Malga and Juno, so none of that in play. We do have a dry bash coming through from High Vision. No cat support, no TP support either from Symmetra.
Yeah, going to be pretty slow here for High Vision. Going to have to be very judicious about when they pop that shift form and bring out the maximum DPS. But for now, Australia, they are just going to be continually making sure that Kyren can't drop down to a point easily.
We do have the Mizuki on board for Aki here as well. No Sigma to support in terms of the classic rock into chain combo. The chain's going to have to come through on their own. High ground taken by Color Hex, and a little bit of pressure here come through from Kyren. Color Hex, by the way, on the head scan position, something that I think typically in the past, Color Hex has mostly played when he's been on DPS. A lot more projectile, mostly known for his Pharah. See what Australia is able to do here with their first Kasuna Rush.
Alright, this could be a big positional play. Kyren's already used so many of their resources already. Yoshinori's been taken down on the point though, and Hamster's just able to easily extricate themselves from that situation and start laying down the heals as Australia get first cap.
First cap, first of many of these ultimates as well. MSCG lagging behind, comforting down Kyren. Yoshinori now swapping over towards the Reaper. Australia trying to run at the rest of the players here just to get some further late deaths.
Yeah, Palo doesn't really have anywhere to go, and as you were pointing out before, like High Vision, no TP, no cat to really help them get around, hasn't really been a factor thus far.
Ultimate's available though, specifically on that back line for Thailand. Just cap over towards Australia. Not expecting the High Vision artillery to do too much here. Typically only used defensively for a lot of these bashes. He's taking a ton of damage. Free fight.
God, such a big hitbox, and Color Hex, of course, is just continuously holding them down from across the map. Soggy is not suffering from any damage drop-off either on the Mega. Tornado Rush is going to be sent on over, and a big drop of the artillery shells down on top of the Mega. Seems like it's survivable enough, at least for Soggy. The peeling was solid. Now High Vision has to try and find themselves an opening, going over onto Soggy, looking over towards Kappa, but he just crossed his arms as a game opposed, so they're not really interested in whatever you're soliciting, but Color Hex got the good movement. High Vision taken on down. There's nowhere for Kyron to really go except from away back into the loving arms of their healers as Color Hex takes control of the high ground, now has a free shooting gallery. Pally is in no man's land, puts down the Immortality drone, but can't get anything done, and the remainder of Thailand are going to be picked apart from all angles.
Looking a bit scuffed there for Australia at times. They dropped in 4 ultimates. Soggy didn't want to drop in the 5th. Or rather, didn't want to drop in what would have been the 4th, because Kuffer had the Annihilation there as well. But as the fight goes onwards, it's Australia slowly finding their mark. Color Hex getting kill after kill with Kyron down. Touches to come on through, likely from Yoshinori. Thailand haven't gotten a single percentage point yet.
He can't make it work. Yoshinori taken down. Who can actually make a touch happen here? It would appear that no one is going to be there. And Australia simply have a couple of celebratory ultimates in their pocket as Thailand are sent reeling on submap number 1.
Late stop from High Vision as well, you know, really starting on that dry basher with no support coming on through. Finding out very quickly that I don't think it really works. You need TP to move the basher around, or you need the count to move the basher around. If you're not going to do any of that, probably just start the solos, which High Vision eventually moved towards anyway. Australia will be playing the same comp as they did on that last round. Yoshinori ended on the Reaper, will start on the Reaper this time.
I make things a touch more difficult for Kappa, but for now it feels like Kappa's playing fairly conservative in terms of their positioning, just waiting for an opening to happen before they really make waves with the Nemesis form, and of course is happy to play that slow and pokey style with Malga being off the table.
Reaper Zarya, the classic combo coming through from Thailand this time, just slowly swapping things around. Very different opening comp from Thailand compared to what we saw on that last round, and you see with the Zarya, he is going to end up being the difference maker.
Kyron just scouting for information, and it looks like Australia ran off a bunch of his Team Thailand mates for now. Up to 90 energy, has to be a little bit more conservative though. No bubbles to try and help them move forward, and so it's all about using your health bar to try and exchange for the space. Looking over towards the Kiriko, but walled in by themselves. The slow is continuously given on over, and Covers there for the finish. Color Hex now looking out towards the other angles. Goodbye to Yoshinori, and while it is going to be a trade out onto Hamster, the audacity of the Kiriko is sure to be punished as MS is taken down.
High Vision needs to do a little bit more here, but I think Thailand are just going to end up backing out. No more supports or the tank to play through. High energy for Kyron Zarya, but low HP towards the end there. Not getting enough done out of those bubbles. Need to be really allowing Yoshinori to get into the backline and get that damage done on the Reaper with the support of the bubbles. Slightly ahead is going to be MSCG on the Kachuna Rush, so it might be just the tool that Thailand's looking for to buy themselves back in for the round.
High Vision exchange some fire. Just trying to make sure that Hamster can't overpeak into this and build up towards...
Pre-fired.
No, Yoshi caught on the approach, and High Vision can't even get out. Soggy is nasty right now.
Yep, that's a double. Working on Australia's first ultimates coming online. Slow going, you would say, for both teams, despite the amount of kills they've gone through. 50% now for Australia's second point. Thailand still looking for their entry, but just slowed down and intercepted on every angle.
Soggy just making sure that any entry here is just so heavily taxed by the icicles. Watching the approach of High Vision. That angle cannot be free. Kyron only 69% of the way towards the grab. Oh, farewell Yoshi once again on an island, and it's not going to be a fun one. Out comes the Mizuki ultimate, and that makes it so much more difficult to move ahead here for Thailand with 74% left. Everyone's just caught up in a box. We need to try and break out. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush to make it happen. Kyron is looking for those enhanced cooldowns. 2 players grabbed on him, but the firepower is too much to bear. Pally on the other side, found by Kuffer, who has let loose the suffering of Ramatra. Australia going to try and do their best with only Soggy remaining. Kuffer just going to be that last chance saloon. Can't chase out Yoshinori, but still 95%.
Annihilation doing more than enough for Australia to hold on to the point itself, and Kuffer's going to end up finding another, you would imagine, a little bit more damage onto the backline of Pally, and that will be another support goal. But just a last second Suzu allowing MSCG to help Pally out. Opportunity now for Thailand, but Yoshinori, again, first death.
It has not been a great game so far for Yoshinori. Gonna have to try and find some magic on the other side. High Vision gonna try and make Australia disappear. That's a great headshot there to get everybody low. But where is the Kiriko gone? Pally frozen up. Headshots are easy. Cover gets it done with the Ravenous Vortex. Chews through Thailand's defense. High Vision now needs to deliver. Hamster's gonna take them away on the other side. Surely Yoshinori can get something done now. Gonna come back with the Death Blossom from the other side. MS chased down. Cover starts to spin as it's gonna be Hamster finally taken down. But Yoshinori can't get more than one before Color Hex takes their head off. And Australia, they will reign dominant here on Antarctic Peninsula.
Doesn't look like there'll be a touch at all as the Vortex will slow down any further reapproach. And a clean opening map from Australia. No points given away. Cleaned that one up 2-0 on our opening Antarctic Peninsula in Thailand. A couple of different looks there. Started out with the Orisa on round 1, coming through with a Zarya and eventually a Desperation Doom to try and finish things up for Kairen. It's really the Reaper from Yoshinori that was probably a little bit more on the disappointing side, as Thailand didn't really get too much done there. I believe they got one flip at some point. No, actually, on that second round, they didn't get a single percentage point on the cap itself. Maybe on that first point, I do believe they got a little bit more percentage. Second point, nothing.
Yeah, unideal stuff coming through. Of course, Yoshinori, like, we've seen that Australia continuously, like, dotting their I's and crossing their T's. These off angles are being continuously monitored, and it feels like Color Hex is kind of on fire when it comes to the aim right now. Those railgun headshots are making sure that Yoshinori cannot go forward, or if he does end up hard committing, he is almost instantly punished. And of course, you have that close range bruiser power with the Mei that makes it so much more difficult for the Reaper to stay in and actually get any purchase.
So just checking back here as well, it's actually 100-0 on both points, so it actually means that Thailand, unfortunately, are not on the board with anything in terms of what they've been trying so far. A couple of pre-fight kills that we saw onto players, some of which ended up being Yoshinori Sogi doing quite a decent amount of work on the Mei. Talked about Color Hex as well. I don't believe he really died. I don't see much of Color Hex in the kill feed on the death portion of it. Certainly I've seen him a decent amount trying to get kills. This ice wall come through from Sogi as well allows, when you see the secondary angle there, Color Hex to get a freebie onto Yoshinori, where Kairen couldn't find the bubble to save Yoshinori, who was probably expecting the bubble. And otherwise, Kuffa staying alive and clutch annihilations when numbers start to get low and keeping the point alive via those annihilations, not dying at all.
Yeah, it really feels like you hit the nail on the head there. For Kuffa, the name of the game definitely was staying alive when you're going up against that Reaper. Sometimes you feel like you're a little bit endangered as a tank, but High Vision and Yoshi weren't really getting the uptime to actually threaten Kuffa that much. So for Kuffa, it was like, okay, I'm just going to make sure that this point is continuously contested, even in those long overtimes. The point never flipped over in favor of Thailand. And Kuffa, just not having to worry about Amalga on the other side, knew that when it came to like the tank versus tank duels, was not going to be in truly perilous positions when you can always just do your little block stop Ramatra dance.
Yeah, I think we need to see more of the Zarya Reaper duo in particular. I felt like the Zarya and the Reaper were not doing a lot for Thailand there, but for Australia, easy days. I'd be curious to see how many times Kuffa actually went down there alongside the rest of his teammates, because it didn't feel like much. It felt like it was almost no deaths for Kuffa looking back on it, particularly when you're 100-0. You don't give away the point at all, and basically dominating your opponent there. Rough going for what should be our closest game for Group B. I mean, you would definitely say these are the two teams to watch out for in Group B, but Australia leading so strong to start things out with. Thailand need to show a lot more to make sure that they are still in top 2 contention.
Yeah, Thailand, we definitely need to see some real life from them here. As you said, this is probably the marquee matchup of Group B. We expect good things from both of these teams, especially with Thailand having like so many players who've played together for so long. We expect that synergy to be there and maybe a little bit stronger than some teams that have had to wildly mix and match players to make sure that their region was effectively represented. Now Thailand, though, they are going to be able to play towards their strengths and move towards a map of their choosing. If I remember correctly, for DAF, one of their better maps was New Queen Street back in the day, but I don't know if that's going to be where they would opt to go against Australia, which has some of their colleagues on it.
Kind of New Junk City is the choice now for Thailand. Now that Malga's available, perhaps that will end up coming through for Kairen. Otherwise, I can definitely see this as being a more Ramatra favored type of scenario. Kuffa will remain on Ramatra play through the entirety of New Junk City, and I don't think Australia really needs to change much from what we saw on that last map in terms of playing through the same comps again.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think that like you don't really change until they make you change. You know, make Thailand commit resources to solving this issue, before you preemptively have to invest your own mental resources in making something new work. We've got bans coming through, Avril, and I wonder what they do say.
Australia has gone for Wuyang, Thailand, May. So it would have been Thailand first as a losing team from the last map. May being gone is going to be targeting Soggy first and foremost. Going to be opening up some capability for their own tanks to start to play. I think definitely Soggy had some decent impact in there. Wuyang being gone might be a bit of a throwaway. I'm not entirely sure how much Wuyang would have been played here anyway. I think if you are planning to play Symmetra, you are taking away one of the possible Symmetra light counters in Wuyang. Aside from that, Wuyang ban probably doesn't end up doing that much in this particular matchup. The May ban is going to be a little bit more impactful from the Thailand POV, forcing Soggy away onto, I would likely say, either Tracer or Reaper.
Yeah, Tracer or Reaper. I think that May ban's also particularly impactful for the matchup you want to see a little bit more of, the Reaper and the Zarya. Zarya doesn't do amazingly against the May wall with that lack of overall mobility before you get your jump perk. So Kyron, we might see a little bit more of that Zarya come out. Of course, we also see the Mauga was banned in the first map, but not this one. So now Mauga might be available to give a little bit more trouble over to Kuffer when he's trying to sit on his Ramatra and have a bit of a block fest.
We'll see where the composition ends up falling here. I think for Kuffer, nothing really has to change. It's Soggy that has to initially look towards the change of the hero. Hex might roll out on the cash to start things out with, if not, just stay on the Soj for now.
I mean, when you've been hitting shots like Hex does, maybe you don't need to swap away from a Sojourn. I mean, that's been the case for Overwatch Esports for 5 years now. Sojourn is, she is very, very strong still.
Well, certainly after the Emre nerfs, otherwise we would be seeing perma Emre from DPS players on the hitscan side of things. If not, the Bastion. Cat's still available, by the way. But no Cat Bastion with the teams. I think, you know, hearing a little bit of what Advast was saying earlier, teams that are sort of less well practiced than the clear-cut OWCS teams, which were playing a lot of that Cat Bastion, are not as experienced into the Cat Bastion. So unlikely that they'll be bringing that one out, because you, as easy as the comp sounds like to play, and don't get me wrong, I think it is kind of easy. Some level of coordination definitely required. And with the Malga now open on the Thai side of things, Kyron instantly locking that one in.
Oh, good of a Vendetta to be real. I would love to see it. Cat Bastion on this point as well. A lot of inside capture areas, which means that it might be a little bit harder to get value out of the airborne Bastion. And Kyron does seem to have enjoyed the newly opened Malga, knowing that's going to be a little bit more easy to get the pressure over onto Kuffer. And this could change the mathematics of how these tanks clash and how Australia have to handle their engagements.
Absent now on Juno, so no Lucio to be found here. Soggy now to Tracer. Yoshinoa giving the Reaper another go. Which might be a good call here if he can finally find his spot. Won't have any bubble support now without any Zarya. It might just be the better choice for the team, given that Kyron probably wanted to play this here. I had it banned out the last map. Now finally has it open.
Soggy starts to nibble at the margins, just continuously taxing those attention resources and threatening the capture on the point as well. Question is, who are Thailand going to send to keep this one contested? Do they want to try and take a full team fight down here? Seems like I might just give it over to Soggy for free for now, and that's a great pickup for Australia, considering it's been bloodless thus far. That's a big engage, though, from the Malga. Full commit, pops the cooldowns. Kalahek's going to be taking some damage off the back of that one, and Australia, they're happy to bend but not break, knowing that they're in control of the point, and Kuffer is going to have to start blocking. Extra armor given over. Stomp is good, and we can see exactly why the Malga was banned by Australia heading into map number 1.
Slow going, but they will be able to win this fight with Kuffer down. Really, Thailand ideally shouldn't have given away the cap, but this is what happens when you don't have your own Tracer to contest the point itself. It would have to be Yoshinori or Kyron going onto the point, giving away map control over to Australia. But while Soggy was capping, Thailand could have as well forced the 5v4. Eventually get that 5v5 win in there, putting a lot of damage on a couple with Kyron securing it. MSCG now slightly ahead of Aki in the race for first ultimate and first Kitsune Rush as they slowly catch up to the 41% that Australia has, but High Vision instant cap down.
Not welcome to Australia. Kalahek's High Vision found out the hard way that the danger is real. Big commitment coming through from Australia. Trying to take They're trying to take Australia off balance. Is Thailand off the back of that big engage, and even bigger now. Everyone's moving away though from the Kitsune rush. Maybe it was ill-conceived or at least ill-listened to in the comms. Still, MSG knows not to try and throw good money after that. Goes after their Mauga. A quick disengage away from the Mauga means McCulloch does not have any support from the Kiriko. That's going to be a retake now from Thailand.
Thailand, double support ultimates played through. Hamster lacking in that regard. No orbital rate for Australia to be able to contest to the ultimate trades. Thailand will be able to find their mark early and still keeping this one well within contention of anyone's game, at least for the opening point. There should be a big fight now for Australia. They've been waiting and banking on some of these massive ultimates. Yoshinori probably has to be the hero here, finding something behind it with this Death Blossom or just waiting for Kyron to drop a cage, and it should be an automatic Death Blossom here when he gets it.
Caught in the cage. Can you try and stop down? Yoshinori gets two! Aki and Color Hex. Yoshinori's revenge is going to be well documented and brutal. Cover might be throwing out a little bit too much here. Starts to let everyone know about Ramatra's pain, but there's no time for listening. I didn't read all that, but I'm happy for you though, bro.
Soggy with the last-ditch effort on his own Reaper to try and save the day. Cuffer now late swap on to the Sigma. Not a normal Cuffer hero, to be honest. Maybe doing a little bit of infected cosplay, or rather I should say the Kellen cosplay main tank, playing a little bit of Sigma. And we'll see how that goes on this map, because Sigma, I think, applicable, but usually you would just play through the Ramatra would be more than acceptable for a player like Cuffer. High vision up next for ultimate for what it's worth.
It's a little bit slower. He's going to let Kyron take a lot of initiative here off the back of the overrun. Of course, Sojourn's ultimate has been the hallmark of danger for so many years now. Good sidestep away from the rock. You can't really get through the shield that's been presented by the Sigma, though. Just going to try and skip it, and indeed find Soggy as Kappa's left alone on high ground, trying to play the stalwart defense. Yes, for a good teleport beacon for the Kiriko to try and disengage away to, but do you want to try and go down and try and cap it? Thailand can't afford to give away an objective for free again, and indeed they will chase Kappa away from this angle. Should be able to get the stag here onto the Sigma as well, with the lack of ability.
Cuffer is a fireman with just not enough water to put out all of the fires on the map. You have multiple players falling around him, individually being taken down by Thailand, and Cuffer is one of the last to fall there. There's Australia on the back foot for the first time, I want to say, in this series. Across our two maps so far, it's been Thailand doing a lot of catch-up. Now Thailand setting the tone, setting the pace, and Australia having to be the team, finding their own pace against Thailand on this New Junk City.
All right, Soggy, can they claim initiative here with a Death Blossom? May want to try and force some resources out of the backline before engaging it, though. It's going to be all about that objective play, though. Australia have forced themselves over towards that, but that did mean that Calax was abandoned right on top of the Kiriko. Surely was going to force out more. Overrun cancelled. Didn't quite get the CC immunity in time to avoid the incoming accretion. An extra health steal coming on through for Thailand. It's an absolute brutal massacre of the Australians who dared to profane their lands.
Far more active now, you see, out of Thailand. On that initial point, you'll remember that while Soggy was off capping the point itself, Thailand just kind of hands and pockets a little bit. But this time around, while Australia once again goes for a similar strat, straight to the point, go for the flip, Soggy finds a flip, and Thailand says, we're not going to be just sitting around doing nothing. They actively are hunting down members of Australia while they're split. And now they have the ultimates to finish off this point.
Overtime in favor of Thailand now. The Mauga starts to move on in, forces out the invincibility from the Reaper. There you move to spin, yes, for Yoshinori! Oh, the revenge is so sweet for the little Raptor. And indeed, a good spin for Thailand brings them 2-0 on New Junk City.
Not going to get captivated by Soggy in the distance, trying to distract them away from the prize inside of the Kakai Sanctuary. And of course, that will be Thailand. Beautiful combination of ultimates, 3 being dropped in there. It's a heavy expenditure, but it's what you need if you have to get yourself 2-0 in the lead now. Australia, you have to get a point on the board for New Junk City, but at least they have a lot of ultimates to play through. This fight should be in their favor.
All right, Australia once again prioritizing the objective. Seems to be a hallmark of their New Junk City play so far. Forcing out a Suzu, and that's a big rate of fire increase here. That's going to up the healing coming through from the Kiriko. And Color Hex, oh, he doesn't need rate of fire. He has accuracy, and that's all that he needs. Well charged up when it comes to the railguns, looking towards the Mauga. It's trying to get the value. On the other side, though, the rail is charging, and it's charging quickly. Cover just enters from stage right and slowly lists across your screen to eat up all the damage. Great fight from Australia.
2 to fight, 2-1 rather, I should say, in terms of the ultimates exchange there. High Vision dropping the extra OC to force, and what a ray from Australia. It's the OC of Color Hexa that does the majority of the work as Kyron now abandons the Malga, going over towards Azaria. A little bit more support for Yoshinori. However, I do have to look back over towards that Antarctic Peninsula. Not the best in terms of what we saw out of Kyron on the Zarya. I feel like he got a lot more initiative out of this Malga. He's going to have a lot of work ahead of him now to make the Zarya work where it did before.
All right. Can at least build up a lot of charging and see that poke. They are going to be forcing just a little bit of a distractionary play coming through from the Mizuki. Sogi needs to decide where to go, needs to move into the midst of Thailand, starts spinning. Up comes the gravitic flux here from Kuffer, grabs one player. Seems like it's going to maybe be Yoshinori who was caught up there as no slam comes through from Kuffer in the aftermath. And Thailand decide that without Yoshinori, this fight's not worth doing.
Well, either way, no bubble from Kyron to save Yoshinori there. It's starting to look a lot more like Antarctic Peninsula now, especially with Australia looking to 100-0 at this point. Yoshi comes back onto a Tracer, likely for that touch, but double support off as Thailand need to go. Low HP on Kyron though.
Oh, what a stun. That meant no healing coming through for Kyron. Do you want to try and use your Mystic Sanctuary for a last chance saloon? Dire triggers take out MS, and so Pally, all they can do is stare from afar as their team fall 1 by 1. The point goes the way of Australia.
Just a different team. Thailand, when they're not playing this Malga, they're going back to the Zarya. You see a lack of initiative, unable to even walk in. Pally eats a rock, as mentioned, from Cuffage, stopping him from dropping his ultimate to protect Kyron, who was probably expecting the Sanctuary to allow Thailand to buy them onto the point. And now no Reaper either, which means Kyron at least be a little bit more selfish with the bubble usage, but the combo strangely not working out for him. You would expect a lot more out of a Zarya Reaper combo to really find advantages in this matchup, which is not going to be the case. Pally taking a bit of damage early on, but you need to see Thailand rip these support ultimates in this opening fight.
All right, opening up straight away, overlaying them. Lads. It might well be worth it. Kyron's already taken down one, and the damage core of Australia has been torn asunder. The armor has been perforated, and the point has been captured.
2-1 in terms of alt trades here. It's Kitsune Russia's traded with Pally dropping in the extra Kikai Sanctuary, and on Graviton Surge for Kyron next to hopefully lock down Australia, who otherwise have a very strong fight ahead. Orbital Ray not used because it wasn't available for Hamster. Now it will be as Yoshi goes on the hunt in the back line, hiding his footsteps. Pulse is going to be important here. Nothing to stop it unless Aki has a Suzu. Bring him back.
Doesn't want to go. Oh, the grab's going to be huge. Everyone's just stuck to the pulse bomb. It's going the other way around that time. No stick was given over, but they weren't able to flee away. Kyron with high energy is going to be able to chase down the stragglers, and Kuffer might be in a staggerable situation here, considering that Thailand are 20%, 40% away from winning the entire map.
It'll be last fight territory when Kuffer gets back in. Australia put in 3 ults there. Just a big bang combo of the grab and the pulse bomb that was enough. And by the way, baited with Suzu out slightly earlier than that, and Sogi even used his Wraith form. So all of the invulnerability tools out of the hands of Australia. Now High Vision wants to put the game in towards his hands and lock this map up.
Oh, great early play right here. Australia could not peel for Color Hex, and can you get Aki is the question. Just going to be a wild dash for the health pack. Sogi's managed to swap the point over, at least if they don't have to worry about the overtime. Come to Sogi. He opens his arms, waiting and ready to spin. Already managed to get one. Hamster's just clutching out in the backline here. Sogi just worried about those Zai bubbles, trying to keep this point contested. Yes, with a little dodge around here from a shadow step there. And Yoshinori going to play it patient.
Kyron low HP, though. You have to save your tank, and it's not going to happen. Opportunity found from Australia. They already have the cap, which means Thailand. Okay, time to just reset, build a bit more ultimate, get MSCG's ultimate in there, and the Kitsune rush.
It's going to be so difficult to try and find value here. Yoshinori once again. It's going to be all about that pulse bomb. If they want to wait, Kyron can look for that big bang combo.
You have to outplay Aki here. Australia's about to be on last fight territory. Sogi thinking about the ultimate there with the Death Blossom, but we'll think better of it. Opportunity to just throw that 1A. Yoshi looking for the possibility of a pulse, but might want to be patient for this grab. It's nearly the MSCG first up, though.
Heard the TP, heard the Suzu. It's go time now for Yoshinori. Needs to clutch up here and now with the pulse on, but MSG is already down. Aki on the other side, taken out as well. Only Hamster's going to be the healing remaining. Out comes for Sanctuary, but it would appear that Thailand don't have anyone present to try and make use of it. Yoshinori's going to be the only one who remains, and the staff of Ramatra throws out so many nanoparticles that it's overwhelming. 2-2.
Just late in the day, Pally should have held on to that ultimate, or if you're going to drop it, use it to save Kyron. None of that applied. It was MSCG first and responded by Aki, and Yoshinori still hunting for the opportunity to pulse, doesn't find it. Kyron doesn't get the grab in time as well, dies just as the 100 takes over. It's the struggle for Thailand to keep the tank alive that's been costing them these fights, and that could have been the end to the map there for Thailand, slipping away from them now.
Oh, manages to get one inside, waiting for the bigger bang, did not use the Kitsune. And now Kuffer turns it around. Nice, just chasing everyone down here with the Annihilation. A quick chain to try and slow down the approach of Thailand. Yes, but Kuffer's got yet another use of the Nemesis form. Cleaves through. Tank and healer alike for support are feeling unsupported as time. Yoshinori's going to try and clutch it. Already gets one. Not sure if there's much more than this. Could it be two? Inside of a Ravenous Vortex. So much slower. The remainder of Team Thailand are coming back. And Thailand is still in control of a point, by the way. Must have been grabbed by Yoshinori in the midst of that fight.
He opted to cap the point instead of helping the rest of his team, and that might just buy his team a little bit more time, although they do lose the opening. Allow Kyron to now come back speedily on the Malga, I might add, and probably what they're expecting. They need this Malga, but what they don't need is High Vision did this early. That's what Australia's going to have in mind.
No way. Color Hex feels the aura, and the aura is strong. They're disengaged towards the back. They've pushed to the cliffs, but Cuffer's more than happy to meet them there for a quick cuddle. And while there is going to be a last-second attempt from Yoshinori, they weren't in control.
Thailand on the back foot again. Fresh swap from Kyron. Down pretty damn quick as well. Color Hex not shy about ripping into the OC, and won't be shy about finding these rails either, in the sense that you'll be finding a lot more uptime on the rails, spamming shots into the Malga than you would if you're High Vision putting shots into Cuffer. But in either case, it's High Vision's turn to shine now. He wanted to OC last fight. This is last fight for Australia. Color Hex shots again. He finds the opening mark. High Vision. Where's the response?
This guy's the hero. Aki's already down though. High Vision getting audacious with it. Tries to move into the midst of their own team. Nice chain onto Soggy. And that might be exactly what reawakens the joy in Thailand. It was turning to ash in their hands. Color Hex returns once again. High Vision says, not this time, buddy. No more clutches. No more resurrections. Hamster up in the sky. Cover has the Annihilation if only they want it. But Mizuzi's going to stop that one early. And Thailand now have to hold on.
That was a little 50-50 there for a while. Color Hex getting the first kill is not what you want from Thailand's POV. But the fact that Australia has double support ults coming in, it's going to be double support ult on double support ult. I do have to say the orbital rate, largely better value than the Kakai Sanctuary. Thailand would like to see them maybe get a little bit aggressive earlier on here. Don't want Australia to set up for a good orbital rate.
Multiple missiles sent on out. High Vision was already softened, so it will not arrive. Out comes Kakai Sanctuary. They attempt to turn us around now from Yoshinori, looking towards everybody. Double support ults coming from Australia. They are so brutal to try and beat down here, and the brutal beatdowns are being given over by Kuffer. One punch after another into the bloodied corpse of Thailand. Australia dominates when it comes to their point control. A last-second touch unlikely to be forthcoming, and so Australia steal the map back from Thailand.
It's looking like the possibility of Thailand getting this map in, especially when it was a 2-1 scoreline on the actual New Junk City map itself, where unfortunately slipping through their fingers is going to be that fourth point. Eventually, when we get to the final point of New Junk City, Australia finding their mark with the orbital ray fight, getting on the point itself. Thailand not forcing it early enough in terms of getting the engagement. I just don't think the Kakai Sanctuary does enough into the orbital ray. The orbital ray is going to find a lot more value over time, but more important than that, like there's the fact that Color Hex time and time again, opening pre-fight pick, constant 5v4s, and you need big heroism out of Thailand to be able to overcome those 4v5s, and you're just not going to see it often enough for them to be able to do so. So Australia, match point now, looking dangerous for Thailand.
Yeah, feels like very right with the analytical point there about the Ray and the Kitsune Rush being able to get so much more value compared to the Kakai Sanctuary, but also both of these are forward-moving AoEs, and like you were mentioning, the initiative from Thailand was a little bit late. When you get both of those forward-moving support AoEs going onto a point when we had Thailand in control, I would have liked to have seen those forced out a little bit earlier so that you couldn't have that objective battle with all of your support just being front-loaded from those ultimates.
Also have the fact that, you know, I think Australia definitely may have cooked a little bit too hard with the Kuffer Sigma for the majority of the middle points of that map. When he goes back on towards the Ramachu, you start to see a little bit more of the Australia that we saw on that opening Antarctic Peninsula. But some of the things can be said for Kyron. I feel like his best performance so far has been on the Malga. Very liked in terms of what we're getting out of that Zarya. A lot of early deaths, taking a bunch of early damage. Lack of support to keep him alive at various times as well. But still, plenty of opportunity that they probably could have had to at least clean this one up 3-1. Definitely that bomb flash point that got away from Thailand when you saw that really nice, they had that big bang combo play that put them into the lead, and it was 100-0 on that 4th point as well, but didn't clean it up.
Yeah, I think that we definitely identified a couple of points where it felt like Kyron was expecting more resources than they got on their engagements. Like, sometimes it came down to a good accretion from Kuffa, stunning out the Mizuki, making sure that that Sanctuary can be put down on top of a very vulnerable Zarya, who'd already used both their bubbles on the approach. So that was good heads-up play from Kuffa. But in other cases, it seems like some assumptions were made that as for tank going towards the point in overtime, I'm going to be receiving these resources, and often they weren't quite there in time.
Yeah, especially the sort of mistiming between when you have, for example, Pally not being able to save Kyron with the Kakai Sanctuary, I believe was a couple percentage points off. And some of the other plays that were just a couple percentage points off as well, where Yoshinori at a later point trying to wait for the Big Bang combo, and the grab just wasn't there because the grab was still a percent or two off. As Kyron dies, just as he gets the grab, Yoshinori's still waiting, and then suddenly the points kind of just gone. And no opportunity further for Yoshinori in Thailand to be able to finish things off. So, a bit of a disappointing ending where it looked like Thailand was beginning to pick up a decent amount of pace for that second map.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of commiserations, like you said, some of these plays are just like percentage points off. Like, we understand and we appreciate Thailand have some pretty good fight plans here with how they're going to be using their resources to try and get one over on Australia, but sometimes in the chaos of the battles, like someone just is a couple of meters back from where they should be, maybe they haven't made it around a corner yet and can't find the line of sight that they were looking for. Maybe there's just this constant slowing that's coming through from a Ravenous Vortex of a Ramatra, which for now seems to be one of Kuffa's better picks. And speaking of picks, Thailand's map pick, I talked about New Queen Tree earlier, we're not going to be going there. Runa Sapi is the choice made.
Okay, interesting stuff here, as I think we've barely seen New Queen Street in this meta from any teams. It's been available to pick, but everyone goes towards Runa Sapi, probably more balanced, and if I'm honest here as well, probably the better design push map of the selected choices. But really needs to be a good one coming out of Thailand. Otherwise, we're getting back-to-back 3-0s here in our opening matches between our premier teams. You would be able to say, certainly the favorites for both for their respective groups, Japan and Korea. Favorites for Group A, and Korea made short work of Japan in that one. And now Australia, Thailand favorites for Group B, where Thailand definitely putting up a much better fight against Australia than Japan did against Korea, but still not enough to just get a map under their belt.
Yeah, like, Australia have definitely felt incredibly threatened in these games, especially over on New Junk City. And we were talking about, like, how the Sigma was working out. A lot of it, I think, was just dissuading the Mauga gameplay. Because for a second, the Mauga was gone for, like, an extended period. We saw the Cuff was happy to return to the Ramatra, which definitely seems to be where Australia are at their most comfortable, playing this, like, very fast, forward-heavy playstyle with the Ramatra leading the way with those Nemesis forms. But the Mauga is a real threat to that and needed to be discouraged prior to this. I wonder if we're going to see as much Mauga coming through on Runa Sapi. Given that Jetpack Cat and Bastion is an option, like, maybe it'll be a little bit hard to get value out of, but maybe the bans are going to work their way into that.
Not going to catch me saying this too often, but I really do hope we see the Mauga, because it's been Kyron's best look so far. Everything else he's played has been just left wanting. And bans have indeed come on through. Thai ban first, Jetpack Cat, followed by Oz ban on Tracer. So JPC and Tracer, that takes away the Jetpack Cat Bastion combo on Runa Sapi straight away. As you sort of mentioned, probably one of the better maps, given the super high skybox that you can really play the Jetpack Cat Bastion here, flying over the rooftops and stuff. So it could be quite oppressive, removing the capability away from that. I think all of these teams outside of Korea, possibly Japan, but the 7 teams outside of Korea, unlikely to play Jetpack Cat Bastion. In fact, more of these teams, including Korea for that matter, have just played the Bastion with no Jetpack Cat support at all. So probably don't want to see any dry Bastion, no Jetpack Cat support. That's definitely going to be gone. The Tracer being banned away here is going to be pushing Yoshinori likely back over towards the Reaper. And looking at the Tracer play, Yoshinori had some reasonable Tracer play in there of note that certainly, I guess, put the pressure on. Interesting that Soggy definitely does not prefer the Tracer so far in this matchup, given that his history has had some very, very good Tracer, but looking like it'll be moving towards Reaper territory instead, which, if Kyron and Thailand is going to end up playing the Mauga, that's better for Oz, because Soggy wants to be playing the Reaper into that.
Yeah, Soggy would love to play a little bit more of the Reaper. And this also does mean that maybe there's not quite as much juggling when it comes to the objective. It felt like Australia were being a little bit more considerate of how they were playing the objective. We saw that early pick, that early point flip being given over from Thailand on New Junk City without really getting too much value off it earlier, even though they did kind of address that as we went over towards some of the other points of New Junk City. However, Soggy for now, I don't want to trust it, but it's hovering the Pharaoh.
Honestly, usable on this map. You have to be concerned about high vision. Dropping the shots from long range. It will be harder for high vision to find rails compared to Calihex in terms of how fast you'll be to charge them, but I think the Pharaoh has some capability. And again, famously, this used to be Calihex's signature hero. Now being piloted by Soggy as Calihex happy to just play through the Sojin for all 3 maps.
A Pharaoh mentor, perhaps, for Soggy, but when Calihex has got a hot hand like this, why take him off the Sojourn? Yoshinori already taking a little bit of damage on the approach here, and happy Avril noises. We are finally seeing the Malga come out once again from Kyron. This is the best that we've seen from Thailand so far, but early control of the bot is going to be grabbed by Australia, and that's going to be a huge engage coming through from Kyron. Needs to get back to the arms of their healers. What an off angle from Soggy, just appearing out of nowhere and blowing Malga to smithereens.
I was going to say in these neutrals as well, Kyron on the Malga is also another impact factor versus Soggy, where with the fire you can get chunked down, put on fire by the Malga, but when Kyron is just completely in the sight lines of Kufra and forced into that tank trade, Kyron taking as much damage as they're likely coming through from the DPS. And look at Calihex's ult charge so far. That is so much Sojin damage being put into Kyron, now putting him in the lead. First ultimate likely online extremely soon.
How do you deal with that OC? Soggy takes to the skies. Kyron's going to be taking a lot of this damage. Kufra caught in the corner, but the healing is good from Australia. They really are giving so much care over to their main tank. Ravenous Vortex popped in the face of Thailand to slow their roll forward. And speaking of slowed rolls, this bot has not slowed down at all so far. Continuously moving in favor of Australia. A big engagement coming through already from the Malga. That's going to be the overclock sent through from Calihex. Already grabbing Pally. Is there anything more to be found? 3 HP! It's going to be Yoshi from downtown. The Dire Triggers get it done. MS sends out the Kitsune Rush, and Australia don't particularly want to fight into that one. They can re-aggress later if they feel it.
Kyron maybe going the wrong direction here, having to really force the supports to keep on top of him. In fact, he's just run into a hole found by Soggy. That was unnecessary because Thailand had controlled the payload.
Live ranked gameplay coming through right there. Diving in, 1v6 inside. Kufra pops the annihilation onto Pally. Does not want to see any survivors. But actually, high vision as well with so little HP remaining. Okay, Kufra's actually min-maxing right here.
Oh, Thailand need to look for a quick regroup here because that was not a coordinated play out of them at all. Huge punish from Australia. Kufra finds 2 and the annihilation is mentioned. So with an all-rated playthrough, we've talked about the fact that, okay, Kakai Sanctuary online for Pally, not going to be good enough against the Orbital Ray, and I think the only thing that Kakai Sanctuary will be able to get a lot of value on is Soggy. He's not going to be able to find it easy to get inside and get value. Speaking of Yoshi, he wants to get inside the back line and get some value against Oz right now.
Yoshi wishes to cook, looking towards this back line. So much healing coming through already from Vajuna. Yoshinori in high vision. They just have overwhelming firepower. 2 damage ultimates. Yeah, that'll get it done.
Yeah, opening. You also have the third ultimate being played by Thailand's Pally as well, the Kakai Sanctuary. Just had a little bit more in there against Australia. First meterage now being found by Thailand, consolidating together. Cage online will be used next by Kyron. And for Oz, bit of a slowdown here. It's been Calihex that has been tour de force so far on the team. Let's see how fast he charges the next OC.
Well, against the Malga, probably won't take too long, to be honest. Cage is ready as well. There's something that Australia are going to have to plan for. They don't want to give up that first cap here to Thailand. Oh, yep, directly onto Aki. Little bit of a crime towards the Kiriko. All in to get rid of the heals, but can Kyron survive the audacious maneuver that they've made? Just a quick overrun for the overhealth, and now Kufra's going to be the one to struggle. Yoshinori taken down on the backside, and Kalike's getting it done as well. Overclock ball out because they smell the clutch in the air, and I'm going to be clutching my pearls if I'm a Thai fan right now, because this has absolutely fallen apart after a first frag came through for Thailand.
It was looking decent for Thailand, but a great read from Australian response. Calihex is saying, okay, might have lost our tank here, but still have opportunity. There's a little bit of a split lineup from where Thai are being positioned. Kyron trying to make his way back to the rest of the team, running back with the overrun. Pally in the open, ready to be taken out by the overclock. We talked about how quickly Alex is going to find these OCs. Got that one pretty damn quick.
Where is Soggy? The barrage is good to go. Right now, just playing very close to their tank. Frontline Farah. A little bit of burst mobility.
He's going in.
Moves on down. Here's the barrage. Wants the Sojourn, but what a perfect Suzu coming through from MS. Yeah, we're going to pay for it. But the exchange is solid. And that's going to be a dark, deep attack here from Yoshinori moving in toward the Kiriko. The dodging is so good. Yoshinori just can't connect when it comes to the triggers. And Kyron needs to try and get out now as Kuffer's going to be putting down a Ravenous Vortex behind the slow. Is strong, the point to be capped. And that means forward spawn now for Australia.
Yoshinori just didn't have Death Blossom here. Wanted to go into the back line, but didn't trust himself to win the 1v2. Finds Aki, but Aki just TPs away. And Australia ever marching forward, looking for that 100-meter mark. Pally, the only ultimate defensively for Thailand. Australia yet to be pushed away here with two very strong ultimates in their own regard.
Out comes the Sanctuary. Kalek's already been taken down. Pally on the other side, traded out though. Yoshi coming in very close to that Farah. It's dangerous to try and deal with this one. The healing was so strong from the orbital ray. Yoshinori doesn't want to spin to deal with this as Australia continue to get more meterage.
Yeah, but Yoshinori not in position to get too much out of that Death Blossom. Likely would have been taken down straight away. Looking for the cage combo. Either way, it'll be expensive. Thailand is going to have to spend ultimates straight out of spawn here to contest. And that's great news for Australia, who don't really need to do anything in response. Even if Australia loses this fight, they've got enough meters here that they'll be able to win the map off it, you would think.
Happy thus far. Yoshinori has to discover how they want to try and take this fight. Kalahex on one side getting in rather close, but that means Kuffer's a little bit overextended now, while everyone else was looking to try and keep their carry alive. Kuffer was in too deep! Oh my goodness, the Farah is scary when she approaches like that.
Multiple kill for High Vision there, who smartly saves the OCs. Double ultimates, rather, used by Thailand. I sort of mentioned they're forced to do so to get out of spawn and win a fight finally. 3 minutes left. 26 to 113 is doable, but very difficult at this point now as Australia have a comfortable gap and a comfortable lead. Didn't have to use too much in response either. Economically looking sound in terms of ultimates as well.
Economy strong, Hamster less so. Broken over the knee of Pan Lee, and High Vision just has to try and get away as fast as possible. Big Suzu brings out a lot of side ability, but Kuffer doesn't quite have it. Uses their own Annihilation for additional armor, needs to try and connect, and it is going to come through. This time from Aki, just making sure that Soggy has a touch of backup. They continue to draw his card.
Alex getting better High Vision is going to be a continued problem here, and well, the problem needs to be solved ASAP. Not enough time to play through. If you're Thailand at the moment with an early fight loss after resetting next back to mid, High Vision now opportunity, OC in play. Oz just going to back out from this.
They may well have left Soggy behind to try and have a sneaky barrage, but you can't sneak past High Vision. He sees into the third dimension, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth as well. A quick disengage here from Kyron. Too much damage, too much heat coming through off the back of the Kitsune Rush, dropped down by Aki, and the chase should be solid onto Yoshi. Kalax manages to grab that one out. MS needs to hide away from the damage to keep themselves in a healing position. Kalax down as well. Kuffer caught in the corner. 2 minutes remain, and a stomp is solid. When it comes to the counter strike though, Soggy, great barrage timing, has taken down Kyron.
1 minute 50 left to go through. Oz still playing in this fight. They're still in it for now. Kuffer survives. Soggy with excellent damage. Kyron not expecting the fire of all heroes to be the demise of his last efforts to stop that push. Well, with High Vision down, Thailand have to regroup, and a limited time left. Australia going to shove payload directly into this spawn. Pally down next. Kyron likely to be staggered here. This is looking lights out as Thailand have nothing to play with here.
That angle from Soggy was disgusting, by the way. And Hamster still has the orbital ray in the back corner. High Vision and MS are down. All the squishies are just falling apart for Thailand. And they are looking down the barrel of an ended series here unless Yoshi can really get something done off the back of his TP. Temporarily stops the point. Can they get the Juno? The dire triggers are strong. Can you get yourself an extra Q? So many squishies so close. And the distraction is solid. That means Kuffer doesn't have the healing to try and survive this one. Up close and personal with Kalahex. The dire triggers get it done. Soggy now with so little HP to try and work with it. Down to High Vision and the hit scan aim. Thailand rescue themselves.
One last push. No opportunity for any type of aerial theory here, as 46 meters guarantees that Thailand are not going to get 100-meter gapped. but Australia might as well have done it. Australia might as well have just finished off the entire map here. A 130 to 46 meter difference with 30 seconds remaining requires perfect gameplay out of Thailand. Realistically, they can't lose a single fight anymore.
No more mulligans, no more second chances, no one's in the cage! So that means Josh has to put even more. Takes down Hex, yes, but is punished by Aki. A headshot from across the way. Kyron, what was he doing over here? Chasing down Kuffer, perhaps? There's still being that pick over onto Hamster, and of course, as overtime approaches, we're going to have to start thinking about those overtime spawns. Kuffer's just gone unnoticed so far, and now we're going to be able to assault the backline. A Ravenous Vortex to roll on forward. The Annihilation's ready to go as well. Extra damage onto High Vision, chasing down the Juno now. The last hopes of Thailand crumble to dust before their eyes as the rocket barrage strikes terra firma and then looks towards the sky as a fireworks show, a celebration of Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
For Thailand, a sore loss because not a single map being found there. Australia coming in far too strong. The addition of the Faria at the end there, really the X factor is Thailand could not deal with it. Didn't see much damage like Kyron to put onto Soggy. High Vision as well on either the cast or the Soj, unable to shut him down. And that's on top of the fact that Hex still finds time after time consistent damage, consistent first picks, consistently outplaying High Vision, I might add, in that head-to-head on the Soj as well. You just look at how fast he built the initial overclock in that opening fight, setting the stage and setting the tone for Australia's gap on this map. And I would say gap potentially in the entire series as well, given that it ends up being 3-0.
Yeah, very impressive 3-0 here for Australia, and like our marquee series as we build it for Group B. Thailand certainly were challenging Australia, but the addition of Soggy seems to have done absolute numbers for this team, to be honest. Like, we've got our Color Hex Glaze hats on, it's true. And for Soggy, just having to play this kind of orbital DPS who has to move around Color Hex's Sojourn pick to allow Kalex to just continuously use this hot hand. We saw some great Farah play, some reasonable Tracer, but the Mei was so oppressive over on Antarctic Peninsula as well, was instrumental in making sure that Thailand could never have any space to work with.
And really where I think Thailand just, again, let the foot off the gas pedal a little bit too much was that New Junction. That seemed like a very winnable map. This Rudasapi, less so, given the gap in the meters that we eventually saw, and the Antarctic Peninsula as well was a 200-0, definitely the least competitive out of our 3 maps, so not a great start for Thailand on that map or the entire series for this Asia Conference for the World Cup here in Asia for 2026, but still opportunity. I think Thailand still largely is among the top 2-4 favorites in Group B, but now you have to be scared of the fact that, okay, you didn't win a single map of Australia. If Australia end up dropping a map elsewhere to either India or Philippines, could get an interesting scenario with tiebreaker based on map differential. This is assuming that Thailand don't just clean up those next 2 series, which, you know, given their stature and their record, they should be favored to, but I would have liked to have seen a little bit more out of Thailand in the series that we just watched.
Yeah, we have high expectations for Thailand. Like that's why we mean, you know, because Thailand, we have very high expectations. We know these players. We know that they have so much talent. We saw like a big flash of a High Vision Cassidy, which I love to see come out now and again. Very strong hit scan player, and we're hoping that against other teams we start to see what Thailand's capable of, but also India and Philippines. These are teams that do have like these unknown power levels and can really surprise a team that goes in unprepared.
Yeah, so I think, you know, we're after our first 2 matches getting a very clear indicator of who the top dog in the prospective groups are. Korea for Group A, Australia for Group B, and then depending on how the rest of the chips fall for the other 3 teams in those groups, opportunity for something to go and miss here, and for that last spot in both those groups to be open for whatever team. Of course, we have 2 more matches to still play through on our opening day. Up next is going to be Hong Kong versus Pakistan, India and Philippines to follow through after that. So don't go anywhere. More Overwatch World Cup after this.
Welcome back, World Cup enjoyers. I've swapped out Avril for a newer model in Avast. As, of course, with Team Pakistan on the docket, I had to bring in the breakthrough content creator. Welcome back, Avast. I'm sure we're all going to have a fantastic time watching two of our breakthrough teams here.
I mean, we are going to remove any and all bias from the cast, which is the most important part, because these are obviously two talented rosters that which we have none of us have any affiliation with, and we're going to watch this as an impartial observer. And at any point if Pakistan loses, then we're going to cut away from the feed, and the whole broadcast will go down, but it'll be fine. But overall, I am very excited for this match. It is great to be working again with you, Leg Day. It's been a bit, and I do think we're going to have some exciting games still for the rest of the night, though I mean, we could argue that perhaps that some of the most marquee matchups have already happened.
Yeah, I think that some of our marquee matchups may have passed, but I think that in terms of like the past of Overwatch Esports, the Overwatch World Cup has always been a great way to involve new fans into the scene by getting them behind their national teams. Hong Kong and Pakistan, these are teams with pretty vibrant fan bases. I think that Hong Kong in particular, like they had their themed team in very early Overwatch of Hong Kong Attitude, who captured a lot of attention over during like in the Western the Gosu Gamers era, I believe, back when it was just ZP in a cave with a box of scraps. Trying to make things work.
You have to realize that this is also, you're talking about lore that is ancient.
That's true.
At this point, comparatively to where we're at. Like, this is, the Unk is jumping out of the screen. You can feel the Unk energy just radiating out from
Old man
the
yells
there.
at Cloud.
But they are very, but in particular Hong Kong, like you are correct. It is a very storied roster comparatively. Pakistan, not quite as much, I would say, notoriety, perhaps, on the world stage comparatively. So I do think this is kind of the opportunity for them where they've really gone all in. I mean, they've done a lot. They boot camped in Tokyo. Wow. They've been working really hard to like street scrims and everything. And I think that's part of the fun of World Cup in general, right? For both these rosters and all the other rosters we're going to see, especially from teams and regions that aren't typically as represented in the international level, right? Where this is their chance to really kind of have not just a fun time, but to show like, oh yeah, we do have a lot of talent with our rosters, and we have the opportunity to kind of, just show our stuff a bit and be creative.
Yeah, we've got some recognized players on Pakistan as well, like Petal, who's over on there. But first of all, let's dig in our way towards Hong Kong. We've got Despair here, potentially coming in as a Vanguard. We have, as expected, Kame's probably going to be the focal point of this team, playing for Team Secret. Of course, colleagues with many of the previous players that we watched on Australia versus Thailand, Sogi, Kafa, High Vision, Yoshinori, and Pali, are all also from that Team Secret roster. So Kame's been in good and high skill company thus far when it comes to their competitive career.
Definitely. And I think when you look at kind of the competitive history of these teams, obviously Hong Kong as a player, just player history is really going to have a little bit more on the table comparatively to Team Pakistan here, where you look at Light, Petal, Kashir, like Lalon, Bronzy. A lot of these guys, comparatively, especially when you look at like Team Secrets in APAC right now, they aren't quite having the same, I would say, legacy comparatively. But they do, they are going to be looking a lot here for Team Pakistan for Light and Petal. And Light in particular as a breakout player who's been playing with like Ganas Guapos. So like they do have, with one of the breakout players, a player that does have some OWCS experience, bringing a little bit more experience overall to the roster at like that top level. And those typically going to be seen who are going to try to make these big plays for Pakistan is going to be Light and Petal, in particular the DPS line, while Hong Kong maybe a little bit more well-rounded.
Yeah, I'd say that Hong Kong's like their power distribution is very nice. They've done a balanced Paladin build. We're going to put some points in Charisma. We're going to put some points in Constitution. Whereas Team Pakistan, they might have gone 20 points Strength and 6 Intelligence right now. It's all in on Light and Petal, and honestly, like given the pedigree of these players, I don't think that's a bad setup. It's definitely going to be a very off-angle heavy setup where Petal and Light are going to be continuously demanding this attention from the off-angles, make the supports turn around, and maybe that'll give an opening for a frontline tank to go down in the matchup versus either Kashir or someone else who wants to get a little bit frisky.
I think that is probably a relatively good read on the situation, and I do love how you make sure you have to put your D&D terminologies, of course, because you're already an unk. You might as well commit. You might as well commit by start using tabletop RPG.
We used to play with
terms
people
now
in
when we
real
get on here.
life.
Yeah, we might as well just fully commit to this as we are looking like getting into the map bans here just a bit, and you look towards the map pool in general for these rosters, and I do feel like Hong Kong is definitely still, when we talk about just how well-rounded they are, a bit favored in the maps. But there are some interesting opportunities here when you have such a DPS kind of heavy lineup, I would say, for Pakistan, where if you get on, on certain particular maps where like maybe even like a circuit where you want to play like a double, like if you want to play someone with a double sniper potentially, they feel like they're up to it because Petal is pretty hit scan oriented. Maybe they have some pretty interesting map opportunities here across the board. And I do think that the map pool in general, though, not necessarily favored towards any one squad, but I think that especially when we look at the bans here with Pakistan banning Bastion, so they don't want to deal with any cat Bastion nonsense right off the bat. They do not want to, because that's just all of the and then all Hong Kong removing the Ilari. I don't know who got the first bans necessarily, but still makes sense across the board, I think, for both these squads.
Yeah, like getting rid of a cat Bastion, we're some honest 9-to-5, blue collar, salt of the earth Overwatch. And honestly, I think that Pakistan, their best chance might be here on Control. This is where your DPS can really like try and win via raw fragging power. We've seen in the history of Overwatch Esports that this is, I believe Reiner famously called it the Mickey Mouse mode, where you can just take a raw talent on a team and convert it into a map win on Control. Yes,
raw talent can take you very far, and I think we've already seen this here for some of our other matchups, even the matchups where we'd argue they were a bit more closely matched, or at least they were the best potential players and teams in their groups. Is that this is kind of the realm, I would say, that World Cup stays in right now, right? Especially in these qualifier stages, is that we're going to be running into a lot of battle-tested, a lot of proven players at the top level, into a lot of players that it's not that they don't have talent, it's more so they just really haven't had a ton of chances, and there isn't as much of a scene necessarily sometimes for them to play, and this World Cup is their opportunity to show it. And that's going to reflect at times, I think, when you get into maps and game modes like Control.
Yeah, I think this is part of the reason why the World Cup is like such an important institution to Overwatch Esports in general, giving some of these players the chances that maybe the organic scene thus far hasn't given over, because maybe like the ping's too high to scrum a team from Pakistan or something, or maybe a team from Hong Kong doesn't get to mix with their peers as much as they would like to. So I'm excited to exist in this dark void with you. Hello.
Yeah, I was a little scared there. I was like, wait a minute, what's happened here? But yeah, this is definitely the opportunity to do just like you were saying here. And I do think this is going to be a very interesting first test for these squads here when we look at how they're going to perform in the group. If there's a chance, maybe they can go play against Japan. Really, they're playing against Japan. I mean, Korea is obviously a possibility. Yeah, they could take maps off Korea. Anything is possible. But I do think Japan is like the person to beat in this roster, in this group in general. And so for both these rosters, depending on their performance here, maybe you can see like, okay, they could measure up to Team Japan, or maybe the hope might get a little bit dimmer. They might be a little bit further away. So it is going to be an interesting measure for these squads to look at it and just see like, okay, where exactly do they stand in comparison to the rest of the group, which is the good part about a group stage, is that you get to kind of immediately see where does everyone stand, because we're playing a round robin.
Yeah, like in the round robin, you have these chances, and we start to build our internal power rankings. Of course, we may get some hotter takes from our more clip farmy co-streamers. I love all of our co-streamers, by the way. Thank you so much for bringing some attention to our group stage here in Asia, just making sure that some of these players are getting the attention they deserve for their competitive journeys going all this way. We're setting up for our first map here, which I believe was decided by a 1v1 off camera, but I probably
correct,
need to...
yes.
Yeah, but don't think we've got the replay for that one. Like, the team that won the 1v1, we've got to pick the first map. I'm not sure who won the 1v1, but we're going to Oasis either way.
Yeah, so Oasis, someone won the 1v1, and we picked Oasis as a result of it, and we've seen the bans. And what we need to now, we're playing more of it. We're playing more of the game of, okay, now that we have all the info, can we place it to the right team? We're doing sort of a whodunit situation once we get into the map at that point. And I do think really I think the most interesting part too, with Pakistan banning the Bastion, they're like, okay, immediately no cap Bastion. It makes a lot of sense because also Petal has played a lot of like Heroes of Cassidy, some of the trials that they've scrimmed and streamed. And then for Hong Kong removing the Alari, it kind of hints towards the fact that they're probably not going to be playing a double flex type of situation. Not that you likely would on Control anyways. Could also just been a Protect, but you're probably just see a lot of Lucio Kiriko more than likely. So it could have also just been a throwaway ban, but once again, we're not quite totally certain about the order of those bans. Yeah. But it would make a lot of sense for a team like Hong Kong, which we said is a little bit more well-rounded, probably going to feel a little bit more comfortable potentially playing some of these more typically seen meta compositions like a Lucio Kiriko backline with, depending on what the tank is going to be, like a D.Va, like Tracer, Sojourn, etc.
Yeah, now that the Bastion's been banned and can't be banned again by whatever team banned it for the remainder of the series, there's a world where if you go for a first ban on a support, you end up like creating obviously with Cat Bastion for 2 bans that you can do to try and turn it around. You can effectively protect the Cat by first banning a support heading into another map if you get the opportunity to do that. But of course, a losing team is likely going to have both the map pick and the first ban, so they'd be able to have those proactive protects. I think the bans really have made a very interesting dynamic thus far for trying to shape how these matchups are going. We saw, like in our previous matchup between Australia and Thailand, there was a lot of fear of the Mauga to start off with, and that allowed for the Ramatra to really come through and do a lot of extra damage. But with Bastion being gone, maybe this gives a little bit more room for something like a Mauga, or someone who's more worried about a Bastion. Maybe a Winston might be something that gets a little bit more playtime here.
And that's really kind of the inherently interesting part about World Cup, right? Is that not only are we seeing a lot of players and rosters in countries that aren't typically competing quite as much at the international level, or at least not getting as much representation, it also gives a lot of variance for hero, I would say weirdness to occur sometimes, and like hero specificity, where there's going to be certain nations rosters that I think are going to have very specific hero lineups that they want to play and very specific hero pools they want to play. Yeah. So we might see certain ban strategies that we typically aren't going to see in OWCS here in the World Cup, and kind of how we play around the strengths of certain players, where they've had a very particular, I would say, training regimen and just like specialty, and comparatively with their hero pools, compared to some of the more well-rounded rosters that have very, very representative teams and players. Yeah, people who are putting in like their 20 hours a day on the grindstone, expanding their hero pools. Team Pakistan, an old classic here, a little bit of a Cassidy May. This is very, very frontline heavy damage, and this might make it as much more difficult for Despair to get value out of Azaya. Now, very interesting to me doing this without a Lucio. It's not an impossible feat, obviously, but there's also no sim. So, but we have been seeing Reinhardt be getting a little bit more utilization here, especially for a point like this where you can kind of brawl on it. And you can play a little bit of this deathball style when you have a Mei and you have the Suzuki as well to get those AoE heals sort of in place of the Lucio. While, of course, Hong Kong playing a much more traditional rush style here with the Zarya, with the Reaper and the Sojourn. So something that could very easily punish Team Pakistan here, who's on the point, is the chain. Gonna go out trying to punish these two a little early.
Big slow onto Macau, nice wall as well. That's going to isolate the Zarya, but in the end, the healing's still going to be there. Still Petal, good accuracy. Big isolation onto the Reaper. Pakistan are going to get their first capture here against Hong Kong.
I mean, the strategy paying dividends here for them currently, right? As okay, unfortunately, Milan is going to be ended a little late, but not the end of the world. But using the threat of the Reinhardt and the threat of the Mei here from Light, that breakout player, to really just keep Hong Kong off the point, and then you set up the chain early from Milan, force the Shadow Step from the replayer, and then they can just immediately punish. So very well played here from Pakistan early. As Petal there from the damage is going to find Karumias too. I mean, you talked about how Petal had been playing a lot in the tryouts. Evidently, Team Pakistan's coaches were impressed, but Light is just as impressive here on the Mei. Icicle after Icicle, and this is just an absolute powerhouse showing thus far from the Pakistani team. I just know right now the fans of Pakistan, they're revving up. Scream if you love Pakistan. Get ready to scream if you love Pakistan. It's revving up. It's revving up already. I feel it. Building as now. This year 70% see the shatter. Both supports here, Bronzy, Milan, going to have their respective ults and Light. I mean, 5 ults really for Pakistan here, holding very, very aggressively, not letting Hong Kong just kind of walk in here, keeping the pressure up as they're trying to go and immediately chained and stunned and everything. All the CC effects. Goodbye.
Well, 1v5 TP. Of course, it did capture the attention if that was the goal. Attention successfully captured, but also plenty of bullets being pounded into their chest.
Well, Harry, we are still here. 5 ults on the board. Hong Kong not quite there just yet, and we're already into a last situation. If they need to get in, that's the point. Get a contest.
All right, Kashir, can I feel the aura? It would have been blocked by their own Mei, but they fall down anyway. Still, it's a good trade here. Kame taken out on the other side with Deadeye. Manages to claim the life of Wu Yang. Despair with so much charge to move forward. There's the remainder of Pakistan. They might give up the point. There's going to be a momentary touch from Light. Early pick onto Mikal. This could be perfect. Up comes the Sanctuary, but it can't do much against the beam of Despair. Still, Despair doesn't have any healing behind them, and Light is so accurate when it comes to these icicles. Kurumi doesn't want to put it on the line, and so moves away from the point. Pakistan. Solomon, bring up the Pakistani flag.
And that is it got a little messy. Got a little messy there. I think that was 2 tank ults that were lost. I think that was Ryan Jax and Azaria Jax, potentially. I don't think either of those ults ended up hitting, unfortunately, but really good back off there from Pakistan. And Light and Petal, like we talked about, really putting a ton of pressure here. And pretty just driving the force for Pakistan right now, which is about what I expected, right? Is Light, someone that has OWWC experience. Petal obviously been a kind of that hit scan player threat that this team has revolved around. And Hong Kong actually, by what we said, like, okay, this team's got a lot of history, but currently struggling against Team Pakistan.
Yeah, 20 strength has its uses. Pakistan definitely very DPS-led here when it comes to these initial engagements. We've got to once again see how Hong Kong take advantage of their... Well, they don't actually have more speed now, and they've already lost Kame. Once again, Pedal's just an accuracy demon.
Oh, and now the wall gets used. They have Despair up against the wall. Actual despair is occurring here as they're taking a lot of damage from Kashir. And now Pedal's going to look, eventually peek for main, find someone else. Not going to be able to land just yet. That's first cap there.
It's a big angle. Not big accuracy right now, though. Pedal, the second we put the camera on him, does instantly crumble under the pressure. It happens to the
Top
best
10
of us.
respect moments. Top 10 respect moments. You take that duel. You take that duel anyways. Let's just go for it. However, unfortunately, the rest of Pakistan are going to run on in. Got to get cleaned up here. Very good lamp coming from Damo as well. Off the initial pick from Pedals. They were down a lot of damage, and that's going to be the flip there.
Yeah, great flip there from Hong Kong, well managing their threats, and of course taking that 2v1 on the off angle between the Wu Yang and the Sojourn was very important. You've got to really make sure that you pay attention to these off angles, because you know that Pedal's going to have like the cojones to try and go for those again and again.
Re-entry on the table here for Pakistan. No ults up just yet, but the Blizzard not too far away. But Hong Kong done a good job here of equalizing this ult bank. They'll be playing a little bit further back lane near this point. You're already down.
Ken Pedal's going to be joining them there. Kurumi just playing at a much better range, not having to suffer as much from the damage. Drop off with TP away. The Cam Bronzy actually escaped with their life here. Arista's going to make sure that that's not going to be the case.
So the window there from Damo getting a lot of value here. And Kame on the Wuyong currently, like they just getting lots of extra poke. So you have the option to kind of pocket a little bit. You can also just that triple orb perk, so you can get even more poke if possible. You're a bit survivable if they're trying to potentially just run it down at you, especially when there's no speed on the field. Now Pakistan looking to enter here again. The ult's still pretty good as there's the wall on Pedal. Can they save him?
Oh, they have to invest so much to try and make it happen, and that means you can't do as much about the Orisa. Still, the Orisa demands even more resources. The Immortality Field being invested there might be something that Damo comes to regret as we move into the second half of this fight. Pedal taken down early once again, isolated by the wall, but the swift step is solid from the Kiriko. Bronze manages to save themselves. The Pakistan player on fragging power, and Milan going down is not going to help. 78% in favor of Hong Kong, and it looks like this fight's in the bag.
Pakistan need to back up. They don't want to lose anyone too late here. Maybe gonna lose Light, not quite yet. Still 4 ults on the board. They have time to touch Light. Still alive. It's Hong Kong here. double support ult available. Kashir looking to move towards the point, potentially get that cycle contest, get the contest going here, and that is going to be what's going to happen.
Wuyang out, given over, and that window is brutal to try and deal with. Moving forward is going to be difficult, but Mikhail's already fallen down. Kashir, he took so much incoming damage, but now has to face the music and lifts a player up to the sky. Needing to stay over on the point itself, but great movement to take out Kurumi on the other side. For Wuyang, it's just a little bit of a dalliance off the map as Pakistan are back in control.
Great Sanctuary there from Milan. Mitigates a lot of the damage coming out from the window, and they made sure to get a contest for Kashir, who saved that grass just to make sure to find someone late. They had the eats available there too, and Light didn't even use Blizzard. There's going to be a Blizzard available for Hong Kong here, though, so they do have to worry about that, especially with the rush not going to be available just yet for Bronzy, though. Kame goes down, Petal makes it happen.
All right, Petal getting his revenge there, and Kurumi can easily be collapsed upon by 3 players. For Hong Kong, they're playing this smart. They just say, you know what, this one's over. We'll reset for later.
Now Rush is up for Bronzy, so that pick from Petal gives them just what they need to potentially equalize here, give them the bank that they desire. And we're swiftly approaching a last fight scenario for Hong Kong, depending on how fast they're going to take this fight. Right now, they're just looking to poke, taking control of main.
So many else to try and move forward here. This is going to make it even harder to try and get away. Big eats coming through from Kashir, getting rid of Mikhail's Blizzard. What a play from the Sigma. And Bronze is taking out the caster as well. Petal on the other side, making sure that you cannot peek into this angle. There's an absolute guerrilla warfare that's going on here from Hong Kong. Quick bleed from the Silver Bullet, wrapping around the other side, trapped in by the damage and by the chains, and there's going to be the cleanse on the other side coming through. Hong Kong have got 2 players on the point. The remainder of Team Pakistan need to move over to try and deal with this, but Despair's not really going to have too much in the way of backup. An isolation onto the Sigma, kinetic grasp eats in everything. That's going to be a nice TP node for the Kiriko.
No
in comes
way.
the Suzu. Kashir, can it be turned around? Despair is making the Team Pakistan fans put their heads in their hands. But Damo taken down by Ballard on the other side. Despair continues to be an absolute terror. Even more done. What a flip from Hong Kong so far. And Pakistan are flummoxed to what just happened.
Orisa moment. That's an Orisa moment. I mean, classic Team Hong Kong honeypot there. Putting all of my supports on the right side, making you chase. So my Orisa, who has taken the shield perk, which most Orisas don't take, because they view that the secondary perk for Orisa isn't particularly awesome, uses that to their advantage to cap the point and then just hit every spear and win. That is what we call perfect gameplay from Hong Kong to a little support honey trap, and then honey pot, I guess, and then just go to point with your Orisa, hit every shot. Easy as. Love me spear, ate me back cap. Simple as.
No, well. Beautiful stuff there coming through from Despair, who's now going to play out the remainder of this game as well with the shield perk on Orisa. Some classic Overwatch gameplay, just like when she released.
It is feeling very classic. It's feeling very classic, minus the fact that there are 2 supports on the field that were not there. Previously and a DPS, but definitely feeling a little bit classic. So Sheer now on the Diva here. This map is a little bit more mobile, so we have some options to get to the high ground, can test a bit more with Light going to the Tracer here. Pretty classic pick for him. Romy not quite able to find one there.
Keeping the fully charged rail, surely won't just dump it into the Diva for the easy headshot. Of course, the dig still does feel good, and Light having to use their recall there to get out after maybe overcommitting into multiple players. Still going to be no early cap here. We do know that City Center is notoriously difficult to find that first capture with the amount of cover that's over here, and with the amount of shielding as well, courtesy of the Orisa, who does back off after putting down the shield, allowing Pakistan that initial capture. But there's going to be just as strong a clapback. Petal taken down on the other side. Kurumi is going to be traded out on the other side, and that's a lot of the squishies of Hong Kong that are going to be punished. But Despair's going to get done again. You know what? I'm going to start taking the shield perk. I've seen enough.
No! Bronzy jumps in front of the icicle. He said, "Get down, Mr. President, get down." But now they're still going to clean them up. The wall, actually, from Miko just, I think, trapping them in a bit, corralling them. And Pakistan's still controlling the point here, Petal moving on the flank as Hong Kong looks like they don't want to give it up. They want to contest. Despair is there. Their health pools are pretty decent right now. Russia's remote squads as well. So some opportunities here for an ult fight. It's 40% now for Pakistan.
Pakistan feeling good. Kitsune rush for Kitsune rush, but Petal finds himself stunned. Even more classic gameplay from the Orisa. The dink is solid. Demo easily forced away here though. And now it's Light towards the back. The Pulse Pistols looking towards some of those squishier members. Macau trying to find themselves a victim. Wants the Kiriko. Will settle for the Tracer for now, and the aim trainer proving a touch difficult. It's hard mode on Kovacs today. Can you move in onto Bronzy? Quick TP away, and that's a big slow. Macau, though, has the cushion to deal with the pushing, and Milan and Light are traded out.
70% here for Pakistan is going to be the cleanup, and Despair, once again, I mean, just being a pretty critical factor here. Not only just making a tons and tons of space, but hitting every spear. It looks like some pauses going to be called from Team Pakistan, Team Pakistan, perhaps. So we'll have to see what's going on with that. We're not totally certain just at this moment, but Despair really making a best case scenario here for Zarissa, especially with the shield perk. I mean, denying a lot of the damage is coming on. They're really, especially because Pakistan relies so much on Petal's damage there, the DPS output from the hit scan. So having that extra option to kind of just put a barrier in his face, deny a lot of the poke that comes out, and playing really well around that Orisa pick. And now a chance for Hong Kong to bring it back here, potentially close out the map in their favor.
Yeah, but the shield does give you the option to kind of peel back onto the remainder of your team without, like, completely revealing them to Petal, you know, because Petal's still got to break through that shield. When usually if you turn around on Orisa, Petal's just going to be able to kind of stand in main and pelt down shots after easily building up fully charged rail off of shooting the Orisa, who's probably harder to miss than to hit at this level of play that we've come to expect. Pakistan, of course, the pause, hopefully we'll be able to figure it out soon. A lot of fight planning to do here for the remaining 25% they need to claim their first map here in their first match of the World Cup.
And they definitely do have a lot of bank, like you mentioned there. So there is a lot of opportunities. Hong Kong has to pretty much play perfectly from here on out because they just have so little bank left. It looks like we are going to be unpausing. It seems like everything's going to be fine now. Pakistan looking for the recontest. Spare not quite able to hit that spear here. The Terror Surge is going to be up along with the Blizzard, so a lot of ults in the bank here. And the question now is, not only can you win these fights, but can you do them in a way that's not insanely expensive, right? You want to have ults long enough to cycle to hold this for 99, especially considering you're down so much bank here for Hong Kong.
Yeah, the economy's not looking good. Is it a demographic issue? We just don't know. Petal, fully charged rail, does not want to use it on the Orisa. Instead is going to look around the outside and try and find themselves a squishy. Macau's in a little bit of an audacious position. Out comes the Sanctuary, and that's going to be a bunch of that incoming damage. Karumi does not want to try and push any further on to those who would transgress upon the point, but for now, Hong Kong, they're fairly happy with having
I think the Blizzard just got speared by Kashir and was lost. So I believe they have lost the Blizzard as well. So now, much better open here for Pakistan. However, with the Sanctuary used from Kame, that means they're going to have plenty of sustain available. Going to get a pick. Might going to go down to top. So not a fight win, but for Pakistan, you can look at the ult bank here. Look at what was happening previously. And what would be a pretty expensive fight from Hong Kong, all things considered, considering that they don't really have much in the bank other than the rush.
And Despair gonna take a while to build up towards the shield perk here as well, so unfortunately, that is going to be a very ill-considered TP from Damo, using all of their cooldowns to try and save one of their DPS who overextended a touch in their own right. Light potentially gonna be shut down. Nice shots from Macau to even up the numbers, but it's still all about that singular heal. Moving in, claiming the space, Pakistan start to Pinchastan on to Despair, who's surrounded on so many sides. Karumi gets isolated, and Petal's there with the chase down. Can they manage to crunch in on this Orisa, though, who's feeling very difficult to assault, especially with the Mei continually laying down those icicles? Pakistan are in control.
Flip gonna happen here. Terror Surge is up along with a Terror Surge barrage option. With no Sanctuary means there isn't a ton of options, though there may be, you know, you obviously have, especially, I mean, you have a shield, you're gonna have the Suzu, so Hong Kong has to react pretty quickly here just to deny the value from that if that's what Pakistan choose to do. And there's gonna be the barrage immediately just onto the Orisa of all things, removing the Suzu.
All right. Spin the wheel, spin the spear, pedal around the outside, fully charged, and Macau had no way of surviving that one. A Terror Surge coming through. Who dares to even step inside? No one in this case. Slight is once again taken down by Karumi. Mizuki just going to be able to easily hop on by. Milan being taken out though. This is going to make sure that things are a touch ball-hated. Hong Kong are trying to turn it around, and Pakistan are falling apart at the seams. Kashia has the shield to try and save themselves and save the Kiriko as well, but they find themselves in the loving arms of Kurumi, who with a powered-up overclock should be able to put this one to bed. No touch on the other side. Hong Kong deny Pakistan their map, and they claim control.
And really just a beautiful map there from Despair, and a beautiful clutch there from the Kurumi, playing around the edges, getting all the picks they needed to just guarantee there's no damage on the field. And what was looking almost, I would say like a Pakistan, like a near moment of just, we have this, we have the initial picks. Hong Kong turns it around there. Really, I mean, central to this, just amazingly well played from Despair on the Orisa. So you have to give a lot of credit there to the tank line for Hong Kong. Is now up 1-0 in the series, and it looks like we might have a bit of a slugfest here. Leg day. I think this could be going back and forth depending on the bands. They seem relatively even matched so far.
Yeah, like honestly, if I'm Team Pakistan, I'm probably kicking myself after that fight. Like getting that early pick onto Damo, who used both their TP and their Suzu to try and save an overextending DPS. Admittedly, it was a successful save, but then Light goes inside on the Pharah, maybe not the ideal angle for your airborne character, loses the duel to the Mei, gets 2v1'd over there, and suddenly it's a 4v4.
And despite the loss of the Blizzard, it's fine. They're more of a neutral Mei. They're not really an ulting type of Mei. They're more of a neutral Mei. And it did pay tons of dividends. You can see here just in the replay package of Despair, anchoring the point there, landing that recontest, which kind of brought it all together, bringing it back from the brink on that back half, despite some of those early losses that happened earlier in the map. Yeah, and so Hong Kong showing that kind of experience level, how they're a little bit more well-rounded, like we were talking about. Pakistan a bit top-heavy with Petal and Light they're trying to drive a lot of the plays that happen on this team right now, and they obviously do. But you definitely see how Hong Kong may be a little bit more well-rounded, a little bit more cohesive currently. So Pakistan gonna have to find a way to kind of bring it together and just really work with those kind of carry DPS line that they have.
Yeah, like I think that you've hit the nail on the head here when we compare our teams, and that Hong Kong might not have like the superpower that like say a Light or a Petal is in the DPS line, but they do have some seniority, and they have a lot of experience when it comes to competing at the highest level and in very stressful situations. And we saw that a lot in these overtimes when the chips were down. Despair was able to knuckle down and not make too many mistakes, played their life very effectively, as well as juggle overtime, which is a difficult task that tanks often have to shoulder upon themselves to play both their life and the objective. Like, oh, my tank is feeding, or oh, my tank's C9'd. Like, you've got to make sure that you're not doing either of those. Whereas on the other side, maybe Pakistan, they've got this initial like firework of like initial damage, trying to find those early picks, get a 4v5, but then closing it out can be a touch more difficult when the comms start to get cluttered. There's some weird like 2 support flank going on. The honey pot, they're like, oh, we gotta go, there's some honey over there, we gotta go. Like, why are we standing here at the vending point where there's some honey to grab?
Yeah, unfortunately, there is something, the Pooh Bear maneuver is very powerful. It's very powerful. Secret move, secret weapon. And I do think that's where, you see that coordination difference at times, because even that's an opening, a very free opening. It takes a while to clean up. They got to rotate the point. They can't punish any of those players that are on the point, which sort of leaves to the rest of the, not necessarily collapse, but the sort of waterfall effects, the cascade of effects, leading them to that final map win there for Hong Kong. But for Pakistan, it's definitely very, very winnable for the series. They have clearly some driving forces with their DPS line. It's more so just channeling the right comps, just trying to cut down on the mistakes a little bit, right? And punish those mistakes a bit more for Hong Kong. And they have the firepower to win it. But it could be anyone's game right now, and I think that's about what we expected potentially going into this, even though Hong Kong did have a bit of a seniority difference, especially when you bring a player like Light onto the team as their breakout player. Yeah,
I think that at the beginning of the series, you brought up that maybe that we'd see like a power play from Team Pakistan trying to utilize Light and Petal by going to something like Circuit Royale. I think that Circuit Royale would be a great play for them as their first map pick here, as of course they did lose the previous map. They get to choose where we go. I'd love to see them continue to ban the, where are we going? It is Circuit Royale. Oh my goodness. Hello, Prophet?
There it is. There it is. It's all coming together. It's all coming together for me, specifically.
Everything's coming up a vest.
For me specifically. And it makes a lot of sense, especially because Light, as we saw, has a very strong, is a very strong flex player, so you could see Light playing Mei playing Farah, both picks that are going to have a lot of value here is okay. It's going to be the Juno ban. So Pakistan chooses to ban Juno first going into this, which could be potentially just protect for them, but also maybe they just don't want to have to worry about playing Juno. They might be more comfortable on a different support line for them. Just remove that entirely. In Hong Kong, removing the Widow, which also I think is a pretty decent ban because Petal is kind of that one of those hard hit scan players. So maybe just removing the chance for Petal to even play it at all.
Yep. I'm pretty happy with that ban from Hong Kong. I think that's a good counterpunch. I think that there is a danger here that maybe a team like Hong Kong, who maybe a little bit more up on the OWCS tryhard meta, could bring out something like a Bastion and Jetpack Cat duo, which might be a good way to try and deal with Pakistan if you feel like maybe their backline's going to panic when the minigun bears down upon them.
Yeah, it's an interesting option. I mean, especially because in particular for, I mean, really the whole map, you could get away with it where the Bastion is pretty strong, especially with the Cat, where you can get over the top, get some value there from going around some of these more entrenched positions that can happen on circuit. It kind of just depends on what both these teams, how they want to play. Especially if Sim enters the arena, because Sim really changes the calculations a lot of like what you can get away with. So going to be interesting to see here, but I imagine Sim won't be, because I feel like, and it looks to be reflected, obviously defense a little bit more set the offense, but I imagine this is likely what we're going to see here. Leg day is kind of double slow backline, Sigma to just like soak up damage, may try to take some space, and then 2 hit scans.
Yeah.
And it's going to be kind of a shootout. It's going to be a Wild West shootout for the most part on Circuit Royale, and I think that's how both these teams want to play.
Production, deploy the Tumbleweeds. I think that this is probably one of the best matchups for Team Pakistan. Essentially, both teams playing on a timer, rolling some dice, waiting to see who hits the crits in good succession. And we know that Petal and Light are in a pretty senior position when it comes to popping off in these long-range duels.
Both just going on here, and with the Freya on for Hong Kong, which also, I mean, look at this swap too, where Miko is actually playing Sigma for Hong Kong, and Despair, who is their Orisa player, is now playing Freya. So maybe just one of those things we talk about at the interesting parts of how World Cup, you see these hero pools and how they have to flex for rosters a lot, because they don't have some of those more well-rounded roster. But Light, okay, gonna take that Tommy. It's gonna be a trade 200 Petal, so trade for both sides.
Couple charged bolts being thrown out into the Sigma. There should be plenty of healing coming their way. The accretion makes things a touch more complicated, and there's this consistent pressure going the way of Karumi, who's kind of just put in a bit of a box right now.
Hunkering down
yeah,
on the statue right now.
Bro's playing a very different kind of cover shooter game right now, and honestly, good physical cover usage. Did he just get the dynamite as well? Bad. Oh, okay.
No!
Feels the aura. Feels the aura.
No. Oh, I mean, it rolled me there. 1, 2, little buckle my shoe moment, but that's quite unfortunate for Petal, who slides in aggro, bumped off, and now Hong Kong's just gonna walk on forward, clean that up, and I mean, that's just a little, we have shenanigans here. We have a little shenanigans here sometimes. I
mean, sometimes you just slide in on Sojourn and you get punished for that. Bob, buckle it.
I thought you were saying, Bob, you're uncle. I thought you were about to be something like that. I thought you were about to go for that.
Me addressing a child Omnic?
I've lost. Perhaps it's because of it early. Perhaps I've lost. Wait. Oh well. Speaking of Bob, Bob is behind the barriers respectfully. Very good concert goer, Bob. Bob would never go past the security barriers. As Romy now taken down by Metal with the right click, and then easily back to walk in.
Oh, I'm in lawful good, Bob, but I'm feeling pretty chaotic in the neutral right now. Despair sends out the bowler, and Macau needs to choose a target. That's going to be so many squishies. Grabbed inside, Transcendence well timed here by Milan. This is going to force Hong Kong to give up a little bit of space here as Pakistan make their own counter-strike in. A Captive Sun to try and turn this one around. The damage is solid. Milan's gone down. No one else afflicted at the moment by the Sun, but it is going to be Macau able to play on this corner, keep it contested.
Pakistan just not able to get in. I mean, they get the pick on Damo too off the window, just peek so aggressively, but they just can't walk in this fight. Losing someone to the Sun there, and now finally gonna try to take the corner here with the overclock. Still the angry happening for Miko right now, standing strong.
Losing more to the Sun than an English walking tour in California. Petal. Oh my goodness, Pedal just gets run down right there. A little bit late when it came to the window, and so Pedal's not going to be able to take much advantage of that. Finally off a headshot from the Hanzo. Double damage. Despair doesn't care about it. Unintimidated and undeterred. Tries to take it all on by themselves. The bowler's there as well. Charge bolt after charge bolt. Oh my goodness. The absolute of it, but they weren't on the card. What? No.
Oh no. The clutch happens and not able to touch the point. Kashir getting the cap off there in the end. And despite the Despair pop-off, it is not enough because at the end of the day, this is an objective-based game. This is not a team deathmatch. So now, Pakistan, they've claimed the first corner, claimed the first point. Bolt's coming up online, going to be flux with both squads here, but it's still a pretty tough area to go, especially into this sort of double hit-scan setup here where you're dealing with all this long-range pressure.
Yeah, and lacking a lot of cover on the approach as well can make it a touch more difficult. Kashir is just going to try and get audacious here as Macau plays around the corners, forced out the kinetic grasp on the other side. Demo with the window. Is anyone else going to move in to peek it? Though it's still so dangerous to try and peek into that double DPS lineup. Now comes the Critic Flux coming through from Kashir. Who can they find early on? Seems to have basically not got too much so far. Might well have been stunned out by the opposing Sigma. Macau can look for similar magic. Grabs 2 DPS up in the air. It's easy follow-up for the guns thereafter, and the 21 guns salutes sounds out a death knell for the Pakistani push.
Great plays there from Hong Kong. I mean, the window gets a little zoned. It's very easy to spam by the Sigma and by everyone, you know, the Hanzo and everyone pretty much could just do that spam, but wait long enough, get the pressure, hit a really good flux there. So the swap here from Mikau onto the Sigma seems to be paying dividends currently for Hong Kong, and now they're just going to claim the corner. Very aggressive position.
Boy, do I love dividends, I've asked. Kashir.
Okay.
Going to be looking
Very financial analyst build of you.
Yeah, what can I say? Light needs to try and get some shareholder value right here. Seems like it's all about positioning in the market right now, though, and Pedal's well positioned. Turns out that Light is going to be traded out on the other side, though. Pedal still has something to say about this. A quick float up from Kashir, floating on the market. Perhaps an IPO from Team Pakistan that's going to be well respected here, but Karumi tries to shut it down. The shorts are solid, and my goodness, he's staring down upon a devastated market as Karumi just devastates everything.
Capital's dried up, unfortunately. It's a high interest rate environment, and right now my interest is on Kuromi there. Getting 3 is now Hong Kong still holding strong there. Great overclock play, and that's circle route for you, right? Just a hit scan pop off. You wait for those cooldowns to come out. A lot of ults get traded, and Kuromi's free, last one standing. Not much to challenge him, especially when he gets that early, that signal trick down from Kashir. But Pakistan trying to make their way back up the hill. They have an overclock of their own. And they also, they could have all sorts of things. They could have a lot of things.
They could have a decade of heroes.
We have it back, and okay, there is going to be a transcendence as well along with the window. It's going to be double pop. We've overlaid our support ults, like they.
Somewhere there is a very sad sideshow. What a float here, by the way, from Kame. Not sure if it's the greatest maneuver I've ever seen as Zen make, but it certainly was impressive to behold. Light taken down, not before grabbing themselves a headshot onto Karumi, though. And now the Cow is in a position where they're chasing after a payload. Me, when I missed the bus by a couple of minutes. And
Mikau, he's staggered. Staggered here is cut. He's just kind of caught between two players. He's going to go down pretty late. Now they're not going to have the anchor. Kashir going to commit the flux too. Gets Kame. And sure, the Reaper's back, but no cooldowns. I mean, Kashir standing really, really strong here on point.
Yeah, Christian's ready as well if someone wants to try and step up. Surely Karumi is going to just give this one up for now. Doesn't want to be even further staggered. Light came back on the venture of all things. Pakistan, they're just overtime warriors.
And they're going to have the Captive Sun for this fight, too. Captive Sun for a point like this is pretty free. There's no supporters for Hong Kong, considering that they had overlaid them so unfortunately the fight before. So now, Pakistan can just look to take high ground here, put Milan in a very great spot to just pressure, set up the Captive Sun, and unfortunately, Petal has been plucked, so there is no Petal for the time being.
It's going to give time for Damo to start building up towards a window as well. Kashir just going to stand on business, make sure that no one takes this high ground away from his precious hit scans. And, well, you got to be careful if you're caught out over here. Good movement from Despair. A little bit of nonsense movement, perhaps, from Freya.
And that is kind of the benefit of Freya, right? And even though she's not quite as bad as she used to be, still very, very strong for movement, being able to avoid the damage just taken. It's this kind of aggressive, natty-like fights. Despair, I mean, getting one after another, cleaned up here on the last point. 30 seconds remain. Last fight for Pakistan. They're going to still hold on to the Captive Sun. Not too close to anything else. Maybe the overclock. but Damo's going to have the window here for the approach. So they have to worry they don't just get immediately vaporized on that cross with this portal.
You do not want to be atomized before your final third. This is where Pakistan are at their strongest when overtime is ticking. Maybe an overextension. Good block coming through on the accretion. And now here comes the big Damo damage. Are you going to be able to move away from the captive sun though? Damo has to make sure not to explode. And they are going to be able to rebuff most of that by using their immortality field. But still, Damo is not going to have their healing available. Solo's end heals for now. Charged Bob detonates inside of Milan in concert with the charged rails as well. Karumi has to be careful not to overpeak. They've only got the Harmony Orb to sustain them, but that's all that they need. A second of elation before they let loose with shot after shot. Team Pakistan going to be unlikely to touch here, with the exception of Light coming in on the Tracer. Whoever there's to step up next will be taken to the stars themselves. That melody is a victory gong for Hong Kong.
And Despair and Kuromi have really taken over the server this time around. We talked a lot about the DPS for Pakistan, but now Hong Kong, their DPS line being extremely active here for Circuit Royale. Especially considering that Despair, just the map before, was playing Orisa. So wasn't even playing DPS. So Hong Kong having some tricks up their sleeve just a bit. And it is kind of paying out exactly what we expected here, right? We're seeing some very brawly Sigma and then a lot of DPS poke, a lot of DPS cleanup for both these teams, really relying on that power to come through as Despair. I mean, look at Despair, 22 elims, Chromie at 23.
Ooh. Very impressive thus far. And we've seen like some impressive clutches as well from Karumi and Despair. There's a world where this could have ended on first had Despair been a little bit closer to the car. I'm not going to say more disciplined. Like, there's only so much I can ask of someone getting a 4v1 clutch. However, if I could ask for one thing more, maybe a touch more proximity to that car in those final moments. Still, I think that for Circuit Royale, this is a very winnable scenario for Pakistan. This could easily be 1-1 if Hong Kong can't find the opening.
For sure, and also it looks like Pakistan here on the defense, looking like they want to swap it up a bit instead of trying to play the Sigma. Getting a Ramatra and the Lucio Baptiste alongside Light going to the Mei, which we see Light playing a lot. So maybe a bit more brawly for them here instead of worrying on this poke, trying to maybe catch Hong Kong early, knowing that they're going to play maybe a double hit scan with the Alari. As Despair looking to go over the top, maybe find someone in the back.
No time for the laws of physics to take a break, and indeed it's maybe time for someone else to take a break as well, already forcing out the Immortality Field. That's a massive resource that Bronzy's no longer going to have, as Pakistan's backliners just get surprised by the Freya, hunted down, bounties claimed, Pakistan wiped off the board.
And that is A, Despair masterclass. The bolus is already up. And B, kind of the value still where you can see on maps like Circle Route where Freya could be really good at getting over these high walls around these flanks, swooping in from behind, just getting some burst damage. Pakistan making a swap for Petal onto the in-rate here. Maybe just some options to fool the Freya a bit more. You do have a little bit more sustain. And the burst honestly remain not bad either, especially. And the override protocol pretty good too because you have a very long sightline. So a lot of options.
Well, seems to have gone wide for now, but it has forced back multiple members. That means that Cashier is going to have to give up some space here as well, having already used the Nemesis form. A little bit low on defensive utility. Hong Kong going to be able to wrap around the corner here and put Pakistan in a bit of a box. Up comes the first layer of shielding, and that's going to be even more sent out by the Ramatra. Yet another Nemesis form makes it a touch more difficult to disengage if you are going to be Macau, but gets the support coming through from their Baptiste. Performed the Immortality Field. Light now stepping in for a moment of contest. Just taking the pressure off their Ramatra, but the pressure's going to be added over here.
Flux miss.
Oh, the Flux might just only miss. The Ramatra, and now the extra healing has to come through from the window. Disengage should be strong. The Captive Sun is better. Kame floats above it all, an imperious solar god who rains down fire and brimstone upon the porch of Pakistan.
And just this pressure from Hong Kong right now is putting Pakistan kind of in a corner, because they're trying to play these tight angles, wait for the re-engage, but at no point are they hitting a vortex. They're getting to walk in with the Mei. It's just Kurumi, Despair, and Kame just essentially chucking damage consistently, and they're feeling all this pressure. They didn't get any value in the window. The Captive Sun was pretty free because they're already using the cooldowns. There's the window invest from Hong Kong.
Oh, this is going to be very easy to try and save Macau. Oh no, Macau might have been on the wrong side of the... Nasty. Nasty stuff there from Kurumi. I lost words, I gained sounds.
I mean, sometimes that's all you can say is, okay, the Annihilation used is well. They are definitely going to clean up this point, but a little... I guess you couldn't argue it's really not going to be that expensive because they got the window out and the overclock. So right now, Pakistan going to hold on to the point, going to stop the push for now. Skashir here on the Ram, just really getting exactly what you want to see this comp do, which is the Ramatra needs to be kind of taking that fight into them, right? Because you don't want to be dueling the Sigma continuously, especially when the other team has a Freya and a Sojourn, because there's so much poke damage.
Yeah, like, that poke is going to overwhelm you very quickly with your limited healing output. Kashira's kind of playing a little bit more cautiously. Has used for Nemesis form, and this is a great chance to try and shut down the pedal. Managing to grab Damo. That's all the healing gone now for Hong Kong. Can they try and clutch it out with the limited HP that they have? Any damage done is permanent. Attrition could be everything. But they still are playing off their little healing pylon left behind.
They're calling it the pylon that could? They're calling it the pylon that could. It was keeping everyone alive. They're finally going to get the damage they need, but getting a ton of value for Kame. Those early support picks, very crucial there for Pakistan, and stabilizing a bit. Window's going to be available, but you look to Hong Kong. Overclock again. Pro move, the overclock has been really dangerous, and they're going to have the double support ult. Probably the Captain Sun's a very kind of opportunity and opportune ult in general to use here in this situation where you have a lot of high ground to get across. There's not a diva to get in your face.
Long range healing. Not going to be a forte though, so the remainder of your poke DPS are going to have to commute over to receive some of that healing beam. Captive Sun, what can you cook with this one? Bronzy's already forced one out. That's so many players afflicted, but debuffs are everywhere. But can you start to detonate them? You can hear them start to blow up. The chain reaction begins, and the chemicals start to seep into Pakistan's water.
And that is probably what, if you're a Zalari player, that is one of the best it's ever going to get. You know, everyone's group. The BAP lamp gets used before, so there is no immortality drone.
Oh, a TP out.
A little focus. Okay, their Maywall gets used so early. They really want to contest. Captain Sun used, but Milan immediately dead, and I think that's just over.
Yeah, but just never timing either. The cart completed before they touched. Just unfortunate stuff. Now Hong Kong, they have 3 minutes to not make it very far through third.
And that is likely one of the worst possible situations there for Pakistan, where they could have theoretically held that very, very strong choke with the, especially considering they had a Mei and a Ram, but they wanted to contest, they wanted to stop it, and now they have to go for this very long contest into the window and not all immediately get gunned down.
Oh, that's so much damage. Double damage bowler, by the way. Farewell to Kashir. The immortality field does nothing in the face of all of this damage. Milan next to go down. Terror Surge begins. Step on up if you're brave enough, but no one will present themselves as Hong Kong drive the cart forward into another 2-0.
And what we thought was maybe going to be a potentially better map for Pakistan actually ended up being far worse. Hong Kong feeling extremely comfortable, especially with Despair, who was playing the tank, who was playing Orisa earlier, swapping over the Freya and honestly taking over the lobby pretty effectively, pretty dominatingly, in fact. They made this double hit scan comp work extremely well for them. And you look to Pakistan, where what should have been a map that hopefully their DPS drove them there. Actually, maybe some unintended negative consequences, or maybe just didn't foresee how good these swaps could have been for Hong Kong.
Yeah, like we've seen like some good iteration come through from these teams, like a couple of swaps as we maybe saw a little bit more focus on trying to make Macau uncomfortable on the Sigma via the use of those Mei walls. But I think that we saw quite a wide spread come through from Hong Kong that served them well against the Mei. They always had like an off-angling poke DPS who was always making sure that you weren't comfortable sitting through. Here's a quick look at Pedal, once again being blasted off the map by the coach.
Tragedy.
A rare one.
Tragedy. Just absolute tragedy there. And you know, you saw these flashes, I think, of brilliance for Pakistan's comp, where they really had the space that they needed to let Light and Pedal just take some of these off angles. But unfortunately, just after their defense, when you look at the offense, the Freya, they just didn't know, or rather, when you look at their defense, they didn't know how to deal with the Freya often enough. I mean, Despair was consistently breaking behind enemy lines, getting picks. Chrome relatively uncontested often during these overclocks. And then compounded by the fact that just an unfortunate last fight that happens for them, where they tried to go for that contest on second and they lose just all of their positional advantage, throw away some ults, and don't have anything for the last fight to try to stop it.
Yeah, like, this is such a cheap fight here, right? Getting it just off a Captive Sun, because this is a difficult fight to win, especially with just one ultimate. Like, moving a kill into an entrenched poke composition is so difficult. And the fact that they, like, they gave up both space on the cart and, like, the entirety of the fight to that one ultimate meant that for Hong Kong, it was just such an easy push in towards the end. We saw the swap over to Symmetra for that mad dash off the back of a TP to try and get there. They put up the own wall to stop any boops from coming through or any slows on the other side. But in the end, time just wasn't on their side. The stacking on the cart to make it go fast just got it to the goal before they could touch.
Yeah, so maybe some unfortunate macro issues that are happening for Pakistan, which is about what we expected, I think, where they're a bit more of a rough team. And they're a team that's really relying a lot on their natural firepower and a little bit less on some of that experience like we've talked about. And I think we're seeing that kind of come into play here a bit, especially on the second map, even maybe more so than the first. And now the question is, do they have the mental resiliency to bring it back? Because it is first to 3. So not a guaranteed, they could definitely bring it back. They could have a reverse sweep situation. We've seen it plenty of times before. However, it's going to hurt their map differential, which we talked about earlier today, where the map differential is very important in this group stage because you might have some equivalent records where you look at the maps. And losing a bunch of maps early could hurt you later on, especially if there's going to be a very tight race potentially for second. Obviously, right now, I would say if you look at both these teams and how they're playing, I don't actually know if Japan is like 100% like within their realm, like within their grasp, but I do think that there is a possibility. And so currently, the more maps you're obviously going to drop, the worse it might look for you if you're in a really hotly contested second race potentially, because obviously we're feeling pretty confident that Korea is likely going to be the #1 for Group A.
Yeah. South Korea, obviously, multiple-time champion and one of the greatest talent exporters in all of Overwatch Esports. So we're pretty heavily expecting them to come out first seed in Group A. But Japan getting 0-3, it does make them, like, assailable as a target. What's going to be picked now? I believe it's going to be Runa Sapi, which has been chosen by Pakistan here as potentially where they make their final stand, but it could also be where the reverse sweep begins if they want to go full Pogistan.
Loving that. Loving the clever incorporation of Pakistan's name into these. And Runasapi is definitely a map where it favors a team that also has like a really aggressive DPS line again. You have a lot of off angles, especially if you're playing hit scan. So definitely opportunity, but after seeing how a Circuit Royale went down, I'm almost tempted. Okay, so Pakistan bans Freya. They're like, do not let Despair touch Freya again. This is another relatively strong Freya map, even if she is like not quite as meta currently with some of the top teams that we see professional play. And then Hong Kong instead choosing to ban the Sigma in return. So there isn't going to be kind of these slower pushes. They really want to try to force them onto maybe these Diva or Ramatra comps.
Yeah, there's also a world where Despair, like, oh, they took my Freya, I guess I'm going back to Orisa. we don't often contend with like role swapping players.
We haven't seen the Orisa role swap for DPS since like Hydron.
Yeah.
From Houston Outlaws.
Or Hydration, perhaps.
Oh yeah, Hydration, not Hydron. Yeah, Hydration. So it's been quite, and I guess maybe Checkmate.
Yeah.
They played Rhine a little bit, so maybe some opportunities there, but they bring back some past memories. But it does feel like when you look at the bans, being forced to ban Freya isn't ideal because she isn't necessarily the most meta DPS pick currently, though she still has her uses, as we can see, she's still quite powerful. And then removing the Sigma in return for Hong Kong, where maybe they feel like they feel a lot more comfortable forcing them off the Sigma, forcing Team Pakistan off the Sigma, perhaps a bit better in terms of the ban takeaways here for Hong Kong.
Yeah, I think that while Freya is not the ideal ban in many cases when it comes to those DPS, it might be one where maybe Lights and Pedal aren't really comfortable mirroring it, and so they're quite happy to take like a classic mirrored DPS matchup, like in Sojourn versus Sojourn or Cassidy versus Cassidy. So maybe trying to get rid of a little bit of the je ne sais quoi of the Hong Kong roster.
It's excellent. Yeah, I love the little French You brought in there. That's nice. That's nice. You're going to be able. They won't even question if you're English if you were to order that in a Parisian cafe.
That's true.
Bust that out.
I am allowed in the Team Peps fan meetings. They don't recognize.
Well, Team Peps fans are not too happy right now. I don't know if you're aware, but they have been relegated from OWCS very recently. So not the best.
Bad time for me to bring
but
that up.
It is a fantastic time for Team Pakistan and Hong Kong. So well, maybe Pakistan. We'll see. This could be the end of their run for today. So we'll just have to see. Obviously, still through the stage show, and that's not necessarily definitive yet. And it's actually 2 Maugas on the field.
All right, we're going to stand at a distance and pelt each other with bullets. It's Mauga
That's how it goes.
Yeah, this is our life now. Strap in for 10 minutes. As we wait for someone to use their overrun and hard commit to this. This is quite an audacious position potentially from Macau. Nice anti, but the cleanse is there. Now, and we're going through emotions.
Yeah, I mean, Light unfortunately just, I think, posturing a little aggressively, gonna go down in return, maybe hoping they can follow up off the anti. Is now Hong Kong gonna run on forward. And Pakistan really relying with the Ana here. They're like, okay, maybe we can hit antis, punish the Mauga. But you have a Kiriko, and a Kiriko's just going to Suzu that. But in return, Petal going to find the pick.
If I remember correctly, Billy might be a new sub for Pakistan as well.
Yes, Billy has not. I mean, Billy, a sub, has not. Milan's been playing at previously 2 maps, so.
Okay, maybe a new perspective, a new vibe. When you're 0-2 down, can't hurt to try and change things up a little touch. Petal manages to get 1 dink, and, well, a body shot's going to finish that one off. Beautiful flashbang onto both of the supports of Hong Kong.
Moving along now.
Did you feel the aura there with Petal?
I did.
Gets that immediate
I did
limb,
feel the
doesn't
aura.
hit a single shot, turns away, says, you know what, let me get hit. That's aura. I could feel the aura. I could feel the aura there a bit from Petal. So Pakistan now double support off that win. Are going to have that Deadeye as well. Going to have it available here, which is pretty good for a fight like this because with the Mauga, there's not any real... I mean, obviously you have the slam, but you're not going to have like a Matrix. You're not going to have any shields.
Oh, big stick. Combat roll's good,
Suzu
though.
Moment. Oh, it's a roll, yeah.
Noob Avast. Silly noob. Despair. Gets healed up inside of a concerted rush. Chases down Billy. Kashir managed to get the nano before Billy fell on down. And Despair being forced to use their recall. Not going to be able to do too much more than that. Hong Kong stopped the car in its tracks.
Good fight there for Hong Kong. Didn't even have to commit the cage either. Neither one of these teams, they're kind of in this standoff where both teams want to save the cage, try to pop it in retaliation of each other. So there is a little bit of a race going on between the two of them. Light is going to hold on to Death Blossom, so Death Blossom's available here. Maybe they could force a Suzu early, put him in the back line, but that's kind of the hard problem, right, is that you need to position Kashir to maybe force that if you get him some squishies. Light here already on the back line.
Ooh, cage on cage. Boy, do I love Venn diagrams, but I don't think that Pakistan are huge fans of these ones as Karumi manages to break through the layers and carves themselves a furrow into the Pakistani defense.
And unfortunately there, I mean, we saw the vision. Light tries to get the pressure up early. They commit the cages into each other, but then just runs into the cage, gets caught, immediately punished. The overclock Kurumi just on the outside. And with Orbital Ray going to be up here too, that's a very, very strong hold in these sort of compositions. So a lot of pressure again, looking towards Light, looking towards Petal to make something happen. And Petal going to find Kurumi.
All right, that's a big opener here. An off-angle open. Petal now free to try and maraud into that backline. He's going to try and turn it around, though. Out comes the Orbital Ray. Light comes in from the side. No, from the back. He's even stronger than we thought. Macau going to be the next one to fall on down, and Light's going to be good to chase this. But, of course, chasing after a Tracer as a Reaper can be a little bit of a fool's errand. Instead, Bronzy going to pick it up on the side.
It's still pretty equivalent on the bot push here for both these squads. We have not reached the fabled Avril theorem just yet. It has not even come close to passing. The Mauga's doing a little bit of poking right now. Despair holding on to the pulse, Petal not too far from the Deadeye, but pretty equivalent on the old banks as well. The other team by being set up.
Hong Kong have that forward spawn. Doesn't mean that they were able to contest this one pretty early. They have lost access to it now, though, so anyone who goes down will be coming back the long way. A big commitment here from the Mauga. Will it be rewarded? Macau falling low. There's nothing in the way. Whoa, where my Mauga going?
My Mauga is unfortunately charged to the back line, then antied, and was not able to get TP'd. too. Damo dropping the TP a little early to get the Chromie to drop some heals, so unfortunately not able to TP in and drop a Suzu to cleanse that. So the Malga going down very, very early now as Pakistan going to be pushing this bot. The ult's going to be looking pretty good here too. Nano not too far away from Billy. Equal rushes for both as Petal being a little nuisance. Just kind of zooming around right now as they're waiting for the respawns to make it on back. Yeah, I mean, bot's going to starting to get pushed now.
Yeah, Petal was on Sheriff duty there, just trying to make sure that Despair couldn't find any spawn camps. Out go both the Kitsune rushes. Pakistan, they are going to try and control the space. Hong Kong's playing a little bit more conservatively. The speed on it, Macau never saw it. And now it's shot after shot from Petal. Going awry, backs off, feel the aura, get the healing. You know how it is. Classic move from Petal and classic moves from Pakistan as they take the lead.
And good finds there from Ashir, and a really well played for the situation too, because you just have the opportunity to walk on forward the Deadeye, because once again, there is no mitigation. There's no shields, there's no Matrix. There's really just not a lot in the bank for Hong Kong to deal with the high noon play in general other than LOSing. So they use that to take the space. There's the cage used, Ashir.
Cage used early, caught in place. Demo's got nowhere to go. Both of the supports hanging by a thread. And it's going to be a last-second stagger here onto Macau. Petal is going to be taken down on the other side. This is so much space for Pakistan.
Hong Kong going to be making their way back out. They're about to have the beat, have a cage of their own, so they do have some very good ults to turn this here. And you'll look to Light on the flanks. Maybe they can set up, remove the Suzu early, drop a Death Blaza, maybe find a Squishy or something that looks for the off angle. Light, lane and wait, going to look for it.
Dire triggers used to just put the Lucio on notice. And while you are taking care of Light, you know, but there's no Suzu there. This could be an opening here for Light. Instantly taken down by Karumi, who was prepared, but Kame going to be traded out on the other side. Hong Kong temporarily have control of the bot.
Light making sure to announce his next action, dropping a quick dot. And then going down. Very, very, very important there to say it with dramatic effect. But Kame with the beat still, and the Death Blossom gone means that Hong Kong, they have great ults. These upcoming fights, they still have the cage too if they just want to drop an immediate fight win here. Really, this is where they should be trying to drop the tempo, knowing that they have the ult advantage.
OC used here from Karumi. All we're going to get for it, though, is a little bit of additional push on the bot. Doesn't want to overpeak into this one, but a 2 versus 1 perhaps onto Light. Manages to avoid all of this incoming damage. Demo taken up over Dire triggers. And Kame on the other side. All the healing's gone. The Susu's going to be there to try and save the Reaper from a briny grave. Avoiding the stomp coming through. Yes, it's Despair. But in a 1 versus 4 scenario, he's still going to take out Billy. What a great stagger.
Yeah, I mean, getting the late pick there definitely takes a little bit of the wind out of the sails, but that's an unfortunate fight here. By popping and ult, getting nothing out of it, and now your ult tempo that you had, that advantage for Hong Kong, kind of gone here, especially considering that Pakistan, they already have an advantage in the push, so they don't have to win and feel pressured nearly as much as Hong Kong here to get the cart going, to get the bot going.
Light doesn't want to take the 2 versus 1. Rightly so, disengages. A lot of damage go the way of Kashir, but of course it is going to allow Billy to build up towards that nano boost. A pair of support ultimates here for Pakistan to work with.
Deadeye again trying to make that space there. Still Petal very far in front of the whole team here, unfortunately. Gotta go down.
Yeah, the Malga may have disengaged. I think there was a quick Suzu on those flashbangs as well. Some good calculations coming through from the Kiriko. Dare you use the cage? Surely not in the midst of all of this. Wants to stomp down on top of Lucio. The crit is good. Kame flattened a 2D Lucio. He's a pixel spray. But Hong Kong still, when the dust clears, have control.
And it got a bit wacky. It got a bit silly there. Just a little bit of, disjointedness, I think, at times. But still, Pakistan in a good spot, considering that we're about to hit a minute on the clock. Page is still up. Rush is still up. They're in a good situation to just segment out this beat. They could even theoretically just force the beat early with the rush, then pop a cage. They have a lot of options. Instead, it's going to be an early push from Kame.
Incredibly aggressive once again. Petal going to be caught out first. Kashir drags multiple members inside of the cage, but there's going to be no frags on the back side of it. Light, low on resources, has to use the Shadow Step to just get away quietly. Will there be a rescue coming through? Oh my goodness, on the other side, it's going to be a support to a fragging. Managing to get 2, the Kiriko and the Ana both attributing themselves in the kill feed here. And Pakistan have still managed to deny Hong Kong access to that forward spawn, so everyone who goes down is going to take so long to get back.
And now, I mean, in control of the bot, 30 seconds on the clock, still have the advantage in the push too. And no support ults, no big ults up just for Hong Kong just yet. So it is going to be, if you're a fan of Hong Kong, looking towards Kuromi to make something happen here. A lot of space for a Sojourn with the overclock. As Petal found really early
Yeah, Pedal once again off on an island. And Karumi now has a little bit more space to work with. It's very aggressive from Kashir. Light once again announces die and does stay true to his word. No lies detected.
No light detected either. But now OT situation. Billy might go down late to despair here. No sleep. Surely there's some peel here. Pulse not going to hit. Billy going to survive. So no pulse either. So actually kind of an okay situation there for Pakistan. Nano about to be up here like day end. If you look at this, you look at the cage here. Kurumi as well with a lot of space to the overclock. A lot of opportunities to make something happen here.
All right, here's the overclock. Overcharging the rails up to 150, but no one's peeking over. No risks are being taken by Pakistan, but Light gets found early. And now, without the Reaper, there's a lot more freedom for the Mauga moving in towards the back. Billy lays down the Nano on top of Pedal. The Electric Cowboy, it's a tale as old as time, but one that I've seen before. A Kitsune Rush sent out in response from Hong Kong, meaning that Pakistan don't have the confidence.
Okay, Pakistan, you have to be taking this and be like, this is amazing. This is amazing. Like, the rush gets used on point. It's completely LOS'd. It wasn't even the fight that was happening there on the flank. This is their best shot, high noon from the back.
Okay, good sound barrier manages to answer the incoming damage. Light going down now. Maybe Hong Kong could try and rescue this one, but they're going to be doing it without their tank.
Oh!
It's absolute roadkill here. Karumi gets squashed under the wheels of a semi-truck that is Mauga. Farewell to a Tracer, stomped down by Kashir. Pakistan claim their first map in the Overwatch World Cup.
And a lot of that really just feels like it comes from the Mauga gameplay. Also, Billy coming on the Ana, putting a little bit of extra pressure there too, where the Mauga matchup maybe not to Hong Kong's favor. A lot of great antis being hit. And that was actually a relatively quiet map, all things considered. Like, not a bad performance, but a relatively quiet map coming out from the Pakistan DPS line. Really felt a lot more support tank driven there. So really well played from Pakistan, taking their first map of the series. Map differential saved. And right now there's a chance for the reverse sweep.
I mean, I'm enthralled by the potential of a reverse sweep here by Pakistan, but for Hong Kong, now's going to be the first time that they get to pick which map we're going to. I believe that we still have Flashpoint in the pool at the moment, which might be their choice if we want to go to Suravasa or New Junk City. It would be a place where maybe the Orisa would be a touch weaker, as Orisa tends to struggle a little bit more with like the commute portion of a fight, which there's a lot of commuting on Flashpoint, a lot of running. You know, you really get your steps in when you're moving between those control points.
Also maps, I mean, in particular, if you look to Suravasa, you know, these are maps where Pakistan wanted to play a little bit more Mauga. It's also very possible. And also New Junk City, both maps where you can potentially just like drift towards that style of the game. So there is a bit of openness here for Pakistan, especially after showing what appears to be a bit of proficiency now with this Mauga comp.
Yeah.
Playing around it, especially with Billy coming in to play the Ana to put a little bit of extra pressure onto Damo and Miko, respectively, with the antis. So even there, you can see in that cage play, the anti comes in and just brings up a little bit of extra cleanup power there. So maybe Pakistan having a little bit of a hidden strat in the back pocket here, but definitely not out of the woods. It felt, I mean, at times that was a last fight situation. They lose that fight there, the map was over. So very much against the wire still against Hong Kong.
Yeah, can't help but think back to Damo's use of the Kitsune Rush there. Like, to answer the Nano Cassidy, it was pretty smart from Pakistan. Like, you know what? In Nano versus Kitsune Rush, we think the Kitsune Rush is more valuable. We're gonna pop down to the shops, and we'll see you when that one's over. I wouldn't be surprised to see a reactionary ban on either Ana or Mauga here coming through from Hong Kong, though, to just try and get away from that Mauga style, or if they are going to have the Mauga style, not allow Billy to play the Ana that they got so much value out of.
Yeah, it depends on if Billy stays in, right? Because the substitutes happen before the bans. So obviously if Billy stays in, then maybe they go to target to the Ana. Just kind of depends. I mean, because Suravasa is still also a map that has relatively long sightlines to where an Ana can get value similar to Runasapi. So that is an opportunity if we go there, right? But there's other options on the table. I mean, yeah, to be fair, even New Junk City also has a very similar situation. It's a pretty big map, all things considered. So we'll have to see depending on what the map ends up being. But definitely, like you said, Pakistan recognizing the advantage, I would say, recognizing the advantage that was very luckily given to them, I'd say, because that rush was not quite in the spot that I would put it, perhaps, when the flank fight was occurring. So I do think just not getting the maximum value, unfortunately, for Hong Kong in that situation where you probably would have wanted to either hold it or put it towards that flank fight where the actual fight was occurring. So it was a lot easier to back up. But because of that, they capitalized. They're in a good spot. They have a chance now to at least take another map, bring us to 5th map of the series, maybe even reverse sweep territory. We'll just have to see what the map ban is, and then obviously the hero bans consequently.
Yeah, like a lot of it's gonna depend on what map we go to. What's our other map that's in the pool here? Maybe hybrid? Oh yeah, because we've had Circuit Royale, so,
yes,
so hybrid and Flashpoint would be our options here. But then I think the Flashpoint's probably where Hong Kong would decide to take us here. And like you said, maybe the Kitsune rush wasn't ideal, but it might have been a position where Ed's the one who had to stay on bot. Like, occasionally you just draw the short straw, like, congratulations, your payload princess. Help the fight how you can. I'll send you a fox. That's what I'll give over. And it does seem like it's going to be Scrim's Row. King's Row, the old classic here from Hong Kong.
Maybe we can finally, maybe some more Reinhardt, perhaps. Maybe we can get some more Reinhardt. It's possible. Anything's possible. Though obviously recently Reinhardt has not necessarily been the meta pick at King's Row, despite its strong association. I would say it's got kind of a strong association with the map historically, but definitely leaning a lot more towards, you know, Diva comps, Zarya comps, Ramatra. And look, it looks like Hong Kong is gonna ban the Ana, so that means that Billy must be in. Billy must still be in here otherwise, because we haven't really seen the Pakistan backline play any other Ana often. And then Pakistan's going to ban the Sojourn, which I think is a great pick. Chromie has been kind of farming on the Ana, on the Sojourn, and Sojourn's still very, very powerful. On King's Row, you have a lot of off angles, especially when you just look at all the ways you can get around or get up on high ground to pop an overclock or something of that nature. So a very good ban, I think, as well for Pakistan. So pretty decent options all around.
Yeah, I'm happy with this ban phase. As you said, like, Sojourn's like means of moving between levels of verticality with her dash is something that needs to be constantly considered here on King's Row. And if Billy's not in, I'd be very surprised about this Hong Kong Ana ban. But we're gonna potentially assume that maybe we see a Malga run back here, and perhaps Hong Kong thought, I think the real major difference maker would have been the Ana in the Malga versus Malga. Like, so long as we can stop Macau from, like, charging in 1v5 and getting antied, now we can charge in 1v5 and not get antied. So that's going to make it a much more effective plan.
That is that's you know what, I hadn't considered that. The calculus makes sense. The calculus makes sense. It's all coming together there.
The plan.
Yeah, it's all. I think that's pretty genius. That's pretty genius. I do think that overall it's likely not going to be a Malga situation here. I feel like Hong Kong, something tells me that they really want to potentially play, like, I mean, you could play Sigma here again. Sigma is not like a terrible option for King's Row at all. We've seen a lot of teams play Sigma, especially if they want to play more Mizuki, a comp that's pretty strong into like Diva comps, maybe even Azaria. It really depends, because also it seems like their tank line and DPS line is a little flexible with Despair swapping between roles here and there. So I wonder if that's going to stay, or maybe they just keep Despair on the DPS. So it is something to look out for, because it's still a little uncertain exactly what those comps are going to be, especially because Kashir, at least from I've seen so far from what Pakistan's played, is that Kashir is willing to flex on just about every tank. So there is a lot of options for them in terms of how Pakistan wants to play it. And with Sojourn being gone, it's definitely leaning again towards Petal probably just going to play more Cassidy, because mostly what we've seen Petal play is just full-on Cassidy compositions here, then light flexing to kind of whatever's necessary to feel like that Tracer, that May. Yep,
Tracer, May, Reaper, whatever off-angle wizard is necessary to make some magic happen. And they're, like, May is an old classic on King's Row. Obviously, like, the wall is about as wide as the corridor for the payload on point B, and it can be a very tight space, so it's very difficult to navigate against the May if you're playing like a mobility challenged tank, shall we say, like a Sigma.
Yeah, May's, I mean, always been kind of a staple pick for King's Row for a while now at this point, so definitely would not be surprised to see that come into the play. And also with Sojourn gone, that means that that's one less, if you are playing these harder hit scan compositions, one less hero that can get away from those engages if you're playing like a Lucio Kiriko May comp, right? So it does add a little bit more credence potentially to where you could see, in particular, Team Pakistan play that. But, you know, even the opportunity still for Hong Kong to play it as well, because they had played it previously. So just something to watch out for, I think, for both these squads. And it's kind of the interesting part watching them, is because they still seem to be both pretty fluid. They don't really locked in. The only really locked in sections that we're kind of having so far is that we're likely going to see Petal on gas.
Yeah.
Everything else is kind of like up in the air.
Yeah, everyone else is spinning the wheel. We've seen a lot of Kiriko as well. I think we can expect Kiriko from both of these teams. But we've also seen some rotations around like what second player is. Like Juno's pretty common at the moment. We have seen Juno bans come out as well. So I think Pakistan have been consistently trying to discourage the use of the Juno because she could be a pretty big tool in the hands of a pretty coordinated team. And I think Hong Kong have a bit of a coordination advantage when it comes to just the seniority of their players and all being used to playing as a squad in competitive Overwatch for such a long time. That maybe they're better at their 3-2-1s with the old speed ring. They've been watching the classic Atlanta Rain VOS where 3-2-1, someone explodes, and maybe you win off the back of that. Whereas, I think for Pakistan, they wait for some magic to happen, and sometimes magic does occur. A lot of magic occurred on Runa Sapi, which was a pretty good pickup, and it seemed like even with like the cat bashing on the table, Hong Kong weren't willing to move over towards that staple of the OWCS meta and play a little bit more classic kind of poke versus poke.
Yeah, Juno, I think in many ways is kind of one of those heroes where you can get a lot of value out of her kit, but it does require at times a little bit more coordination and like I would say just overall execution ability, which is why sometimes we'll see some teams veer away from it if they don't have super experienced backlines. Because Juno, I mean, you not only do you have the speed ring, you have the fights around the Ray, which provide just kind of like infinite utility when popped, and then also Juno herself can not just pocket people and do a lot of overall healing, but is really good at also splitting off to peel for flankers, right? And fight flank, especially with the orbs, which you can kind of poke and do a little bit of instantaneous damage too with the right click. So I do think there's a lot of opportunity overall with her kit, where sometimes teams that and players that aren't quite as experienced with her kit will probably veer away from it. So maybe we'll see. Really is the answer, is that we're going to see here. But I imagine,
as always,
I imagine it's likely going to be a very interesting pick no matter what. And it looks like, okay, maybe Petal actually rolling out on the Hanzo this time, which makes a lot of sense. Here for the defense, where Petal, you have a lot of high ground to use. You can climb up and down. The Sonic arrow is really strong as well for King's Row, just because you can get that early positioning knowledge. We'll have to see what in return what Hong Kong is going to finalize, because don't trust the spawn doors.
Okay, Dominic gone, Sigma arrives, so it's going to be a Sigma exchange. Despair is going to be a real X factor here on the Pharah. Lots of different angles you're going to try and approach from, but you are going to be continuously harried by the Discord orb and Light finding nice angles on you.
So right now, Hong Kong just going to be poking. Kashir's up on the high ground, just trying to throw those orbs. Get a little bit of extra damage there with the poke. And Pakistan trying to play just the high ground in general, play the flanks, try to punish, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Find Damo there off the two-man peek from Milan, from Petal. Petal trying to get a very aggressive right now. And the question for Hong Kong is, like, what's the answer for them when you're going to see Pakistan just playing so split, letting the Zen put Petal and Light to try to take these off angles right? And right now they're just going to do a little bit hero chess.
Some classic hero chess. I think that Petal's aggressive maneuvers probably have been the story of the game so far, whether for good or for ill. Light going to be taking upon themselves to do a lot of that point contest here, as Macau has lost a lot of their resources. Used the kinetic graph to disengage, should be healed up, which does mean that he's going to be missing a couple of things to try and refresh that point.
Petal trying to contest this rotate to high ground right now. As Hong Kong, they've made it pretty deep. They have controlled the statue. They put in Macau here onto the high ground to try to contest Kashir, but Kashir with the Discord, with a little bit more cooldowns, taking them off the high ground there, taking that space back. Is Kame gonna go down?
Just a bit of an untenable tank fight, to be honest. Not a tick given over here by Pakistan as Despair looks for a way to try and make an entry happen, but with both Damo and Macau going down in their own right, I think this one might be cooked from the get-go. Yeah, the little pylon that could remains, but the remainder of Hong Kong couldn't.
And you really don't see Xin pulled out very often these days. And definitely getting some value here, though, because they're playing the long sidelines and getting orb value, too, for the cross, letting Light and Petal kind of feast a bit off the Discords and with the Harmony.
Oh!
And that's an early pick.
Curiously as well, we don't actually have Billy in for Pakistan, and yet they still cop that Ana ban.
Still ban the Ana, yeah, still ban the Ana. So
maybe a bad read
for sure. But either way, working out for Pakistan right now. About to have 5 ults available. Hong Kong still pretty equivalent, to be fair. 4 ults, even though Despair have been new pulls, but that's fine. You can live without that. As only about to have a minute on the clock here today, so not a lot of time left for Hong Kong.
Okay, fiscal responsibility might be the name of the game here for Pakistan. They need to defend for 2 more fights, and already Lightning's thrown the pulse bomb awry. That's a bunch of ultimates all at once. Okay, why not just up 3? See if it works out. That's going to be an exchange between Macau and Kashir here. That's going to be the transcendence as well. Pakistan have put it all on the line to try and make something happen, but Kame's still fallen down. On the other side, Pearl gets it done with a Storm Arrow headshot. They're surrounding the Sigma, but can they execute? It's definitely Light who's arrived, and it seems like most of the ultimates have been expended for both.
Yeah, the old trades there went pretty well, especially with Kashir getting that early pick, and Milan actually getting the final Despair, meaning that's free Transcendence. So now, last fight territory for Hong Kong. Bolus is available, nothing else on board. Miko going over to the D.Va here to try to bring out a little bit extra pressure and also opportunities maybe to go high ground. As all of Hong Kong goes to Hotel.
Oh, Light down first, but Bowler's good to go. Saw the approach as well of the... Oh my goodness, what a headshot. Karumi just has the source every single time, man. When you need a hero for Hong Kong, Karumi's the one to step up, still holding on to their ultimate here. Surely they can get Milan in the back. Is that a D-Mech I saw come through? No, Macau is going to keep a hold of the mech, and there's going to be the second tick. This should be a cap here. Yeah, not going to be a last second touch.
I have never seen just a more clear indication of the effect of like, well, we have to win this fight. I guess we are grugging through one area with a D.Va, and it worked out perfectly. Ran down Light immediately off the aggression, and Chromie didn't have to pop the bullets there too, so they still have it here to try to open up and get an immediate pick. So this upcoming fight is Pakistan going to look to hold the choke kind of aggressively here, but there's a lot of opportunities here for Hong Kong to get around them with the sort of the mobility of the comp.
Okay, Mizuki and Gasly turning up as well in place of Hanzo and Zen. Karumi, a patient hunter, waits with the bowler. What was that from Pedal? Was that a dink melee? Bro didn't even have time to recall. Light managed to find Damo on the outside, but it's even Stevens when it comes to trades so far. It feels like Pakistan are a little bit undersourced when it comes to trying to keep this one contested, especially when faced with the D.Va Grug.
And right now, I mean, to be fair, for Pakistan's comp, they should be able to punish Miko relatively effectively with the Sigma and the Mizuki, but no such luck so far, as Chromie's still terrorizing the flank, doesn't want to get caught. Heals come in just in time. Gonna make him out, but rush available for Bronzy, along with the Flux.
All right, Kitsune sent on out. Petal, oh, the Demon of Islamabad has revealed himself. Despair and Damo, how's your iframe? Very solid from Bronzy, able to avoid the incoming damage of the D.Va, but Milan found in the back. No help going to be given over there. Half the HP of Macau taken down. The mech is forfeit, as too is the stagger. And despite the best attempts of Karumi, the charged bolt does it.
Yeah, here swapping over to the Ram, and that was a relatively expensive fight, but getting plenty of ults out of Hong Kong in return. So for Pakistan, they could be happy with this situation. Deadeye's still going to be available to put a lot of pressure for this fight when it breaks down, because they're going to have one person anchoring, likely going to be the Ramatra. And now you look to Pakistan, you look to see, okay, where's Petal going to position here? It's going to be the high ground, look to break it down, just go immediately in with the high noon.
Jennifer so live and so much chances to come through from Light, but Petal may have bit off slightly more, but they could shoot. The charge bolts are strong. Bronzy's down as well. A detonation removes Milan from the fight, and now Hong Kong have to do it without any healing, but they don't have too many players to go up against as well. Kashir gets a touch of overhealth from the kinetic grasp, but not much more than that. And now as we go into overtime, these spawns are going to take a while.
And you saw the light hold there. You saw the light bulb pop up. It was like, let's set up the trap play, but maybe a little too early. Didn't find any skulls either. And a little bit of lack of focus as the contest happens. Still possible. Light gonna get another touch.
Workable for Light. Someone else needs to come in, though. Kashir can't get there in time. And a second point is going to be grabbed by Hong Kong, as well as an extension of their time bank as well. Still, it's going to be an all-out brawl. Kashir momentarily considers, are we resetting this? And the call comes through that, yes, we're going to go third.
This is getting a little scary here for Pakistan. Last, as you know, kind of a beast to hold. But with the bullet and the pulse available for two players that have been relatively, I mean, just extremely high impact so far, the DPS line for Hong Kong, you have to be a little afraid because you only have one Suzu. There's no Baptiste, there's no Lamp. Milan's on the Zin. See Kuromi just hunting up on the high ground right now.
Eyes up, listening for the sound of that Suzu from Damo. As we see Light play around the outside, going up against their counterpart. Can't find the 2 versus 1. The bowler onto Bronzy. Karumi has once again found the magic formula. And while Pedal gets a silver bullet, bleed from elsewhere, managing to even it up. Still, they're going to be a little bit lower on healing. Bronzy has just respawned, and so can Swift step out of spawn in very little time.
Yeah, and I believe the Pulse forced that Suzu there to then just immediately pop the bullet, but just not enough because Pedal on the cast, getting tons of impact right now. Like, gonna pop the Pulse. Gonna find Damo, that's huge! That's very, very big. A lot of heals gone.
And now Macau has to try and make something happen with the Annihilation, chasing down Bronzy. Both the Kirikos are down, but Milan is going to soon... The remainder of Pakistan needs to chase after this car as Kashir is gone, and Pedal has to stand alone once more. Light steps up to the car, but their respawns are simply too slow. Hong Kong should be able to roll it in as the slow arrives just in time, and it's a 3rd point completion in overtime.
I mean, what a follow-up there. What a conversion there as well. And recovery coming out from Hong Kong because they immediately lose one of their supports. But the Annihilation on the point finished up a lot of those squishies really, really early. Despair just making sure to keep the pressure on, trying to clean up those picks that are already damaged. And you see this Despair DPS swap with Miko also going over to the tank full-time. Really paying dividends, I think, for Hong Kong Curiosities. I mean, you see the stat line, too, just Despair continuing to be sort of that top since making the swap. But finishing an OT means this is a very winnable situation for Pakistan. This is not an irredeemable time bank. They look pretty good on the defense, so extremely winnable.
I mean, problems here. Milan, don't think it's getting too much value out of the Zen. 2.6k damage. Not quite the Orb of Destruction level. Yeah, unideal. Room for improvement, perhaps. So we have to see like maybe some more tank bullying coming through from Milan to make sure that Macau is not feeling as comfortable as they can be currently on their tank pick, because you got to get some value out of that Orb of Discord.
So now it's going to be Pakistan here on the offense. Hong Kong looking like they want to roll with the Ashe here, an Ashe and Sigma. So try to get some of that value from the Dynamites. Some of the poke and that instantaneous combos you can get here with Kami still on the Alari. This time Pedal on the Widow, which is another hero we've seen a decent amount of Pedal, and the threatening from Pedal here, and Light for the first time going on to the Echo, right? So you're going to have opportunities to kind of execute the high ground with those stickies, with that immediate like focus beam as well, with concentration beam. So you're going to have some options here to just immediately kind of beam down people.
All right, Pedal. Impress me. Just caught a ban previously from Hong Kong. Evidently, they think that Pedal has a hot hand on the Widow, but for now, just slowly eroding away the space of Hong Kong. Pakistan are going to
Hong
get
Kong
a first
respecting
touch.
them a lot, giving them a lot of space here. Like they're just trying to respect the Pedal Widow.
There's a lot of respect for that, but eventually Despair makes their incision. Takes down Light. It's only going to be solo heals from Damo for now, though. But with Milan falling down as well, Pakistan have very little space control. Look at this. Pedal having a look at the flipped map. Down to only 75 HP. Can't really take much more in the way of poke. Every single engagement needs to be well considered. But Karumi marauds forth with his partner in crime.
And Light now getting off the Echo, going to the Reaper. Maybe Pedal going to make a swap here over to the Cassidy. And they, yeah, exactly what they're going to do. So they're just saying, okay, let's just get in aggro here. They have the Ashe. They have the Alari. We have some options to just take that fight really aggressively, take control of the space. And as long as they can heal for Milan, they can still get a ton of value here from this Discord and the Harmonies. Is Light pressuring Hotel very aggressively.
Okay, the Grug is alive and well. Pedal and Light just walk at them slowly, shoot our guns, win the game. Macau forced to give up the high ground here as the pressure starts to come. Where is Pedal going? Rosa... You know, sometimes your GPS doesn't work. Pedal just kept on rolling forward. And Hong Kong kept on rolling with this defense. Milan over peaks into Karumi, who takes their head off. It's just like Mondada all over again. F's in the chat.
I think they were very much hoping that they could get through the arch, get to the back, and start pressuring the high ground. But obviously, Hong Kong wasn't going to let them go for that rotate for free. And now sub 2 minutes remaining, 1:45 for Pakistan. Not still... ton of ults on board. They're starting to build up here, 4 on the board, but Hong Kong gonna have a full bank of their own. And we're looking at a potential first hold situation here, because depending on how long this fight lasts, we're in last fight territory, if not, you know, the map being over.
Very much could be. Kitsune Rush, ready to go. Light, I believe, has already used their recall. Oh, the sticks onto only Kashir, I believe, so it's easily soaked up by the larger health pool of the tank. That means the Bronzy can now be a little bit more liberal when it comes to their usage of the Suzu. Despair chased down after using their recall post-bomb. And Hong Kong, they appear to have been distracted by Light in the back, just not dotting their I's nor crossing their T's. One player caught inside of a Gravitic Flux with a follow-up B there. But Bob intercepted on its way to the point. One accretion coming through from Kashir. A nice dodge coming through onto the Gravitic Flux on the other side as well. And it's going to be almost the first hit given over. Don't want to move forward despite the transcendence of the Zen. A little resistance here from Pakistan, but it would appear that their slow push has been rewarded as they find pick after pick and should be able to grab themselves at least the first 2 ticks.
And it was expensive, but they got to hold on to 2 DPS ults there. So not going to be the first hold. Really well played off that initial pick. Now Pakistan, their life is still alive here. They're not done for the series just yet. A little under 3 minutes remaining. And the time bank is largely irrelevant at this point. Obviously, you'd want to cap faster, but Hong Kong already capped an OT anyways. So it's not like it's an automatic. It's Light who finding Despair on the flank, and that just opens it up here.
Disgusting clip. Still has Pulse Bomb in the back pocket. Do they want to use it onto the Ilyari? And there's no Suzu to try and stop this one. And so there's going to be nothing to try and stop the roll of Pakistan. I don't know if they really needed the Deadeye here, to be honest, as it was already a disengage coming through. Beautiful accretion forces out for Suzu. And now Pakistan, they can keep the pressure up and keep Hong Kong pinned into third.
This is actually amazing tempo for them too, because sure, they had to use 2 ults for the DPS ults that aren't insanely high value. They're going to have the rush, and they're 50% of the trans already is, having a Suzu early to save Petal. Petal getting caught. Yeah, just getting caught so aggro there. Unfortunately, just not able to make it out. I mean, that's fine to me. They did get the rush out at least, so kind of an inexpensive fight, all things considered.
Trying to jump Kame in the streets. 2 dinks come through, but the healing's solid, and Damo doesn't have any patience for Light. And despite all of that space gained by Pakistan, not too much push on the car.
Yeah, the problem now is that Hong Kong looking like they want to set up and have people up on the high ground too, and they might have to burn the rush just to get through this choke, right? The choke always such a quintessential point to hold on the map. It's such a strong position here, and that's really where the worry is. If Pakistan has to commit a lot of resources just to make it through.
Oh, Macau's disengaged. Incredibly dangerous here. Buffed up Bob is going to be protected. Eventually taken down. Karumi looking for a victim. In comes the Gravitic Flux. Kashir's going to try and chase them down here, but look at that. The pylon just keeps the healing going. Macau tries to turn it around. Kashir's on the other side. 2 players, I believe, may have been grabbed up into that one, but actually it's just for Singular. The May who manages to save themselves, and Kashir's just ruling these streets at the moment. You need to get in and peel for your Zen. Milan can't do it alone, but Despair's chasing after the Omnic. In the midst of all of this, Macau is taken down, and Milan finally gets the healing they needed.
Okay, a little unconventional there, but Kashir using the Flux to get up to the high ground and pressure from the flank. Really opening up there. No one from Hong Kong able to follow up and return, and looks like Pakistan in a good position to potentially cap here. As Petal, you don't want to go down. On fire, gonna have the high noon, gonna have that Deadeye available along with the trance, but likely no contests gonna be happening here. Yeah, just not able to make the test. Despair thinking they were gonna make it, but immediately having to pop the recall. Now Pakistan, they're still in a position. Yeah, they're in a good position here. The Transcendence is up. Blizzard is going to be available for Light pretty soon here. A lot of pressure coming on D'Amico.
All right, Captive Sun giving on over. Kashir trying to get into their face. Nice shield. Does pop their kinetic grasp as well, which means there's not too much to peel for Pedal, who in the midst of their team still falls down to all the targeting of Hong Kong. They're very good at focusing down a singular target if you had to give them some credit.
Still a minute now in the bank, essentially. 5 holds going to be up for Pakistan. They have the bank they need. They know there's no Captive Sun. Very strong position to be had. They just don't want to lose anyone too early.
Pedal rolls on forward. Should have a speed boost off the back. Hong Kong a speed boost on their disengage. Not sure where that Kitsune rush is going.
Here, leg day.
Yeah, many Qs have been pressed right now by Pakistan, and Hong Kong just don't really want to fight into that, to be honest. eats up a bunch of damage on their way through, and is it disengaged back to the back line for a touch of additional healing? Well, Pedal's going to have trouble surviving here. The healing's not going to be there. Karumi's Bob was taken down on the other side. Yeah, but that just took so much attention, and now Karumi's in an absolutely brutal position. Rains down lead upon Pakistan and Hong Kong. They are absolutely stalwart.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, just popping these support ults really early, not able to take any space off it, and then losing Pedal on the flank with Chromie just completely untouched on the high ground. Ults are still available. They still have a Flux, they still have a Blizzard, so they have some very strong options here, especially with no support being up just yet for Hong Kong. So, hope is alive for Pakistan, but this is the map and the game on the line.
Bashir, who do they grab? Kame, that's a great start. Now looking over towards Damon, wants to get rid of all of the healing here for the side of Hong Kong, who's still trying to keep this high ground contested. A slow float upwards, a harrying from the Diva, yes, and it might well be a knockoff as the bomb is inched on forward. A shield is erected in its face to dodge the threatening beams that are radiated from it. And now Pakistan are in a command position.
Blizzard's up. Deadeye's available, but still Hong Kong now with double support ults. Gonna be available now. Light's still holding on to the Blizzard. They need something to happen soon. It's a lot of damage.
Captive Sun detonations are everything. Light lays down the Blizzard, but who's going to get frozen on up? Macau loses, yes, the mech, but is there anything more than that to be found? Despair still in for Stick, puts onto the back of a Sigma, say farewell to your tank and farewell to your series. Hong Kong grit their teeth, and they manage to lock in on third for the defense and win the series.
Hong Kong definitely showing, I think, well, A, with a really heads-up swap. I think Despair moving to the DPS role, it felt like it made them a lot more explosive for the rest of the series. So, despite what his name implies, it provided much hopium to Hong Kong there, I think, over that swap. And just seeing that kind of experience difference overall, I think, when you see just how those flanks were controlled, trying to avoid over-popping ults a lot, which I think Pakistan, you saw it a lot here, where there's just a little bit of the overlaying of the ults, and Hong Kong coming out on top, showing a little bit of that veteran experience, a really good swap for Despair too. And really, if you're Hong Kong, you could be like, okay, like we're pretty happy with this scenario. It felt like the experience kind of shined through there.
Yeah, like as we outlined at the genesis of this series, it's two very different teams. Some old heads when it comes to competitive, like a lot of the Hong Kong roster. They've been playing together for a long time on Hong Kong attitude. Like the Unks are here. Whereas for Team Pakistan, this is, for many of them, only the beginning of their competitive journey. And there's a lot of room for improvement, but also sparks of talent that have been very impressive thus far. However, I've been consistently impressed by Kame and Damo. This backline of Hong Kong, definitely one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and I feel like that's just one of those issues of just the experience, the differential, and really I think when we talked about Pakistan, we're like, okay, it's really going to be driven a lot by that DPS line. But Kurumi and Despair, especially when Despair made that swap, handedly kept up with it. I feel like also perhaps making far better positioning choices throughout the series, in particular where Pedal just getting caught a little bit much. I mean, even same with Light at times. So overall, Hong Kong looking extremely well-rounded comparatively. Maybe even potentially a threat to Team Japan, but obviously right now that's a pretty big stratification in this group. So we'll have to see how it plays out further. Currently, it still seems like Japan and Korea might be a step above the rest of the teams in the group. But Hong Kong giving a pretty solid showing.
Yeah, I think that considering we saw Japan get 3-0'd by Korea, as we said, stratification in this group, at least in terms of our preliminary power rankings, is pretty calcified. But maybe Japan is fallible in the face of like some amazing pop-ups. We saw Kurumi consistently play a very impressive like raw power DPS role that maybe could try and shell shock Japan, but at the moment it definitely seems like the story of Group A is going to be like Japan versus Hong Kong for potentially that second place and that qualification to the main group stage of the World Cup. For South Korea, they're looking about as good as we expected, and Pakistan, this is a team that's claimed a map, so they're definitely they have a lot of contention power here. Question is, can they bring it to a team like Japan, who they're full of current pros, not old head pros, like current Varel players who are doing very well in OWCF.
Yeah, that is gonna be kind of the question for the entirety of the group, and I do think it's worrying, but there were signs of life. We showed a lot of, I think, signs of flexibility, but overall, definitely still a team to look out for.
Yep, definitely going to be one to keep your eyes on, but keep your eyes on these highlights because we're back for our last series of the day when we come back after this break.
Kevin. Well.
Hello, and welcome back to Overwatch World Cup in Asia for Online Qualifiers. Last game of the day today, fellas. I'm back with Avast, as usual. One more game to close it out. Hopefully a close one, Avast.
Yeah, we can only hope. Obviously, we're not getting the seminal Pakistan versus India matchup this year necessarily. Different groups, potentially, unless they both make it out of groups, which is theoretically possible. So we are looking forward to India versus Team Philippines here instead, which should hopefully be a relatively close one. We've had some, like, honestly, kind of, I think for a group stage, we're expecting a kind of unequal distribution at times of games. So maybe this will be on the closer end, especially because, unfortunately, what was somewhat close to our previous matchup seemed to be pretty lopsided inside of Hong Kong's failure. And I don't know, I look at these two teams and I feel like potentially Philippines might also kind of have a similar situation where they have a little bit more experience on their end.
I mean, we got two teams that both came through from their own separate Asia qualifier, right? So Philippines coming in first place, India coming in second place. Philippines, maybe you edge them out just based on that alone.
Yeah, and I think for Philippines here, it's just a question of, I don't know. I mean, I look at this team and frankly, I feel like, oh, maybe I'm going to look at the DPS line. Maybe it's kind of, they're just more well-rounded overall than India. But there's still a lot of opportunity for surprise on this stage. And as we've talked a lot about for the World Cup and Overwatch World Cup as a program in general, is that we don't see a lot of these teams, in particular teams like India or previously with like Hong Kong and Pakistan, of like, they're not represented quite as much globally in the professional circuit. So this is their kind of chance to like, oh yeah, look at the talent we do have on the roster. But sometimes going in, you're still a little bit blind of like, oh, really? How are they going to stack up? And like you said, they did already go through these qualifiers. So realistically, qualifier is kind of an indicator. But also with India picking up with a pretty interesting breakout player with X10, of course, who adds a lot of firepower to this roster for Team India.
Captain Prash has also had some decent experience in the past there as well, so, you know, might be a couple players to look out for. Just looking across the roster, you know, Abs has also got a little bit of experience in the back pocket, having played contenders in the past, and played for Zocorp in the past here as well. So I think India might be able to bring a little bit of firepower. I mean, obviously, we look at the previous results between these two teams. India and Philippines met. It was a 2-0 for Philippines. But maybe in that time, you know, since that game was played, which was a couple months ago now, might be an opportunity for India to bite back.
And of course, Philippines also having Cinnabar as well, which is someone that we have seen competing in North America and seeing kind of just in some of the scenes that we've had a little bit more exposure to overall. But it has been, like you said, a bit since we've seen them come head to head, and who knows what's changed since then, because obviously I have not been keeping as close tabs India as I've been working a little bit closer to Pakistan. So they've been slightly different camps there in terms of where I've been keeping track of. So this is going to be a great opportunity to see where they're at right now in the group stage, because right now the measurement is, can they stack up to some of those powerhouses in their group that we know of, right? It's kind of this chance to like, are any of these other two teams that might be considered potentially bottom four, the bottom two of their groups, going to stack up to those top two of their groups? This is a chance to see that parity, or are we kind of already building that structure a little earlier, what we expect from the rest of the group stage?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the players and you sort of, as you do, check the Wikipedia, see what the histories are, Philippines actually, on paper, look like the team that has less experience. You look at India, far more players that have had at least tier 2 experience playing around and competing in different teams, in different events. But then you look at the previous results from when these last two teams actually played in official, and Philippines coming out with the 2-0 does say that, you know, despite maybe the lack of Wikipedia accolades, maybe that's not what it's all about, because like you do have Cinnabar on here, who's probably the by far standout player in the subs there as well. Is Solus, who's been on 99 Divine. Perhaps we'll end up seeing a substitution come into play at some point, but this is the all-important game where to really set the stage for how the rest of this group sort of shapes up, and whether either of these two teams between Philippines and India have a chance to either take some maps off of Australia and have a bit of a fun, interesting scenario with the map differential, or indeed maybe just like straight up beat Thailand, and that would really cause this group to turn into quite something interesting.
It would, and that's the power of the group stage and the power of Overwatch World Cup generally when we see some of these kind of less represented nations at times, and maybe there's a chance for kind of this wild card, like, oh, there's a lot more talent, a lot more depth to the roster than we would have expected from what the teams that we typically highlight. And Philippines could be one of those such teams, like you said, actually highlighting that maybe they have less experience. So maybe this is like an opportunity for them to kind of show up on the world stage, which is the whole point. And we'll have to see. Obviously, they both are utilizing some breakout players, which are very, very, good players in their own respective region. But at the end of the day, talent isn't necessarily, or specifically Wikipedia accolades, isn't everything in the World Cup, because these are kind of rosters built together from a assortment of players with various experience levels, and it's really coordination that's going to kind of make the difference often.
Yeah, hoping for not 3 Overwatch. Obviously, we've had mostly 3 Overwatch here. The Hong Kong-Pakistan game at least went to an extra map, but overall still a decent showing from Hong Kong. So I think a very clean viewing of how Group A is going to shuffle out. And of course, both these teams, we're going to see every single team play again on the following day. Australia will be playing India and the Philippines up against Thailand. So again, that Philippines-Thailand game will be really important. If Philippines can perform well today in this India game, do well against Thailand tomorrow, could be a bit of a shoo-in for that secondary spot. First map is going to be Oasis. So you'll wait to see what our ban information looks like as well.
And Oasis has obviously been pretty common, and it's going to be Bastion and Lucio gone from the field here. So that eliminates Cat Bastion, but though obviously there could still be Cat Cassidy and comps like that. That's still a possibility. And though Lucio means that we're not going to be seeing any Lucio Kiriko, so opens up that Mizuki options. The Mizuki Kiriko for some of those Sigma comps opens up even some slower options if you want to play like Alari, things like that. But
Juno.
It's very interesting. Yeah, Juno, of course. Juno, of course, going to be very popular.
Probably not going to be seeing, I wouldn't suspect it would be any double flex support here. No Alari for Oasis. Probably a bit of a dangerous map to play her on. So I think Juno comps makes a lot of sense here. You mentioned Mizuki as well. Obviously, depending on where our tanks end up, lots of combos. You can get in with Mizuki with the chains. Sigma Mizuki. I don't think Sigma is probably not super popular on a map like Oasis. No Bastion. Obviously, we did see some Bastion early on. Sort of commented on the fact that even when we did see the Bastions, the Cat wasn't banned. Still wasn't Cat with the Bastion. Just a kind of a Bastion on its own. Wandering around, seeing what it can achieve. But here, not going to even be looking towards that. Who knows who would have even played it anyway. I don't think any team has actually really brought out a Cat Bastion, which is nice to see.
Yeah, there has been Bastion played, but no Cat Bastion, interestingly enough. Bastion's still in a pretty good spot as a DPS hero in general. So this could be our opportunity, but like you said, maybe not in the cards necessarily here in Oasis, but we'll just have to see, because it's been a while since we've seen these teams meet up. We're not totally certain exactly what the comps are going to favor are going to be. And I'm seeing 2 Sigmas. Obviously, spawn doors not to be trusted necessarily, but I am seeing 2 Sigmas.
If it is Sigma, Sigma Mizuki starting to make a little bit more sense here. Xen looking to potentially lock in that cast for opening round. Won't get baited by the Symmetras just yet. Cinema might be really thinking about the Ilari. Again, could be a little dangerous on this opening map.
You doubted. You said, no, Ilari. No, that's not. But look at us now. Look where we're at now. Cinnabar, she's on. The Ilari coming on through Xen. Yeah, like you said. So it is the Mizuki Sigma comp here when a Malari, the Alari Kiriko comp instead for the Philippines instead, though pretty similar, but with the Mei available, gonna have to be aware of the wall here, Philippines.
We'll see like India trying to play coast side right now. This does leave open Philippines to take the jump pad and the high ground, which you can see through the silhouettes. They're happy to do so for the time being. This point unlocks. Leo first up. See if Yuan can do some damage on the side.
Yeah, they go a lot of space here on the flank, trying to find the off angle, but right now just playing around the objective for India, just playing it slow, trying to find someone with the wall. Poke still ongoing, no picks just yet.
Again, point very much open up here. India, most of their players on the point. Philippines are the ones that are locked out. They're not able to really walk their way in. Trying to play off this
pylon. They're really respecting the Mei.
Disrespecting the Kiriko on the other side, though. Finally got our first opening couple of trades here. Losing Leo's going to be really rough for Philippines off the get-go. India can just slow this one down. They already have cap advantage. Vinder's still alive here, seemingly reasonably healthy. Philippines want to be able to flip this one over. It just doesn't seem like they have the firepower until they can finally get somebody down. Low HP on India, but they're still alive.
Crush going to have the Sanctuary available here. Point going to flip now, so Philippines are going to manage to get the pressure, get the cap that they need, but still a lot of sustain for India to make it back onto the point. The Blizzard is up and available, so Philippines just going to have to wait, play it a little slow, wait for the respawners to come back in as India just get this free flip again and just anchor the point here with the Mei, with the Sigma.
OC shield straight away, and the Blizzard as well. Completely locking out U1 in the in freezing, just to really put the insult on. So that's going to be the OC completely for naught. Coming into response to Cinnabar as well. That's going to be a Suzu and TP away from Abs, but still a headshot onto Vend. It's going to be good enough. Leo trying his best to survive, has a Flux in hand, but won't have a chance to use it. He's still maintaining cap control for the time being after dropping into the Kitsune rush. It seems like Philippines are slowly losing members here, and they won't have anything more to say here.
And India, I mean, playing this anchor composition, this real bunker style comp extremely well. They have a ton of sustain between the Mizuki and the Kiriko, along with the Mei. And X10 just not going down, so she's just putting out consistent damage currently. So Philippines with the Flux available, with the Pulse, they have some options here. There's no support ults for India, but they're just having a tough time of dislodging India from the point.
Have to make a good go of it. Not a lot of time left on this particular point as well. Poking on the side is X10. Let's see if she can poke Leo down. And here comes the strong ultimates coming into play. Double hit. Should be a decent amount of damage. U1 though getting the double on the sidelines while Leo is keeping in check the rest of India. It will be the flip coming on through.
A little bit extra time taken off the board here is X10. She's going to be last to fall. But the Flux, exactly what you wanted to see there. Just gets the players they need. Philippines now have to play near perfectly for the rest of the round. I mean, 98% here for India. About to have the rush available, so has a little bit of options. Cinnabar speaking very, very aggressively for the poke on the Ilari, just trusting for the mechanics right now. Gonna go for some dinks.
Nothing to play with on the Philippines. They need to buy time here. Lau desperately looking for a Kitsune rush response to the India triple threat. Double DPS plus tank ultimate in play. Will be the Doom push. This is the one push that will get them the round. As they just take ever so slightly a little bit of poke. But one can just find out where this Flux is going to come on in. Then should probably just drop it on top of Lau and the entire Philippines backline now. Good way to counter the Kitsune rushes. Vital, which eats the dirt, but no real big ultimates from India. They'll be dropping in the, I believe, yeah, it's going to be the Blizzard. Does lock up Leo for some time, but no kills.
I mean, Yuan's still here on the flank with the overclock, keeping the pressure on, so it's really tough for them to chase that Blizzard here. Leo gonna be looking to follow up as Captain Crush on the point, still here, but unfortunately, likely he's gonna get staggered. Well, unless you bonk your head on the top and maybe you don't get this. No way! No way Captain Crash gets out on the Mizuki of all things. I mean, you don't even really have that much movement, all things considered. So that's an unfortunate slide moment for Yuan, as now India gonna be able to have a little bit of a faster recontest.
I mean, Philippines have basically caught up now in terms of cap percentage. Here we go, finally the Flux from Vin. It's been holding on to that one for a while. Leo surely falling to super low HP. Flux doesn't seem to deliver enough damage to clean that player up. It's Cinnabar. Might just be the Captive Sun we're waiting for. Hard to throw that one in the midst of the kind of sanctuary that's been played in. But still, Captain Crash, he was the one targeted. He was the one actually cleaned up. Big couple of kills coming through from Philippines. It should be enough now, unless the Abs Kitsune rush saves the day for India. They still need some damage done though. Flip goes all the way. The Philippines is 99 to 98. India slowing down. They just don't have the firepower anymore. Then the final play that gets one in there, but Leo, the Flux to finish things off. And I don't see anything left for India to contest.
Cinnabar there with that hero play towards the end with the Captive Sun to get that very kind of early pick in the fight, and forcing the Sanctuary too because of the fear, still not able to stop that pick. And now it was a close round, very close round. I mean, essentially 99-99. So still anyone's map so far, but Philippines just edging out in the end. Definitely showing a bit of flexibility too, despite having some issues dislodging that Maycomp from the point earlier. Playing the flanks really well, just trying to find the opportunities where they can.
Remarkable. How far are we from
And they struggle a lot to be able to get past. It was a second to last fight where they had a decent ultimate advantage, but couldn't quite drop their own Flux into counter out Lau's Kitsune rush. We head into this one. See if India is able to capitalize on those leads, because Philippines made the big comeback from very little percentage point.
And no real swaps here, still pretty similar compositions across the board. Exact same compositions across the board. Is Philippines choosing to take this high ground first. Kind of set up, put Cinnabar there. Pylons are up now, as India looking like they just want to continue to play this kind of bunker style composition, own the point, put the pressure on, maybe find him with the Mei wall.
I mean, India definitely want to group a little bit more to take advantage of the AoE Mizuki healing, but With all of that, the multi-angle approach from Philippines, Shashi will be the first to fall. It doesn't look like India is able to really contest this point at all. Vin trying to break his way out from the side room, but still just locked up from all angles. Look at the damage coming into India's backline.
Yeah, not just the damage, too, the amount of space that they just don't have currently. The Sigma Orbs, just the damage from Cinnabar as well on the flanks, along with Vital just keeping the pressure on across all sides. Is now India looking to recontest. Still no ult on board just yet.
Yeah, the rock's going to go wide, not going to be able to find its mark across the wall, but X10 will get edge on the Vital. 5 versus 4. Do note the Philippines do have a bit of a lead on ultimates, but that's not going to matter if X10 just finds every single kill on the map 2 so far. Plus the pylon on top of everything else, forcing Philippines back. And Leo had something like a 50% ult charge lead over Vin. That gap is going to start to slowly close now.
Yeah, great wall there too from Shashi. So now, a little bit of a late stagger. X10 finding the heads up that she needs to just open it up. So India going to be looking to hold point. This is where their comp gets a lot stronger, right? Especially if you lose that first fight, you're always in a kind of a disadvantage regardless. But with a comp like this, you struggle a little bit when you're dealing with this pokey style of Philippines. Because India playing very aggressively.
Oh, could have been a really sick rock there. Good shield coming through from Leo, who's going to follow this up with a flux. Just under 1 for now onto Vin, but I still think a decent amount of damage as you wanted the flank locked up by a Mabel for the time being. Casino Rush played in for India, but it just doesn't seem like they have enough. Lau will hold on to his own Casino Rush for the time being, a chain to lock Leo away, but it seems it will be just barely healthy. It's Vital and Cinnabar, despite the low HP on their Sigma player. The backline, all Philippines get it done.
And great split, too, from the Philippines as well. You see, and even if they didn't get a ton of work done with the overclock, still put the pressure and was able to get onto the cap, get onto the point itself. And that's kind of what you want to see happen when you're playing into these Mei comps, especially with the lack of mobility with no Lucio, is that, okay, let's split, let's get around the Mei, let's try to use the advantage we have when we're playing the Sojourn Tracer. And now 50% on board for the Philippines. India looking to walk on in, they do have the Flux, they do have the Blizzard.
Casino Rush is so good here for the Philippines. We have to be a little bit careful for the fact that Blizzard will stop the aggression. Certainly got to stop Philippines from walking in any further. Cinnabar talked about these at the Suns before. This one is not really finding anything for the time being. Basically every single ultimate burnt from both teams now. Good stun as well. Rock straight into the kill for Vin.
Oh, but Vital, though, pulls Spine Shashi and gets that pick onto Abs. Vital just feasting here, and there's going to be a stagger onto Vin. Vin, low HP, trying to get out. Gonna go down late, and now we're in a last fight territory here for India. This could be for the map as well. No ult on board. Exton kind of close to the Deadeye, but doesn't want to go down too early from the poke.
Swaps coming in. Vin onto Diva. Prash over towards the Juno. A little bit of speed required here. No one else can really touch because they're not playing Tracer. Good shots.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Shashi. Beautiful right click straight into U1. That will be the 5v4. India needs to get themselves onto the point. Touch should be enabled. It has been. What more can we find here? Shashi again. The double up here is going to force India on the point of Philippines out.
Shashi hitting the right clicks. I mean, that's just nasty. And that's just the power of Mei as well. The right click, if you're hitting the headshots, you're going to get a lot of damage done, maybe some instant picks. So India with the backs against the wall, make it back in. Forcing a final fight of their own here. Instead, going to pop this Deadeye very, very early, get some pressure around Philippines.
It's a lot of skulls, and a lot of skulls means a lot of kills as well. Just able to dance around the shield of Leo successfully. X10 with a triple. Puts India into a fighting chance in a good position now for this comeback on round 2.
Rushes up not too far from the Blizzard as well. Because of the situation. Okay, Cinnabar actually, she's choosing to go over to the Brigida right now. I mean, you can bash the Diva away from that, have some of the packs available to just tank your flankers just a little bit more. 90%, they need to get in, but it looks like Philippines don't want to give them space.
Leo's got one. It's just the Diva so far. Then that'll pop the HP down. X10. So far, a bit of an MVP for India. Needs to stay alive. Has a decent angle to work through, but gotta lock that damage in. Shashi as well has been good on these right clicks. Blizzard available now. Low HP. And a lot of these Philippines members. It's first kill onto Shashi. Blizzard's in play somewhere. Doesn't seem like it's frozen up anybody. If U1 can't really lock this overclock into kills, Philippines might not have enough yet. They do have a DMAC on the Vin. They got the DPS down, so they should have the point, and that means they should have the map.
And the rush just in time there for the Philippines, closing it out. Map 1 going their way, and despite India, with some real hero moments too from Exton and Shashi, just not able to clean up in time. Rush comes on out, and really good abuse of the flanks again from Philippines. Getting around that comp, trying to take control of the map.
some real heroism that we saw a little bit earlier on as well. I think Yuan definitely a bit more of a standout on that first cap, as on that first point, I should say. But an interesting Sigma versus Sigma on Oasis, a map where you probably more expect, you know, the Rams to come on through more broadly here, some Malgas to be in play, but these two teams so far locked in a mirror. I'd be very curious moving forward. I mean, if it's just going to be more Sigma, I think Escorts, Hybrids all play well into that. Maybe someone will end up banning a Sigma at some point as well, particularly if it's India that's not quite keeping up here. Because I believe it was Leo that had a gigantic lead over Vind on that second round of University. I think early on it was 50% or more in terms of roll charge lead at one point.
Yeah, maybe the Sigma gonna be that staple just because perhaps these teams are feeling really built around their breakout players for X10 for India, where she's just playing really hard hit scan. It's had a lot of, you know, obviously a lot of talent, a lot of success, not necessarily obviously insane results, but very good showings in North America. And then Cinnabar, who's been on this Alari, right, for a map which we thought, oh, there's no way there'd be Alari played, but it's typically not played on a control map like Oasis. But maybe they want to build around these two breakout players a little bit more, both squads, and just play a little bit slower, especially with Sigma being in a relatively strong spot meta-wise right now. Especially with the addition of Bazooki to help counter those Diva comps a bit more. So very, very likely we see some of those map picks like you were talking about.
Overall, though, I think India played Philippines quite close. I mean, when you look at the results here, I believe both of them essentially went to 99s. There might have been a 98 in there, but we'll count it. It goes to show that, particularly on that first round, by the way, with India sort of getting that 98 first and forcing Philippines to make that long comeback, India have more than capability to maybe have won either of those two rounds. Certainly, I think we could have probably have gone to a deciding third round of that opening Oasis. Based on results, I mean, this is so far a pretty competitive game. Really want this one to not be a 3-0.
It was honestly kind of giving shades of old London Spitfire, you know, back with the team that would only bunker. That's all they could do. Christopher's like, okay, guys, back on the May, backbone, get back on the May. It was kind of giving those vibes a bit because they were doing a really good job of actually, you know, LOSing some of the damage, keeping the contest on the point, which is one of the most crucial parts of the composition. But that's where Philippines, I think, actually showed a lot of resolve and really showed actually a kind of much more of a tactical depth than I expect. Because a lot of times when we're looking at these teams that are a bit more wild cards in the World Cup, what they struggle the most on is that issue of like taking space, like abusing flanks, really finding those opening picks that a lot of much more high tempo teams can do. And Philippines are doing a really good job, especially Yuan Viatal, just opening up that space and making sure to get around some of those slower picks and those slower heroes, especially with Cinnabar playing Alari of all things. And I do think this is a really good showing from Philippines, showing the kind of their flexibility in general. So the worry right now is for India, and like what else do they have kind of up their sleeve now that they try to pull out this like bunker comp? Is it really what they're going to be aiming for, or is that just a look for Oasis? I don't know. You don't want to necessarily continue to run that into Philippines. It looks like they've already kind of cracked, at least like they understand the concept of like, let's get around it and let's use the space.
Well, we've certainly had some, you know, in the previous showings, these two teams are even playing the dominant, which is quite interesting. That's something that you probably wouldn't expect anymore. But again, these matches took place all the way, you know, back in late April, I guess. I was going to say March, but late April, around that sort of time period. And RAM as well. So it's not all Sigma all day. But yeah, you had a Lee Jung and a Numbani in there that both went the way of Philippines. A couple of different plays even had some showings in there. Some of the subs that we saw in the lineup for that roster were able to have a bit of game time. So, okay, we'll wait to see how this map takes us. But so far, I think the series is looking competitive. This is looking like it'll be the one today that will actually deliver us a reasonably super competitive game. Or first time Rialto so far in Overwatch World Cup for Asia.
Oh, I mean, so this is interesting too, because it kind of, to me, feels like May Merchanting is taking place if India is picking Rialto, because you want to talk about a map where people love to play some May, it is Rialto, and Shashi did look really good, right? I mean, made a comeback possible there towards that final round of Oasis, so I kind of sniff in the air perhaps we're going to be doing some May trickery going on.
Would be the right map for it. I think this is where you can start to lean even heavier into poke compositions. So Rialto, typically on a more of a diva map, but I think if you just want to force a Sigma, I think that can certainly work. And Well, we're just going to get rid of the Diva and say, look, Diva point A is extremely strong. Let's remove that because we want to play more Sigma. And then Alari gone from the India side, noticing that Cinnabar was causing some issues there, wanting to force this one more towards a ground game, more of a brawl type game. Because despite both teams playing the Sigmas, right, they're different styles of Sigma team. You had more of a double flex support look with the Alari and the Kiriko for Philippines, and then you had more of a brawly style, close range, Mei, Cass, and Mizuki. More of a team that wants to brawl up a little bit more. Even though they are playing the Sigma, they want to get up a little bit closer.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does make sense band-wise, like you were saying there, across the board. It also makes it a little interesting, too, because when Divas and Alari are both off the field here, especially for a map like Rialto, when you look to, like, I mean, really the entirety of the map, but in particular first and second, there's a lot of verticality, right? There's a lot of options for verticality there and a lot of options for long sight lines where Diva can close the gap and Alari can kind of abuse the gap. So you look at that and like, okay, is there opportunities now to where maybe even like an Ana comes into play because there's no Diva is going to run into them. But we have seen teams play things like Winston a lot, right? Which can give that sort of that long range pressure, that dive pressure that you need. Or is it just, especially because this vibe I'm getting from Mei, you see from the first point, they look pretty good in that first map with Mei. Are they just going to continue to see more Sigma?
I think Sigma would be a great call here. This would be the map that you would expect Sigma to play on rather than Oasis. Really, it just comes down to whether Philippines still want to play more of the poke style and whether India still want to lean more towards Mei. I think that's been the real sticking point you sort of noted Shashi's made. Is this going to be the Mei team? That's the kind of vibe I'm getting so far from India. And this would be a good map to bring it out on. Definitely a good Mei map.
Yeah, we will have to see. And definitely still a map where I think even with the Alari being banned, I do think this is kind of just a situation where you can expect potentially Cinnabar to still play something that's going to apply a lot of pressure and a lot of damage when you see how she was playing with the Alari. Obviously, you can't trust the spawn doors. I doubt the Xin will stay, but it's possible. It's something that you could potentially expect because it is very, very long sight lines here. But in comparison, Philippines with the Bastion, I mean, there's this comp. Bastion, I mean, that is Cat Bastion. That is Cat Bastion with an Ana.
Oh, we've seen our first Cat Bastion. Here we go. With an Ana, I mean, that's just classic. That is Nano the Bastion. Let it rip. The attacking side has the capability to go for swaps here. But again, no Diva. Could potentially cause some issue. This is where the Diva ban starts to come into effect.
And you see X10 just kind of covered above. Going for the poke here, and oh my, what a rock! But unfortunately
doesn't do anything.
Doesn't do anything.
Cosmetic rock, sadly.
Just a cosmetic. I mean, that's what we call a gemstone.
Ah, yes. Non-functioning. See
For the aesthetics.
how much function we get out of this so far, though, as Cat Bastion, like, on paper, I mean, it is kind of easy to play, but at the same time, plenty of teams get it wrong if you haven't had the practice to really play through. We want to talk about the fact that U1 is playing the M rate. Something that has been slowly sliding out of meta given some various nerfs that we've come through on the Philippines. Will try and make this one work so far. It's not getting a lot out of X10's Bastion so far. Every turret form, we're not getting those kills in.
And also, I mean, the Philippines doing a really good job of LOSing around the buildings and setting up those picks and really just getting that early pick kill on Shashi as well. That eliminates a lot of the pressure that Philippines are going to feel into their back line. Is Exton trying to go from behind here, trying to gun someone down, but Finn down early here, and the entire front line is just gone.
Philippines seems like they're just dealing with this Bastion reasonably well by not even really fighting the Bastion at all, fighting the rest of the team, fighting the picks elsewhere. As X10 and Prash not getting much value out of this combo as you would expect. It's, by the way, Philippines that banned away the Diva, which would have been the pick you would normally go to start dealing with this Cat Bastion a little bit more. Seems like they don't need it, though.
They chose to ignore it. They chose to ignore the Bastion. They've actually said, actually, we don't need a Diva. We're just going to make you lose Aura instead by no looking the entire time. X is still here on the backline again, trying to broadside, trying to find someone.
Nano onto Leo. Sleep onto Vin. Some extra X10 damage perhaps to come on through. No real kind of combos to play in, but you certainly don't need that if you're just going straight for the Artist. That's the one kill going the way of India. Cinnabar drops in the extra Kasuna rush. Leo's already got a lot of kills in here. Low damage in already as well. With the Bastion gone, India's hope of defending this point is basically gone. Despite the one stick coming on through, is that enough? Is payload still moving?
I mean, they do have Cat still alive, so they have a chance to maybe tether the way in, but it looks like actually not even necessary. Vin's going to get the nano just to contest, and there's going to be the Cat ult. Catnap going on through. I don't think it really matters. Just gets the stun as Vin brings up here on point. So it was enough. All they needed was one.
Haven't capped it though. 4 minutes. Sorry, 4 meters left to go through. Philippines, they had a good positioning there. Override protocol from Yuan, but just not enough damage. Barely even gets a kill into X10 as the rest of India walk on forward, ignore the override. And now some more changes coming on through. It's Lucio, Kiriko, gonna completely forgo the Cat Bash and Coffers. No, it didn't really do too much for India. This is where India might have an opportunity to just lock in for this defense and dig the heels in.
Blade is a naked Blade. No, I mean, no nano, nothing. Just Blade in. Captain Crash down. Gets one. Might get two. Forces the recall. So actually, could be a punish possible.
Extend low. Yuan will find that one. That's also Flux being burnt by Leo as well. Some supporting damage. No more Ramatra means no more hold. I thought maybe that could have been an opportunity for India, but the Blade will, despite only getting one kill sometimes will just give you the 5v4 you need. Shashi now thinking, okay, you know what? No more Tracer. Let's get back over towards the Mei. The Mei was working before. Let's make that Mei work one more time as well. Also swaps the Juno.
Yeah, I mean, and this in 2026, seeing Genji get value with no nano, just get a pick in general is relatively miraculous and definitely giving them the space they need. The advantage they need has been coming in to contest. Annihilation available. Oh, Solus almost getting caught.
Some opportunity though. That's one down for Lao. India might want to push a little bit further forward and see how much they can bite off. Philippines slowly working their way down. Starting to see the value of the Mei walls come through for Shashi. Burn that timer down because Philippines still got a decent time back to work with.
Even with the Annihilation, Rush about to be up along with the overclock we were talking about. So Bank not good, not pretty good, I should say, for India. Philippines here just going for a long poke, and Captain Prash poked a little hard there.
Lucio moment, caught midair. Rail coming through secondarily from Yuan now into a second player. Vin's going to have to do a lot to hold on to it because his members are falling all around him. It's only Abs getting kills. Vin don't allow as well. Double support line kill is really important for India. They need to rely on respawns here as Double DPS slowly come back in towards the fight. India might still be able to hold on to this one. Leo's the only one alive, which means the Philippines have to back out.
They're saying it might be one of the most brawlic displays of Sigma gameplay you've ever seen. Just running forward, getting those picks in the right spot. I mean, or rather, Ramatra gameplay. And that's just the power of the Nemesis form, right? You're able to get that clean. You're doing so much damage there. Leo looking to recontest the overclock video and bring them in.
He's done pretty well with the OC before, with just the rails on his own. Not really finding targets at the time being, but X-Hit is still down. Katsuno's being traded across Small Crash, just shy away from finding this all-important beat, and he doesn't have it just yet for India to save them 96%, and that's what it will die on. This Blizzard's going to have to do the work instead. X10 coming through for a spawn on the OC, some decent damage from Vince, some supporting damage from X10. As Val really wants to hold on to this fight. The orbital ray to give Philippines a little bit more staying power. It seems like it'll be enough. Both Lau and Leo getting the kills. If Vin goes down, if Prash can't save them, it's gone. Prash, it's a solo beat.
It's a one-man beat, not able to save in time. That's gonna be the cap. The ray really not just giving the staying power, but the finishing power for that fight. Sure, the blade not available. But Philippines, what a good fight there for them, making it all in. And you see that they tried to get that Blizzard, just not quite enough, but they were able to get around it, force the Blizzard, get out of that LOS, come back in with the Ray. And Philippines, the tempo is great. I mean, this is I would say comparatively to some of the matches we've seen today, Avril, so far, this feels like a very, like you said, evenly matched. The tempo is great. Both these teams seem to have like a pretty good understanding of how they want to play their comps.
Still a 2-minute and 8-second time bank is a really decent one, because it was, time was starting to go down a little bit. Some of the other points, starting to see a little bit more life out of India when they swapped away from the Cat Bash, and unfortunately it's just taking a little bit too long to build up certain ultimates. And the most important one there, absolutely you have to talk about the fact that it was the sound barrier. Captain Prash also dying in the middle of that fight. Great targeting by Yuan, by the way, who's also found a decent number of rails across the board, headshots and otherwise. Really put the damper onto India's defense. I think if that sound barrier came on through a little bit earlier and saved the team, it would have been a different looking defense altogether. So it means India have their work cut out for them on the offensive side as X10 once again hovering the Bastion.
And still, I mean, this is a map where Cat Bastion can get a lot of value. You have a ton of skyline to work with. You have a lot of opportunity to get behind some of these more egregious points of geometry, which are so easily able to contest the cart. So a lot of opportunity to be found here. It's just a question, can they get value out of it? Yeah, here they go.
Actually, the exact same start. In fact, an identical start for India's defense is on the same comp now on the offensive side of things. See if we can get
I do find the
X10
Genji
around the
so
sidelines.
interesting for this comp here, right? But this time they do have an Ana, right? So there are going to be nanos available as X10, like you said, all the way on the flank here. Just trying to take some pressure away, try to set up maybe to beam someone down.
I mean, the Genji is certainly an interesting choice. Not a lot of support to allow the Genji to get anything out unless you have the nano boost on top. Opportunity for X10. Should be seeing some good damage onto the tank, but Leo's going to skirt out of that one. Barely. Yuan slept, but still alive as well. And Leo's just not able to clean up some of these kills.
When I have shurikens and I'm trying to stop the tethered Bastion that's 800 meters in the air, it's definitely a choice. It's definitely a choice of anti-air defenses here. Just throwing these up in the air right now.
He's looking for the mid-air deflect, I think that would be... That's got to be the play. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out what the Genji is doing for this comp.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine they're just trying to set up to maybe punish some of those slower members of India, like Abs there on the Ana. But it's a little interesting. But Captain Fresh gonna get found there, so that's pretty good. Obviously, there goes the medevac. There goes the helicopter.
That's one way to really put the damper on the Cat Bastion composition. Rare you see the Cat going down first. Usually, the Bastion's the one in trouble. The Philippines are already bleeding down this timer quite significantly, because pretty sure the India defense faltered by this time. The Philippines already capped. Yuan down there. That might be the opportunity for India. Need a little bit more now. Shashi onto 2. Leo slept in India. Ideally get through this without using too many ultimates. There will be one more fight, and that's the fight at the end of A where India want to drop the ults.
Perfect, and getting a little bit late pick there into Lao, so there's not going to be a nano up just in time either for this contest here, with Lao being the last to go. But still, the spawns are close. Likely going to be a chance to get it with Cinnabar. She's going to have the rush available, but they do have to worry about these ults here for India in this choke, especially with the Flux coming up along with the nano.
Nano's in early. Straight onto X10. That damage should be pretty nasty. Porting everyone into the locker room there. Yuan and Lao gone. Just a nano onto Leo. Lao didn't have the opportunity to put on the Solus, who didn't have Blade either. That will be the cap. India find their mark. It seems like just the bare Bastion damage wasn't enough. Well, the nano certainly will put it over the line.
And it's just a perfect situation there for the Cat Bastion, and part of the reason why you can see this comp is just so good when it's played properly there. You're in this situation where you just have it across this wide open space. You need to contest, but the Bastion just perfectly mobile above you, especially when combined with the nano, just mulches. You need those lower HP heroes. But Philippines, they're going to have ults available. I mean, you're going to have the Override Protocol, you're going to have the Flux, you're going to have a Blade, though no nano available here. So some options to get in. They just need to make sure they control this high ground a bit.
Watch for the chains here as well, as Cinnabar has swapped over to the Mizuki. Shashi stick unfortunately won't deliver a kill on the Leo. Let's see if Yuan does more out of this override than what we saw previously, looking for any targets but just not finding anything. Will eventually get onto the flank, but while that's happening, Shashi delivers more. He got a stick on the Leo previously, now finds the actual kill on the Solus. Leo, I don't think got much out of the Flux either. The Philippines are just bagging away out of this one. Exit dropping bombs on Yuan's face as Shashi gets even more.
I mean, beautiful split there, too, from the India backline. I mean, Abs making sure not to get caught by the Protocol. Everyone in India just splitting properly there. As Yuan now making the swap over to Cassidy. Said, okay, maybe no more Imre be happening here today. They're still going to have the Catnap available along with the Flux. So they have some options to just walk on in before the Nano's up, because there's no defensive support ults up for Philippines just yet.
Oh, okay. It's a one-to-one trade so far. Now we're just going to put this one further into Philippines contention. Oh, X10 alive. Thrash will have to exit lonesome. Waiting for an opportunity to play in their own ults here. And obviously, might be a little bit too far away to really get a catnap kill into the river, but just dragging a play into your own team could be worth.
Yeah, just the stun too, right? To set up an engage where you can just drop the catnap, do some damage, just prevent any actions from going on at that moment, just to insta-give someone potentially as Captain Crash. They put X10 behind yet again.
Oh, someone. Vinder's gone though. The Lindholm explosives perk coming online for X10, but Solus is still looking for more targets as well. Solus can equalize this. Not going to be looking too good for India.
Oh,
There's a drag away. X10's doing more. X10's still alive, but I'm taking a bunch of damage.
Oh, it's a little scary. Yeah, they're stuck behind enemy lines. Now Captain Presh can likely get out. You do have a lot of mobility here, but it is a little scary.
He's out on one.
Yeah, that was.
He's actually out of one.
I mean, it's the cat moment. Just the cat moment. So much mobility there.
God.
Just infinite mobility coming to the fore.
Yep.
And Solus now with the Nano U is going to make the swap over the Tracer here. Probably a bit better to do with Shashi a bit. Keeps him a little bit of contest, potentially going to X10 as well.
Well, you're going to need to deal with
down.
Shashi because he's been good. Shashi's been lights out so far. May and now Tracer. Now with the distraction, you see Yuan trying to shoot the Cat Bash, and guess what? Shashi on the floor is a player that you actually have to worry about. Onto the back line, onto Cinnabar. Shashi's got a triple despite Vind onto Leo. And this should be a free push all the way through the final door.
I mean, that's just the Shashi effect right there. It's two very important ones early. And they're going to have a Nano Bash in here again, Admiral, right? So something that could immediately molt someone if they don't want to use it defensively. However, with the Sanctuary available, along with the Flux and even the Deadeye, there's a lot of options to keep that in check and even deny a lot of value.
Yeah, Deadeye needs to come on through, and Leo needs to do a lot here as well. Flux is coming on in. Cinnabar and Yuan have been caught by the bio nade, but onto the ground we go. Xen wants to at least drop artillery in, but the damage is just not going to be in play. It seems like the Kakai Sanctuary did more than enough to prevent the damage from X10 being nanoed to come on in for India. This is the finish push. Nothing else out of this.
I mean, well played from Philippines there. I mean, and India even saw the follow-up. They're like, okay, Sanctuary's up. We need to get in. We need to hit like an ante, take the fight to them inside the Sanctuary. But with the Flux available, just completely denies a lot of the value. They held on to the High Noon too. This is going to be a complete comp swap up now for India, where they've got Ramatra. They have Shashi back into the May, and X10 Cheese moving over to the Cass.
It's difficult to get the Cat Bash inside the final C room, right? You've run out of complete ceiling space now in terms of Skybox, so a good time to make that swap happen is Yuan slowed a little bit, walled off a little bit. India will just wait this one out.
It's just a deterrence, burying their fangs a little bit there. Solus looking to just make some space here in the back line, pressuring a bit. Trying to find the opening, but they can wait out. They have the choke.
External to Cinnabar, that's the 5v4 India. Opportunity of Shashi doesn't go down here. Doesn't matter though, it's Captain Prash to Yuan. We've seen that one in the kill feed multiple times of different heroes, but Yuan is going to collect an extra one onto Shashi. That's just probably not going to be enough members now for India. Dropping 2 with Philippines having respawn advantage. It's certainly a slowdown. India not going to push just yet, just holding for tight.
Absolutely. Being pressured here a little bit. They have to be worried. There's the rush. Then they're going to run over them there too. And almost even working out better for the Philippines there, just keeping the fight drawn out a bit more, burning more time off the clock. I mean, they have to use the rush, of course, but now it's a last fight situation.
Still got to wait for the Cinnabar ultimate, but Leo's got a good opportunity here. Flux 9 could be on board once they actually hit the OT. You can be a little bit careful from diving in too far, but that works out. Flux onto Shashi. Doesn't ice block, by the way, which means Lau just gets the kill. Vin has to pop Annihilation just to keep himself alive, by the way. Still have to touch here. India have to race for the payload, but it seems like they got a couple of kills. Philippines potentially piling up more than they can shoot. Vin's got the touch.
And they have rush. I mean, this could be the clutch moment. I mean, there's still a lot of players behind. The rush is up. They have to get the touch there. It's going to be the touch of Leo. He's low, though.
Onto Leo. That's big. Anymore.
Oh, 2! I mean, they get the cap! I mean, what a play.
I thought this was
what a play from Abs and Vind. I mean, that's just incredible. And we talk sometimes about how strong Kiriko is negatively, but this is a moment of Kiriko positive praise, being able to make it work. A lot of the value there from the damage, have the rush available. Abs and Vind breaking through that forward hold.
Philippines walked up. They played super aggressively. Flux Kitsune Rush was used even before that to get the triple kill. But playing that far forward, India split their own team up. And typically, I mean, that's risky as well. India split their own team. Vind and Abs going towards the payload because somebody needed a touch. And Abs just having the extra Kitsune Rush, the extra damage output. All the players from Philippines that tried to come back and contest and touch ended up going down to that duo. It's a really insane two-man clutch that really most days of the league you wouldn't expect that to work out, but Philippines probably thinking they allowed that one to slip through their fingers slightly.
Yeah, a bit of the perfect storm there for India and the perfect play on top of that. So now hope is alive for India off that. Map not done. There is a chance. We've seen crazier plays. The question here, especially with a minute on the board for India, is like with this Cat Bastion comp, you kind of get like one shot and then maybe you'll get another fight, but the longer the fight runs on, you could even just end up to OT. So it's a little bit scary considering it hasn't seemed like the most surefire, immediate insta-fight win so far with India.
and they were able to, I believe, get a decent amount of damage done in their regulation push to actually get the A cap. It did require eventually Thrash next in to go over the top side, but do know that because we're in time bank, you instantly get all your perks, so just start grenading damage in straight away. Does get blocked out mostly. Leo shielding. Good sleep.
Oh, what a sleep!
On the Bastion, sadly. Still enough.
Oh
Sleep
my
on the
god,
Bastion,
what a
puts him
sleep there
down
from Lau.
slightly, and it just means that, okay, you know Extend can't shoot you back.
And now India in a very tough spot. They have to play it a little bit slow, wait for the spawner. They are close to spawn. It's still gonna get found by Captain Crash. Captain Crash is such a big bind here. It's a lot less pressure, but Abs gotta go down return.
Philippines looking like they'll be able to win this one. India only have 3 players left. They're going to have to do another complete clutch. By the way, Lau's about to have ultimate. Leo still contesting payload. And if the payload doesn't really move from here, this is going to be rough for India's defense. Once we actually flip sides, Yuan's the one that ends up getting to the nano. Leo's going to live regardless, and Yuan cleans up the last couple of players, padding them stats. And I got to say, Avast, that payload doesn't look like it's got enough distance in it.
It's very short. It's just a freckle past the hair, which by most metric or imperial measurements is not very far. So it's not looking good. It's also a very tough spot to prevent it from going because you have to cycle contest the point so effectively and he also is like directly under the high ground. At that, you're not even on a corner per se. So this is going to be a very, very tough hold for India if it's even possible, and really set up from that amazing sleep from Lau as well. I mean, just an incredibly good sleep to just get that pick and put them on that back foot a bit.
By the way, Yuan's on 15.4k damage compared to X10 on 17, but when you consider that X10's been mostly on the Bastion, Yuan's kept up in damage against the Bastion, which is a hard thing to do, because you are definitely farming stats on damage, specifically when you're playing Bastion. It really goes to show that Leo and Yuan keeping up on the damage department. Specifically, you see Leo's a 3k-ish, 2.5k lead onto Vin, which was also a big talking point that we had on that Oasis, where it felt like Leo had the bit of Vin in the Sigma matchup. Not that Vin has been playing the Sigma the entire time, mind you. 3 minutes and 8 now to barely push past the first corner. You've got to imagine Philippines got this one in the bag.
It would be a miraculous hold currently for India. It would be a miraculous hold. Now, we did see some good Mei gameplay. Mei, of course, going to be one of the better picks to potentially anchor this point now. But it would be probably one of the greatest holds we've seen in Overwatch Esports. Holistically, to hold it here. I mean, it's just an incredibly tough spot to do it.
Notice that India has not gone for a Cat Bash. Not going to gamble that one. Didn't really work out for this time bank offensive as Philippines happy to try
this
and
high ground.
Exactly, they completely dominate the high ground. Actually, Rock doesn't really land on anything, but Ice Block is gone. Wolf will slow things down as Vin taking most of the damage so far. Leo has a decent angle, just floating up, locking India in the side room. Look at this. It's just Vin on his own, by the way. Vin's going to go down here. Vin dies. It might just be over for the defense. Solis does go down first, but note that the Philippines respawn is so much closer. It's 2 kills so far. Vin falls. Abs Ashashi only. You're going to need another miracle play again from Abs, and it's not going to happen. A Flux to finish it off. And for Philippines, we saw how little distance they needed to push. And we knew that 3 minutes was going to be more than enough for that.
And just really so beautifully played again from Leo. We talked about them a bit on the Sigma, but getting the most out of that perk as well to keep just the cycle contest. Come on in, take high ground, go back to high ground, force them to chase to try to spread India a little bit thin on that anchor. And really, really well played for Philippines, taking control of the map. And their tempo has been really, really good here, Admiral. I mean, I have to respect Philippines and India, both these teams. But in particular, Philippines, just their win condition understanding has been, I think, fantastic. They have an extremely good tempo. They know we're like, okay, we need this map control. Their map control is like pretty stellar. I just have to look at this team and be like, I'm really, really impressed. Despite the fact they did kind of get back cap. They got the 2-man back cap that happened to them. But that, that happens to the best of us.
I mean, and then you get into the time bank and it's back to business, right? You sort of just get past the fact that, okay, India did clutch that one out, but get back to normal, regular scheduled programming, and that so far has been Philippines getting the better of India, who took some risks on this map. Reminded that they did really want to play a lot of Cat Bastion. Some of that worked out on the offensive side. Definitely, I would say defensively wasn't much to look at all. In fact, it probably ended up being a bit of a liability. They looked far better when they swapped away from it. And they start to look towards future maps where, again, it's India's pick now as the loser of the last map. Do you want to keep opting into allowing Leo to play the Sigma? Do you keep wanting to opt into a Sigma? A duel here between Vind and Leo, where Vind has largely not been able to do too much against Leo at all. Might want to either go towards a Flashpoint, which is not going to be great for the Sigma, or perhaps ban the Sigma away would be my call.
Yeah, because I mean, there really isn't, if you looked at what's happened so far, there doesn't seem to be another like great option for bans necessarily, other than like, okay, maybe you could ban a Tracer, but I really don't think that's the pain point. You don't want to ban Cass because that's something that Xen, she's really good at that. Support line wise, I feel like, I mean, there's not really much you can look at to be like, yeah, we really want to get them off this hero necessarily. So seems like the tank line and that Sigma in particular, like you called out, is likely the best option if you were trying to do some strategic bans to try to force yourself in a direction that maybe puts them on the other foot.
Yeah, obviously, Suravasa has the first point, which is pretty reasonable for Sigma. Other than that, that's not a bad map. I think Suravasa, if you're willing to still play into the Leo Sigma for point 1, that would be an okay place to go where you don't have to ban the Sigma just yet. Or you just straight up go to a map where it doesn't matter, you ban away the Sigma, Hybrid is still open, Push is still open. I don't know what other comps that India have really tried yet, but in my mind, there's still the opportunity to play something way more brawlier. You still have the Malgo options, particularly for a
or
push,
even the Ram,
which could be
just
quite
full
good.
commit to the Ram. I think realistically, instead of trying to force these Sigma comps a bit more, it feels like Vind seems relatively comfortable on the Ram too. So maybe an option to just try to kind of full force Ram compositions into them, see what happens. I feel like they were doing a decent job. I mean, even though it didn't work out, I saw like a really nice Vortex setup play with that Cat Bastion where they threw it into the top, try to catch them there so they could have just the Bastion rain in the nades as soon as it happens when they're stuck in there. So I do feel like that's an opportunity for them too, especially because they have what seems to be a very competent May player, Rashashi. So lots of opportunities still to play kind of that brawl style as well and get off maybe the Sigma a bit more.
Or even like lean into Shashi's Tracer a bit more, because we're talking about the May, but also the Tracer was impressive from Shashi. There were quite a few moments there where Philippines was struggling against that Shashi Tracer in particular, so maybe a comp in there somewhere. I don't know if there's a dive available, possibly a Diva Tracer type of Lucio Curie comp, classic more dive. X10 can fit into that with a lot of different options, so just obviously easy to fit into that type of composition. But I think a faster Flashpoint style map might be what India need now, because the more front to back type of maps you have for Philippines, like a hybrid, might just end up playing more into Philippines' hands, where clearly they just want to play more Sigma. They want to play more Sigma, Sigma, Kiriko plus Mizuki, but it's got to be Numbani. Okay, if we are going to Numbani, this has to be a Sigma ban for sure.
Also, the opportunity for them to ban Sigma and just play like a dive if it's on the table, or a Ram. So yeah, I think a Sigma ban would make a lot of sense. Though it is a map where, well, no, I mean, realistically, I have to say, well, it's a map where Sigma, but honestly, Sigma is still pretty strong on Numbani. Sigma's got a very good position, especially if you're worried about playing as like a Diva, right, where you play that Sigma Mizuki comp, so you can actually punish the Diva pretty effectively. So
okay,
and it's not. It's gonna be a Tracer ban.
Well, that does
interesting.
That is kind of wild because I guess Shashi's only going to play May then.
It's May, right? It's got to be a May situation here, unless they're like Shashi's about to pull out, like, Shashi's kind of pulling out the Mangachu special where we're seeing like May Farah, stuff like that come out.
Philippines are banning their own Alari, by the way. Cinnabar was the one playing Alari earlier, so that's taken off the table. It wouldn't surprise me if actually it was the other way around. That actually, has India already banned the Alari? I think they actually did early on, which means they can't again. So yeah, it's the second Alari ban. India's banned it once. Philippines have banned it now. No Sigma ban, which means that India are either happy to play into it again or have a plan for it. We'll see. Maybe they'll stick to more brawly stuff like the Ram. I think a Malgo could work for their favor as well. A-Point's going to be very interesting. Diva's probably going to be a better look on A-Point compared to either Sigma or Malgo or Ram.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to see what the final comp choice is gonna be here. It definitely leaves a lot of questions, but obviously we put our immediate thoughts towards a May composition, and that is exactly what we're seeing so far. So it's Sigma. So they're just saying we're mirroring the Sigma still, which obviously has not necessarily paid dividends so far, and they are playing that Sigma Mizuki comp. So it is something that's anti-Diva in its nature, but it's a comp that Though they've seemed pretty strong, it doesn't seem like they've had, I would say, mastery over compared to the Philippines.
Prash has also been subbed up for Regime. He'll be playing Mizuki currently. Might just be worth a bit of a change up on the roster, see if it changes your opportunities a little bit. Exen already cops, by the way, what appears to be a rock, so lucky to survive that shot.
Solid's here on the flank with, is that Yoon? Yeah, it is. Yoon and Solid's just on the flank, trying to make them turn a bit. They get up onto the high ground aggressively. Is Leo going to take the rock there? Dead, and actually going to go down.
Okay, India have retained control of this top left side. From attackers POV currently. With the rare moments, by the way, that okay, Vinder's getting the better of
yeah,
Leo,
I know, right?
Leo completely gone. Lau is just finding out, I guess. Seems like India are more than capable here, especially, by the way, playing in these tight corridors. Shashi's main has got to be very important in these battles.
And this is where, like, you look to Solace and Yoon to just try to open up the flank a bit more. And this time it looks like Philippines, they're not even going to bother. They see the main, they're like, let's try to take Ghost. I think it's a wise move. I would have liked maybe some split pressure here a bit, especially because of this rock chain that's going to happen there. You're immediately gone.
And they want to just play into Philippines. I was thinking India could play this one slowly, take advantage of the high ground situation, but they decide to all dive down, drop on top of Leo. Really aggressive May wall. And as they back on out, they catch Solus on the back end. Enough time with the Solus kill to put themselves back on high ground. A minute 30 gone.
And I really actually, I think they don't want to play too slow, right? Because you have the Mizuki, so you really want to set up a chain for them, right? Like, especially when you're playing into the Junos. The longer the fight runs, the Junos are probably just going to out-heal you. So I do feel like they want to take these aggressive fights a bit, which is why I'd rather prefer to see Philippines kind of split. Because if they all go coast, it feels like they can focus the pressure a lot more for India here.
Well, look at these ults now. This is big for India. They have just about everything going on. Katsuna Rush to come on through. Suzu needs to be here to start protecting some place, not get them slammed down for the flux. Even dropping in the secondary support ultimate is going to be Regine. Leo takes a rock, and well, India throwing in that many ultimates. You better expect they win.
Yeah, both the support ults gone here. So Philippines are going to have the Ray, going to have the Rush, and the Blade's available too. Alongside the Override Protocol. So pretty much everything they need to kind of break the point open at this level, especially without a Flux to try to deny the Blade or anything like that. So scary. This is a scary fight here for India, but if they win this, I mean, it's likely that it's the first one.
Yuan can also really hard Giga Flank here on the Override as well, take the back angle, and it's going to be tough for India. I think India may have overspent. Regime, particularly holding onto Kikai section, would have been very strong in the next push, particularly defend against the Override. Oof, decent flashbang. But where's Yuan so far? I want to see this damage really come through for India. For Philippines, rather. What it's done is it's forced position. That's got to be something at least. Got Shashi down. Philippines working their way forward. Orbital's looking good so far. X10 not seeing too many skulls, and X10 needs to do something in this moment because the team is falling apart.
I mean, just beautifully played there from Philippines, and they had the ults. They had all the ults they needed, using Yoon just make sure they got off the high ground there. Just nothing in the bank left for India after the pressure. And they hold on the Blade, which, I mean, they might, it might seem like potentially a little bit of trap. It's a Genji, you don't have an Ana or anything, but like, it's a Blade on Numbani, you can definitely get something going.
Be careful not get chained up here. Suzu will be a problem as well. X10 now swapping over towards the Soj. Well, you give India the call that they at least got some decent time down from Philippines, really forced Philippines to commit a lot in that last fight. Shashi on to 1 HP, but staying alive barely. Got a lot of low HP players on both sides still alive.
Wow, playing insanely aggressively, just using the TP to get out before the fight begins here. But Blizzard is up for Shashi. They have some options here to just fight here on the point. Exactly, going to go for it very early.
Frozen up is going to be the tank. Leo likely down here is going to be gone. Solus gets nothing done, trying to slice away at X10, but X10 won't be able to show Solus what's up in Philippines. This is going to be the fight gone away from them. At least there's going to be a trade.
Yeah, it opens up a bit here. Spawn being so much closer means that X10 likely not going to be there to pressure too hard, but they can just play a bit further back. Flux is up, no support for Philippines, so that means that Vind, they've been keeping track, which they likely have because they know they popped him up first. Try to pop an aggressive Flux potentially for this upcoming fight.
Payload's on the move again. And if Override would be a good call. See what kind of angle Yuan can take now. Vind pops first for Flux. This lift up is going to be on top of Leo, and it gets him down. I mean, it's a solo, but it's good. That's enough for India.
That's exactly what you want to see, is a very clean, efficient fight. However, I mean, however, I mean, obviously very short, which is not ideal for India because the shorter fight just means like, okay, you popped an ult and now Philippines are going long or just gonna have their bank up versus a long fight when you build a little bit more time to fight. But okay, yeah, Farah. I mean, which makes sense, right? Not a lot of anti-air here, no Diva. Extend obviously on Sojourn, pressure, but not that effectively.
That Sanctuary comes up this time to
Oh, the
against
Flux!
the Override, but unfortunately the Override will still find Regime via Flux as mentioned. Now Philippines, we're going to see if they can just clean up the rest. Yeah, Solos will eat a rock, but Vin will still fall. It's going to be Philippines' first good push on B, it seems, for quite some time.
I mean, that's just, I mean, you gotta love how the interplay of some of these ults work now, right? Because, like, okay, Sanctuary, if Zorba's projectiles coming in, it's like, well, we can either go in or we can just take you out. And so they just say, let's just take you out of the Sanctuary. And then you'll eat some projectiles, exactly what happened there. India, though, at least that's available. They do have a rush. They are gonna have Blizzard very soon.
A lot of balls being played into this one. Double support from Philippines, but X10's going to try and OC into this backline. Soul is straight on top of that Sojin. Takes the right.
Beautiful disengage.
Shashi now. Blizzard in. Solus is getting more than enough work done. India, you got nothing left to play through here. Philippines, you're told to disengage, but coming back in now. Should be the cap.
They've been relatively healthy. They have some option to anchor the point. Not if they don't touch, though. Unfortunately, they just didn't get the touch in time. It was unlikely that anything was going to happen regardless. But I mean, the overclock gets used, so just a little bit of a mistiming there. And Philippines playing that so well, saving the Suzu, knowing the Blizzard was going to be available. Got out of the Blizzard. Re-engaging now, been going back to the Sigma. No ults on board as Shashi's on Farah of their own, so maybe a little bit of Farah dueling taking place.
And we're slowly just mirroring each other, so both teams now completely mirrored on every single hero. It's going to be Philippines slightly more ahead on every single ult. In fact, every single ult will be confirmed. Leo up first with the Flux. Solus be looking for opportunity with Barrage. A little bit scary considering that there's another Fire that can shoot you down mid-Barrage. Here comes that Flux now from Leo, looking for the catch. Not too sure if that actually landed on something. Doesn't look like it actually did, which is a bit of a problem.
Oh, it's aggressive. It's caught. Tries to go in off that Flux. No one goes down. Lao, though, going to get a trade in return, so a lot of heals off the field. I mean, Lao 1-2.
Late orbital rate coming in from Regime. Trying to just hold on to this one. Healing the Shashi, though, important. That's the rest of your damage that you really need. A lot of damage, speaking of from U1, taking a rock in the face. Leo, though, speaking of rocks, straight on top of Ben. It's Philippines with all the members still alive in India, struggling to get these respawners back in. In fact, nobody really even available to touch. Abs and X10 still hanging around spawn. With 19 seconds left remaining, they will confirm the cap, and importantly of ours, before it hits the OT.
Yeah, that is the all-important objective at times, especially for a map like Nubani, where it's so hard to cap that final point at times. Now Philippines in a very solid position. Not an untenable position for India at all, especially considering they look pretty good on the defense. I like the looks. So very, very winnable still for India. But Philippines, again, just showing a lot of flexibility, a lot of really good fundamental play in terms of the disengages, in terms of, like, okay, we see the strengths of the comp, let's work around our strengths, and just the overall mechanics. So maybe, might even be Cat Bastion again.
Yeah, hovering for now. With the Diva in play, also offer a little bit of protection. I mean, India, you'll say they really burnt the timer down as much as possible. They still have to finish themselves now, and a lot of their struggles, in my opinion, on C came down to the fact that they wanted to eventually mirror the compositions, but it took them a while to get onto the comp they wanted to play, and by then, it was Philippines that had the major ult advantage. India left quite far behind in most of the important ultimates, and Regime were trying to just drop in the final orbital ray, but it comes in a little too slowly. Cat Bastion, for what it's worth, also extremely good into fire, which Solus is playing.
And big, well, okay, another big rock, but doesn't quite matter if you don't hit the cat. So now India looking to set up X10, put her behind with the Cat Bastion, just try to sweep the flank. But you see how Philippines are playing here. They're trying to play really close to the choke so they can run into the doors, maybe catch Philippines when they go for the rotation. Or rather, India will
miss call here. Okay, might still be able to get some decent damage in, but slight miss call in terms of the timing of the turret form. X10 will find one. Regime gets a secondary. That's actually probably still enough. If you disengage now, you can work with those kills.
Yeah, but you see Philippines played that really well. I love how they played that. Just played really tight to the choke, really tight to the hallways there to just collapse on India when they tried to go for the collapse play. Not bad at all there for the initial engage for Philippines, even though India did get some picks, but they should be able to take some space, like you said, from those picks. And yeah, they are going to get in.
Mizuki now being picked by Cinnabar, by the way. Lots of damage to Shashi via the TP. Trying to land some of those chains in the Cat Bastion would be really important for the Philippines. Solus likely should end up swapping us. You can just see how bad the fire is into this Cat Bastion. So easy for the Bastion just to completely destroy the fire in the sky. That's a 1-to-1 DPS trade so far. India's got good positioning from X10's POV. Solus is going to come back onto a Reaper. So there's the Faragon.
Still, I mean, not a lot of point pressure right now, despite that pick. And you see what the swap's going on through. They're trying to get the pressure onto Abs. Gonna find it.
Wants to kill into Leo as well, but Leo still staying alive. Good healing from the backline of the Philippines, but not enough against the damage of X10. Still, you're going to trade the mech wave. Ben's going to go down here. Might not be able to get a remake. In fact, absolutely not. Philippines holding on strong. 2 minutes gone. Half the time is no more.
I mean, this is just, I mean, this is nice. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed by Philippines. I'm impressed by how they're playing the defense. I'm impressed by the tempo and the swaps, just everything. Like, this is a really, really good fundamental play. And India's not playing poorly at all. So, well played for Philippines so far. The ult bank is looking really good for them too here. India again, going to be putting X in. She's just off here on this long poke with the cat, trying to make a little bit of space.
Because you are playing Cat Bastion, your ultimate value is not great. Artillery is not amazing.
Yeah.
Catnap is not amazing, although maybe potentially you still find some value. Speaking of which, need to get a kill right now, but Exten's just not connecting so far onto anybody. A little bit scared of the fact that there are chains there. At least you are going to find Cinnabar. Here comes an artillery now, but no setup for this likely means no real ability to get the kill. Oh, couple plays locked in the corner. Nowhere to run. Blau and Yuan just resigned to their fate, eating their artillery shell from the sky. So alive.
The problem is,
Exen
how do they
finds
get the point?
perfect shot.
They got a touch point. Hey, even with the, it's a beautiful mortar. I love it. I'm loving the cannoneering going on, but you actually still, at the end of the day, capture the objective, right? I think that's the fundamental problem, right? Is that this ultimate fight is not very strong for them right now. And Philippines are still just pressuring Abs really, really hard, just not giving anything space.
And they're stacking ults here as well. Beautiful chain with the Leo. That's going to be then combo straight into the Flux. Rock to kill X, and you've traded the Bastion for the tank. It's a little bit rough, but you've got most of the damage out of India now. Double support offer is still online. Abs gets killed the Lao. Still winnable by India. Nano onto Vin now. Opportunity for India. They have the better respawns here as well. Regime not going to find anything. Ilai actually dies in the middle of the catnap, but we'll get a 1-for-1 trade. Can Vin do enough here? Diva still so damn strong. And finally, you talk about the cap of us. We're getting the cap done slowly.
Finally, I mean, also, I mean, we're pretty much in OT, just about. It's going to be down to the wire. Rush going to be used here for Lao for the recontest, and also don't forget, Cinnabar coming back with the Sanctuary.
Sanctuary is not going to be played just yet. Shashi onto Lao, Leo demech. Philippines going to make some decisions here. Likely the decision is to back on out, save your ultimates. This cap is gone.
Still a little bit torturous. A little bit torturous. Now, if you can keep the momentum, it is Numbani. Numbani's second typically can be pretty fast to fall. If you keep the momentum going, just get one good pick, keep the snowball. It's very, very hard to find the footing sometimes as the defense. The Sanctuary is still available. It's just a complete swap up now for India. Getting over back to the Sigma. They said we're done with the Diva.
Yep.
Let's get the Sigma going again. Exton's off the Bastion here as well.
Time is a factor here. I mean, 2 minutes left to play through this. Better be a good B push. Extend now looking over towards the cast instead. Or maybe some flashbang plays against the Reaper of Solus. Talked about the fact that Vin is not shy from fighting Leo in the Sigma matchup, but largely has gone Leo's way. And now with the kind of Sanctuary, can we find anything here? Just a lot of bullying on the Shashi.
Oh, no. Shashi caught in the Sanctuary. It is not a Sanctuary for him. It is very dangerous. And now India going to need to back up. And finding a fight win here on second. And it looks like they might even get some staggers potentially. I mean, Abs caught behind Suzu, trying to find a TP. There he is. Okay, I was a little scared for a second there, but now even a later stagger now for Philippines, and for India just going to be put behind. It's a minute in the clock.
Well, we've seen Abs clutch before, so I'm sure Solus was feeling a little bit of pressure there, but hiding away, getting ready for a Death Blossom, I should say. Watch for the Suzu counter here from Abs will be super important. Vin's HP is a bit of trouble. Yet there's a Suzu finally. Not enough to eventually save Abs. It's just going to be a 1-to-1 so far, but even with Solus going down, the rest of the Philippines will get the cleanup.
It's just beautiful. I mean, it's beautiful. Have the Death Blossom go in. They have the Suzu close. Walk forward with it. Just keep so much pressure there. But they have to split because there is no support ult available yet for India. This is now last fight situation by the time the fight happens. They are very close to spawn doors, to be fair, but the bank is good for Philippines still.
It's not looking good for a full cap though, unfortunately. 30 seconds, and that's just to get through B for the time being. You on up first. I think India just wants to run. Kai Sanctuary even being played. Okay, India, they want to fight this one big time. All the ultimates apparently being dropped in. X10 getting dropped out. 5 versus 3 now. Abs thinking about using the ultimate. Wars just cop the loss. Philippines blow their entire ult bank. Now there's only 10 seconds left in India. They're going to probably have to use ultimates just to get out of spawn.
But there's a chain and a rock. There's a chain and a rock. These are both extremely scary. Now, there is a cat in the field, but never mind. No cat. They still have to touch. They are going to get it. Rush used on high ground. X into 1, 2, maybe?
Chain and a rock. Me when I'm playing a survival game looking for the next upgrade on my equipment and for Philippines right now. Maybe the chain and the rock wasn't quite enough. We are still going to be using Kakai Sanctuary. Cinnabar in the middle of this play right now, but the Blizzard eventually dropped inside. The Sanctuary means it's going to be over. And they are clutching up for this fight. It's OT. They can't lose any more fights, but they are going to get the opportunity to push.
The problem is the pressure to pop Blizzard in that situation. It's like Shashi, they played it so well. They got there, they hit the ice ball just in time. But if they had just saved the Blizzard, then maybe this cap, you're in a fantastic spot. But now they're fighting a full 5v5,
Nice
and
shot.
Solus gonna have Death Blossom. Very,
Shashi
very
nearly one-shot Lao on the back line. But yeah, I think you're right. We really have to talk about the fact that Solus is the only one that's anywhere near an ultimate. Philippines, the fact they get one more fight is pretty large here. It's Regime and X10 trying to fly their way to victory on this combo. War will lock out players for some time, but will it be long enough to get Leo up? Huge amount of green HP from the Kinetic Grasp. Just struggling to find a single kill here. And a Solus will just Death Blossom on the point. That should be enough, right? Here we go. Find your way on. Get into the back line. Not going to use it just yet. It's Philippines losing too many members, Babs.
Wow, what a really good split there. Keeping that pressure onto Leo so early, too. No one goes down, and you almost saw it happen. They put the pressure onto Vin, trying to get the D-Mech, try to set up the Death Blossom, but the cap's going to go out. So India, they still have a bit of momentum, and they're going to have an ult bank built. So there is a chance. There is a real chance here now for India to get this cap. Maybe even potentially, it's likely going to be an OT, to be fair. It's likely to be OT.
Oh yeah, it is. Guaranteed OT here for India. They're going to have to find something special in the OT. And I got to say as well, Catnap, artillery, maybe not amazing here, but if they can just find the target from the back. Wanting to control this flank here. Still waiting for this Death Blossom. Okay.
Oh, they did it. They did the tether bomb with the cat. Making sure to find one off that pressure, but Solus in the back.
Solus with a triple. That might be lights out. 30 seconds. Quick reset. India needs to quickly reset right now, and a late stag on the Vind is probably going to cost the game. India cannot afford to wait too long for this reset.
I mean, 15 seconds here on the board. There is a cat on the field. So maybe, but with 10 seconds, it's just so, it's going to be such a mad dash. Regime likely going to be the
X10's got ult.
sacrificial lamb. The
I think you got
sacrificial
ult
cat.
there.
Yeah, X10's ult, just trying to make some space. Touch,
Okay.
gets triggered.
It works. Okay, the artillery allows Regime to get the touch in there. Katsuna rushes traded, but you lose your Bastion. That's a pretty big shot coming in. Blizzard might be enough to just hold off Philippines for now. Kakai Sanctuary on the opposite end. U1 finding an opportunity to blow through the OC to get these last couple of kills. Is there enough damage? Regime wants to Solus.
Regime?
Philippines got nothing at the moment. Regime is the one that's getting it done for India, and Philippines are struggling. The OC's gone. It's burnt away. No more ultimates for either side.
Absolutely gorgeous there. And the catnap going to become not necessarily a high impact help, but maybe a chance to just find one, especially before Leo gets the flux up available. Here comes the pressure. They're trying to walk at Leo, just get him off the point here a bit.
Flux 9 is going to be the weapon here. Leo, a single Flux onto the point, could force the C9. Further touches need to come into play here. U1 looking like he's low HP, could be going down next. A rock to be played in, just directly on the payload, son. That's all you need. Flux 9, the enemy team, and you could win it right here. Looks like he caught like 3 plays, but someone's still touching. Doesn't matter though. Shushi's down. Regime is gone. Then final remake, but I don't expect anything more here. India don't have enough to actually get it across the line. Philippines with 5 alive will lock in the 3-0. Short of Abs doing something miraculous, which I don't think is going to happen.
And then we have to say SEA later a little bit. They're not eliminated, but very well played from Philippines, and I mean, just immensely respect the fundamental gameplay that Philippines played here, right? Like, we saw some mechanics, we saw some good swaps, and India putting up a fantastic fight too, and utilizing that cat bastion a bit more than we've seen some of the other teams previously doing so. But despite what the scoreline would say, I'm walking away from this series feeling like this is a really great showing from both these squads.
I think India had, yeah, they certainly had a decent showing there. Some winnable maps, particularly that first one. You start to look back at the 99s, 2 rounds in a row on Oasis. Rialto bringing a clutch to be able to finish off the map. Shame about the distance in the time back. I think the time back really betrayed them a little bit. And then on Numbani, I mean, they got it towards the end. The thing is, they just lacked in having enough successful pushes on both the A and B, but particularly the A. It took them a while to get this Cat Bastion into play to finally get that cap, and that's really the difference maker here, as Philippines were able to get through A and B much more comfortably.
Yeah, and I think this is honestly, when we talk about teams that maybe have the sauce in terms of can they challenge those top 2 in their groups, Philippines. I think they might have the sauce, Avril. I think they might have the sauce here. Obviously, they're not in the... this is not the group with Korea and Japan, of course, but still, when you look at like Australia, Thailand, this is like what we were looking at potentially as like, oh, maybe a top 2, but Philippines and even India. I mean, I just think it's a lot more open potentially in this group.
Particularly for getting maps as well, because you still have Australia and Thailand out there, and we talk about map differential being a potential pathway for teams to sneak into that top 2. So I'm looking forward to a Philippines-Thailand game, which, by the way, is on the cards for tomorrow. I think that'll be a very interesting one, because based on what we've seen out of Philippines today, I think Thailand should be a little bit worried. Certainly that should be a game where we trade maps. This one was looking like a game where maps probably should have been traded, ended up being a 3-0. It's one of those games where you have to say the dreaded line, it's a close 3-0, right? But no one likes to hear that. But it was a pretty competitive 3-0.
Fool ya. Don't let the score line fool you. What other caster cope we can throw out there necessarily, but it's true. It's legitimately true. I feel like I walked around like that. India definitely could have taken maps in this series multiple times.
Let's take a look at where our teams line up after a full day's worth of gameplay. We've seen every single team play now across both of our groups. No surprises. Korea locking in their 1-0. Hong Kong over Pakistan as well. Australia getting a very comfortable win versus Thailand, and the Philippines really struggle a little bit more, but still a clean 3-0. So the only match we got in there that wasn't a 3-0 was that Hong Kong-Pakistan game, and yeah, look to see how those map wins and losses end up affecting things later on in the round robin.
Yeah, so a little early to tell exactly where it's going to land up, but obviously we do think what we think is going to likely be our top 2, despite Japan obviously not being in that 2 of the group A, that number 2 in the A right now. But I do think that's the first day gives us a very good idea of like, yeah, these are the teams we're probably expecting. But I think group B would really be much more of the shocker, and showing that there's a little bit more of a race going on for that top 2 spot, I think, comparatively.
I would like to see for both of our groups where the other 3 teams outside of Australia and Korea, where they've kind of established themselves as dominant teams in their respective groups, it should be a race between the other 3 teams to find out who's going to get that last spot. Obviously, we probably rate Japan a little bit higher, Thailand a little bit higher, given the histories and the competitive histories individually of the players as well. But I think we really looked at some of these other teams and saw some good moments there, Vast.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, these squads, they have already surprised us a bit, I think. And there's a lot more in the tank. We still have 2 more days. It's kind of still up in the air where those final standings are going to be. It's still only the first day, so we can't come to conclusions first, other than maybe Korea might be number 1 in the group.
Well, that might be the case, but the rest of the games will still have a lot of stakes to them. I'm sure all the games will have stakes in terms of whether you can be competitive and find those maps or not. But that's day 1 done and dusted, guys. Overwatch World Cup qualifiers in Asia. We've seen every single team now. Seeing some interesting gameplay coming through, some close games, some less close games. It's going to wrap it up here with me, Vast, and also Leg Day. We'll see all of you tomorrow, same time. Don't go anywhere.